On Nepal. I'm here with USA Captain Monak Patel, Nepal Captain Sandeep Lamachani, and ICC match referee Rian King. Monak Patel has the coin in hand, and we're ready for the toss.
Tails called. That's a tail. Sandeep was going.
Sandeep, what have you chosen to do?
I would love to have a bat first.
It's brand new wicket. What's the reason behind that decision?
The early morning session, yeah, definitely there's going to be something for the bowlers. But if you just pass through that session, we've been watching throughout the tournament, it's tough to chase here a bit. So yeah, we'd love to poach as much as score. We would love to.
You've had a day to rest, a day to contemplate and reflect on the loss. What's the attitude and the mood like in the camp now, coming out after that performance and looking to improve on that today?
Yeah, boys are serious. They're still, focused to the game for the tournament and having fun either. So it's the atmosphere and the environment is good in the dressing room and in the hotel aspect as well. So yeah, that's the scenario right now.
Any changes to your 11 today?
Yeah, we've got 3 changes. Both the openers coming back into the side, and we've got Adil Alam in place of Binod Bandari.
Good luck today. Monak, what would you have done if you had won the toss?
I would have bat first. The wicket looks fresh, and we've been doing good when we are batting first. So, but bowling first. Bowling first would be not a good or bad idea. So, yeah, happy with that.
We're expecting a big crowd today, big support from the local community here in Texas, but also a lot of support locally from the media. You got some opportunities with some of the local television affiliates, and also an opportunity to go out to the Houston Astros game last night and get a big reception from that event. What has it been like for you being captain to be able to represent USA and take part in some of these experiences that are giving bigger exposure to cricket in America?
Fan support definitely helps us, and it's been a good journey so far, and I'm really liking the role, and yeah, happy with the performance too.
Any changes to the USA 11 today?
We have one change. Nosh is resting today because he has a stiff back, and Nisar comes in.
Good luck today. There you have it. Nepal has won the toss and chosen to bat first. Well, there you have it. That's the news from the middle. Nepal has chosen to bat first today, and they've made 3 changes to their 11, as you heard Sandeep Lamachani say. We'll get to the squads at the end of the first over. I'm Peter Del Pena, joined today again by Aman Patel. As you can see, Ali Khan has the new ball in hand. We're expecting a very good crowd here at Musa Stadium in Pearland today. Best crowd of the series. And already there's a few hundred in today, and they'll be filling in over the course of the morning. You can see them there on the West Grandstand, making a lot of noise. There's at least one dole out there being hammered away. And wide down the leg side is going to get the scoring underway for Nepal. Kushal Bertel, yet to face the delivery. He's going to now be at the non-strikers end, courtesy of that wide. And Asif Sheikh comes into the 11 after recovering from injury. And he's going to be keeping wicket today with Binod Bandari out of the 11. Stifled appeal. Good work from Monak Patel to keep Asif Sheikh honest. You see M. Sheikh, it's for Muhammad Asif Sheikh. He's known by Asif Sheikh to most of his teammates. He's got Asif on the back of his shirt. And there's the Dolly banging away the drum for the USA. That's Amar Moturu. And he's gone all out today to make a big poster for Ali Khan. He's wearing an Ali Khan jersey, a very rare Ali Khan jersey, an ICC Americas jersey. That's from 2016. As this one is the first run off the bat into the leg side. You get the Nepal fans animated early and often. Told the story on air a couple days ago. Amar Maturu, young fan out here in the Houston area, who made a special connection with Ali Khan. He's one of the most loyal fans here in the Houston area. Ali Khan gave him his ICC Americas jersey as a gesture of thanks for when Amar was the only fan who would come out to Musa Stadium to support the USA players going back several years. As this time, Kushal Bertel gets a run off the bat to get off strike. And Amar, he's got the dole. He's at the dole. He's been here throughout the week, and he's gone out in between games, and you could see it on the camera there on the West Grandstand. He's had a picture of Ali Khan blown up into a huge poster. That's how much he loves Ali Khan. And he's going to be making noise, banging that dole throughout the day. He's a huge Ali Khan fan. As Jones cuts that one off in the covers. We've seen a lot of historic firsts here, Aman Patel. Zaman is here in the commentary box with me. A lot of historic firsts. First ODI, 213th ODI ground in the world. A lot of USA flags in the ground, USA jerseys. That's the first time I've seen a huge player photo blow up poster like that at a USA cricket match. What do you think?
First time I've seen it as well, and it's exciting. You know, it feels like we're going to see that more often. It might be inspiring some of these players to, especially Ali Khan, getting to see him consistently throughout the day.
Slight hesitation going back for the second, but they do get it comfortably in the end. As the relay from Nisarg Patel is slightly delayed. Nisarg Patel, the one change for USA today, coming into the lineup in place of Nash Kenjige, who, if you heard at the toss, Monarch said Nash is dealing with a slight back issue. And there is that sign that Amar Maturu has made.
Well, he's one of the most amped fans all throughout USA cricket, and again, he's loving it here at Musa Stadium.
This one defended into the offside for no run, 6 for none after 1 over. We'll take a look at the squads now. And there's the Nepal lineup. 2 new openers today. Asif Sheikh and Kushal Bertel coming into the lineup with a number of changes made. Sunil Damala, Sagar Dakal, and Binod Bandari all exiting the 11, as Adil Alam also coming into the squad today for Nepal. And for USA, we'll try and get to that squad after the next over.
Yeah, and I think when you look at the Nepal squad, having 2 new openers, they're just hoping to get off to a better start. Remember, they struggled to just chase 212 against Oman. They're going to want to get off to a better start and use those power plays. We've seen them become so very important, especially here at Musa. The teams getting off to great power plays tend to get off to a great start in the match.
Saurabh Netravalkar, USA's all-time leading wicket taker in limited overs cricket, takes the new ball from the Massey Ranch end. Opposite Ali Khan.
Peter, they have a very wide, I want to say second slip, almost a third slip, maybe even gully over there. So they're just saying to Bertel, if you're going to try to run the ball down, you're going to run it straight to our man there. You better be very fine. And I think also Saurabh is basically telling the batsman, I'm going to try to keep it pushing across you. So watch for that away swing to invoke that outside edge and bring that gully into place.
Seeing a lot of fans who've come out throughout the week. Some returnees. Like I said, Amar Moturu, who's got that Ali Khan hate. Hamari Shan. There's PJ Goodalls. PJ has been a regular here throughout these ODIs. Big time USA fan. And good work at backward point by Stephen Taylor.
Peter, I love PJ signs. I think he's had some of the best signage that we've seen all over the United States, but especially here in Musa.
He's got some competition now though with Amar. This is you know, fans, the healthy competition trying to one up each other.
They're raising the levels, raising the bar.
They are. So PJ's been bringing out the signs throughout the week, and then Amar with his Ali Khan Hamari Shan. Ali Khan is our pride. That's the translation. And this one is going to be chased down by Nisarg Patel. Steered wide of Nisarg at deep third man for a pair. We've seen a lot of Nepal jerseys. I haven't seen a Nepal sign, though. So in the sign stakes, it's USA 2, Nepal 0 at the moment.
Well, when Nepal lacks in signage, they make up for in verbiage and audio, because we saw them coming out for the anthems chanting Nepal, Nepal, Nepal. So they're very loud. They're going to make up for the lack of signs.
And this time, Bertel coming down the track to negate the swing. Just prods this into the offside. 2 runs in the over. 8 for no loss after 2. And now here's a look at the USA squad. Just one change. Nisarg Patel coming in for Nash Kenjigay. Nisarg sat out the last 2 matches for USA. And you can see Ali Khan with the new ball. Stephen Taylor, Sushant Madani at the top of the order. Manoj Patel, the captain of USA, and there's 2 teenagers there. Yasser Muhammad, we'll see him bowl his leg spin later on, and Rahul Jarawal, who's going to bat in the middle order. They made their debuts earlier in this tour. And Saurabh Netravalkar, USA's all-time leading wicket taker in limited overs cricket. With Ali Khan, who's fresh off a 5-wicket haul. Aman, 5 for 20. Career best figures for him. Special day, more history being made, as I said. Another historic moment for Ali Khan. What was your take on his performance the other day?
Well, it was a bounce-back performance. If you remember, didn't have the greatest opening spell, and then you talk about at the end, I think he had 5 wickets for what did you say, Peter? 3 runs? 4 runs. So you talk about him in the death. We've talked about him as a death bowler and the Yorker King. He reigned supreme on that day. It was very, very impressive. The tail back, the reverse swing was great to see, and again, he's going to look to back that 5-wicket haul with another great performance.
And Asif tries to whip this one off his pads. Can't get it away. Calling him Asif because his brother is Arif Sheikh in the team. So just to distinguish the two of them, you see M Sheikh on the scorecard. There's Muhammad Asif Sheikh and Muhammad Arif Sheikh. Call them Asif and Arif to distinguish them. So that's Asif out there opening the batting. We saw Arif bowling medium pace. Asif will be keeping wicket today. And you'll see Arif standing next to him at slip when he's not bowling. And the bouncer shows the intensity that Ali Khan is bringing to the table, but the Nepal fans are loving it because it's signaled to wide. Just tailing down the leg side is Leslie Reefer Jr. Signals an extra for the total to be added to Nepal. And it is Vijay Malella who's standing out there with Leslie Reefer Jr. today. Leslie Reefer Jr.
Standing at the Pearland end, there he is on screen now, and VJ Malala is at the Massey Ranch end. And a gorgeous back foot punch. It's going to get 4 runs. First boundary of the day. Whips the Nepal fans into a frenzy.
And there they go. That's exactly what they wanted to get off to a good start. Get a boundary. Get it going here in the power play and climb that back of a length delivery quite well. Pushed it into the gap through the covers. You know, we've seen time and time again Morning Patel, Sushant Madani do the same thing, play a similar shot. And the ball here, not going to just sit like laying ducks. Take a look at this. Again, he went back of a length. And it was just...
And a gorgeous back foot punch. It's going to get 4 runs. First boundary of the day. Whips the Nepal fans into a frenzy. And this time, Asif can't get bet on this.
And you can see Asif saying the hand motion from Ali Khan as you see Vijay Malala on your screen. Get that swing away from Ali Khan, creating problems. We've seen more swing here in the second part of the series, especially early on.
Sushant Madani doing the fielding in the covers. This is a fresh wicket, brand new wicket being used today. First time all tour here in the 9th ODI. They've been rotating pitches throughout. There's 3 strips on this square, and you can see there's no foot marks really, hardly any wear and tear compared to the 2 strips that are to the left of everybody watching this broadcast on ICC TV. Around the world, fan code in Nepal and throughout the subcontinent, and Willow TV in North America. That's how shiny this wicket is. You can see the reflection from Asif Sheikh standing there. It's a brand new pitch from Samuel Plummer.
Another masterclass from Samuel Plummer, and we had a lot of questions the other day about the shine. Well, shine hasn't gone away.
And another sumptuous drive through the covers. Gets loud roars to end the over. Another boundary. 17 for none after 3.
Yeah, that time Ali Khan is getting a touch too full. And allowed Asif Sheikh to just use his hands, free it through, and drive it through the covers. And the Nepal faithful, they erupt. Again, they know that they have to get off to a better starter here in the power play. And Asif Sheikh making sure of that.
One other thing to read out today for everybody tuning in case you haven't been joining us throughout these back-to-back ODI series, USA taking on Scotland and the UAE first, and now USA taking on Nepal and Oman today. As you see another angle of this cover drive to the boundary. This is by far the hottest day of the tour in Texas. And it means adjusted playing conditions. Match referee Rion King and the umpires agreeing with both teams that we will have a 3rd scheduled drinks break because it is so absurdly hot here, and not just hot but humid, incredibly sticky. The forecast today is supposed to climb over 100 degrees today, the hottest day of these back-to-back SkyExchange.net ICC Cricket World Cup League 2 ODI Tri-Series. 101 degrees Fahrenheit is supposed to be the high today here in Pearland, and that's around 38 degrees Celsius. And on top of that, the humidity make the heat index climb above 110 degrees Fahrenheit is what the real feel is going to be like, and well over 40 degrees Celsius. So because of that, the match officials have agreed to have a 3rd drinks break. So instead of having an hour and 10 minutes, between intervals and drinks. It's going to be 55 minutes. 55 minutes for the first interval, and then another drinks break the next 55 minutes, and then a third one 55 minutes later. So they want to keep the players hydrated, keep them safe. We saw Monank Patel have some issues with the heat. He was getting sick on the field after a day in which he scored a century and then had to keep wicket. He wasn't able to make it through to the end because that's how stifling the conditions were. And I think that also may have sparked the decision, a wise decision by the match officials to have a third scheduled drinks break. And you'll see players get drinks run out quite regularly in between then as well. Just as long as they make it efficient. The officials have all agreed they're willing to offer some flexibility today in that regard.
Well, the players are going to be happy at the moment because there is a big cloud covering the sun, keeping them cool. There is a breeze, so just for the moment they're escaping some of the heat, but it's still very, very hot even without the sun shining and beating down atop these players. And again, as you see, there's plenty of clouds in the sky right now. We have the cloud to the right of your screen covering up the sun.
And Netravalka getting a little bit of extra bounce. And that's why you see Sushant Madani in there at slip. Typically you see Stephen Taylor in its slip. This is a little bit unusual that Taylor at this stage of the match is not standing next to Monank Patel. But they've gone for Madani at slip. A slight change in the usual power play fielding alignment. Stephen Taylor is so versatile, you can plug him just about anywhere in the field. He's always going to be outstanding. Top edge. Monank Patel is running back. He's not going to get there, though. It's going to clear him. And a poor angle taken by Ali Khan. It should have been kept to no more than 2. But the fast bowler misjudging the ball, backspinning away. And instead of it being kept to 2, it results in a boundary to end the over for Nepal. 5 runs from it, 22 for none after 4.
Yeah, you can see Sarab all over long. He's been going back of a lane, just right around the body line. This time, Asif Sheikh wanted to just help it through and above the leg side. Got the top edge, and I think, as you mentioned, a very poor angle taken from Ali Khan. Really tried to charge at it. Didn't account for any of the ball bouncing and spinning back towards the boundary. By the time he realized he had taken a bad angle, it was already too late. Not the way Nepal's going to want that 4, but they'll take the 4 nonetheless.
And a much different approach taken today with Asif Sheikh and Kushal Bertel opening the batting. Already 22 for none after just 4 overs in the chase. 2 days ago against Oman, Nepal crawled to 30 for 1 after 10 in the end of the power play. And that was with Sunil Damala and Subhash Kakarel opening the batting. Big change in the approach now that they've got a healthier and more robust lineup, a preferred lineup at the top of the order today, Aman.
Yeah, and again, it's going to be very much needed. It's a very nice track to bat on. You're thinking 300. You got to get going in the power play.
No ball signaled. It was down the leg side. Leslie Reefer Jr. had 2 options to choose from, but the overstep takes precedence. And you see Leslie Reefer Jr. wave his hand over his head to signal the free hit. So the Nepal fans are making their voices heard in anticipation of what could be a costly error from Ali Khan.
And again, just the overstep there, pushing it down the leg side. And now Bertel, he gets this little bit of freedom. You know he wants to be aggressive now. There's no repercussions if he chooses to be.
Again, that was down the leg side, so would have been a wide. It would have been an extra regardless, but because it's an overstep, you get the free hit. And the no ball takes precedence. Here comes the free hit. And it's going to be signaled to wide on height from square leg by Vijay Malala. So the free hit remains in play. The free hit delivery has to be one that the batter is able to play at. And because that one is deemed a wide on height by Vijay Malala, at square leg. The free hit remains in play, so 2 more runs added here. Without illegal delivery bowled, USA under early pressure.
Yeah, and I think it was a good call from Vijay Malela at the square leg position. It looked like it went over the head, and Ali Khan, he's trying to just rush. Berto not trying to let him step down the track and free his arms, trying to make him play against the wind blowing from the right to the left of your screen. But the free hit continues.
Deep third man, deep final leg, the 2 boundary riders at the moment. Everybody else in the ring, so he can go over the top if he wants. Slower ball slashed wide of deep third man. Netravalkar has some ground to cover. He's going to keep it to 2.
Yeah, they kind of goes for the slower ball, but it was very wide of the bat. I think had he been a little bit closer to the body, wouldn't have costed him as many runs. But there you go. They kind of escapes the free hit without giving up a boundary, but he's still got to come up now and start his over. That was only the first ball of the over, and okay, you're talking about 4 runs off 1 delivery. It's basically you hit a boundary if you're Nepal. It's a great start.
We don't see the slower ball too often from Ali Khan, so he's trying to mix up his deliveries early to keep Nepal off balance. We saw him use it very successfully a couple years ago with the delivery that he's lost confidence in the last year or 2, but he's tried to mix it in at times with decent results. It was the slower ball that actually got him his 5th wicket in that 5-wicket haul to clinch the match against Oman.
I think that'll give you confidence to bowl again. If you can take a wicket off of it, you say, okay, I can try this one again when I need it. But as you said, haven't seen it as frequently in the past year or so. Good to see Ali Khan getting the variations back.
And length delivery on this occasion. Yeah, as you said, Aman, the wind is a cross breeze blowing kind of to the northeast today. It was blowing to the northwest a couple days ago. Today to the northeast. So Ali Khan, he's running into the wind slightly. The cross breeze blowing from the leg side into the offside for batter on strike, Kushal Bertel. And a very sharp single, picking on Rahul Jarawala at mid-on. Jarawala, the teenager, usually a wicketkeeper. It's not often you see him without the gloves on, and they decided to attack him.
You can see a different approach here from Nepal in terms of the running between the wickets. I think yesterday, 2 days ago, they really just let the singles go by early on. They didn't want to test anybody. Today, they've come up with a whole different mindset. They've changed it. They've assessed what they need to do. They've been aggressive both with the shot selection and with the running between the wickets.
Kushal Bertel is a heavy run scorer in domestic leagues for Nepal. He's kind of a late bloomer, 25 years old. Made his debut in 2021, both in ODI cricket and T20I cricket for Nepal. It's not often you see a guy make a debut that late in the Nepal scene at senior level. Represented Nepal under 19s prior to that. Got another teenager making his debut today in ODI cricket, and Adil Alam. We saw Dev Connell, another teenager, make a good start a couple days ago without necessarily being able to convert it. We saw Rohit Paudel, another teenager. Sandeep Lamachani, of course, made his debut as a teenager. It's the mentality in Nepal. If you get a good young player, there's no reason to hold them back. And Kushal Bertel is one of the few players to go against type.
Again, Nepal's pushed the youngsters to keep playing. We saw Dave Khanna with a big role yesterday with the bat. They try to get him going with the ball. As you mentioned, they're really pushing the teenagers up, and Dave Connell keeping some of them away for the moment.
6 runs in the over. 28 for none after 5. And there's a look at the series so far. We've had 8 matches played. This is match day number 9. Super Saturday at Moosa Stadium here in Pearland, Texas. For a lot of people curious about the pronunciation, Pearland, the land where they grow pears. It's an easy way to think of it. It's not where they have pearls. There's no lake or deep sea where they've got a lot of pearls that they can harvest. This is agricultural land. If you look all around the ground, you'll see a lot of ranches, a lot of farmland, all in the surrounding area. And that's what used to be really known in this part of Texas. There's Samuel Plummer, the groundsman here at Moosa Stadium in Pearland. He's the reason, everybody. If you're wondering why is the pitch so shiny, you can ask him. Don't ask us. Ask him, the man on the right-hand side of the screen there with the big wide-brimmed hat. And another exquisite punch through the offside beats Yasser Muhammad's diving effort. And it's going to be another boundary to Asif Sheikh. Already 4 fours in his innings.
Samuel Plummer has a lot of stuff in his bag of tricks. And we saw Asif Sheikh pull out another one there. Glorious cover drive, beating the young teenager's dive, and the fan out in the deep, plucking the ball from outside the fence. That's a throw back in. We're going to take a look at this. Sarab this time touch fuller, touch wider, and Asif Sheikh able to touch it away. 4 more for Nepal. Look at that angle.
Back to live action. This one just seen off with less drama into the offside. Asif Sheikh. Again, brothers with Arif Sheikh. Asif, 21 years old. Made his ODI debut against Papua New Guinea in Muscat last September. It was a match where Sandeep Lamichhane took 4 wickets, and in spite of the fact that they bowled Papua New Guinea out for 134, the match went down to the wire. Took 41 from Rohit Paudel in the middle order to help Nepal get across the line, and a crucial 22 not out from Sampal Kami, and a 2-wicket win, chasing that with 10.3 overs to spare, but made it a lot more dramatic than I think people expected when Papua New Guinea finished on 134. And on that occasion, Asif Sheikh, 30 off 46, opening the batting. Second high score in the match, or for his side at the very least. And it was joint second high score in the match.
He's a good player for for Nepal, especially up top of the order. Has 300 runs in his career. A high score of 59 not out. Again, he's played 16 innings since Nepal has been granted ODI status in 2018.
And this time Taylor cuts off his delivery on the ring at backward point. So just the boundary off the second ball. 32 for none after 6. Rusty Tehran. It's going to be the first bowling change, replacing Ali Khan, who couldn't really get anything out of the pitch in his new ball spell from the Pearland end. It's a very flat wicket. Plenty of runs in here. And 2 straight on the legs, flicked out to Nisarg Patel. A deep fine leg for a single.
And you can see that time hesitation on the 2. They elected not to take it. They just didn't have a word about it, seems like. And Rusty Theran, he's a good bowler. He's able to get a little bit of overbounce just because of his height and how big and tall he is. Again, I think for the USA bowlers, you've seen it all the time here. Musa, the key is to stay on the length and stay out and about, off stump. Make the batsman work from there. There's not much happening in the wicket.
Rusty so far in this tour, 3 matches, 3 wickets. Very good average. 11.33 average on this tour. He sat out 2 games, nursing just a slight left hamstring injury, but looked like he was fully fit a couple days ago against Oman, and he's maintaining his place in the 11 for USA. Dual international, you see that numerous times over the course of USA's history, representing 2 countries. Rusty Theran originally representing South Africa, and then he retired, migrated to Florida because he wanted to be a teacher. Good stop on the ring by Sushant Madani. Saves 3 runs. Outstanding effort at backward point. Rusty Theran, when he came to America, wasn't intending to continue playing anything close to professional cricket. He wanted to be an English teacher. He came to Florida to get a degree. And then he got sucked back into cricket, as happens with a lot of the players who played domestic cricket in first-class standard overseas. There's a lot of money to be made in some of the private franchise events that pop up locally in different places around the USA in the holiday weekends, and he got roped into playing in the U.S. Open, which, for people who don't follow U.S. cricket domestically, is one of the most popular events on the U.S. calendar. Every December it's held in Florida, and through his performances in that and other events, he thought he might give cricket another go at international level. And this one chopped into the ground behind the stumps. And so we're going to have a ball check here as Leslie Reefer Jr. radios to confirm if this is 5 balls gone or 6. And Rusty, when he became eligible according to the ICC guidelines, a 3-year residency, he qualified as a resident to play for USA, and then he shifted from Florida out to the Bay Area, where he's doing some coaching now in between playing for USA. As this one is steered out to deep third man for 1, so with just 3 runs in the over, 35 for none. Seen that all over America. We've seen it with Xavier Marshall, and he played for, most recently, that's another example, played for the West Indies and then came to New York. And after spending a couple years in New York, qualified on residency to play for USA. Gajanan Singh, another example, played for Guyana Amazon Warriors. The CPL, migrated to the Bronx in New York City, and he's qualified on residency. We see that in a couple cases in North Carolina as well, among guys who played overseas professionally and now are in the North Carolina area. I believe Dane Pete is one of those guys, played for South Africa. Now he's very, very busy and active in your neck of the woods.
Yeah, Dane Pete, Obis Pinar. Great to have those guys out there in Mooresville, North Carolina. And again, I think we've seen a lot of overseas players come to the U.S. and maybe not the entire motive was to come play cricket, but they just get sucked back in, and that tells you just how good the cricketing atmosphere is here in America. All across the country, you see guys come over, and then they just see club cricket. They say, okay, let's go play, and then they get sucked into some of these private tournaments, and then one thing leads to another, and they're playing nationally. They're playing here in Musa Stadium on a hot Super Saturday against Nepal. So it's a pretty exciting time for U.S. cricket and pretty cool circumstances in which all these players got to come in with.
Monik Patel up to the stumps now against Kushal Alberto. And Saurabh Netravalkar, the man with the ball in hand, is another example of that. Played for India under-19s, played at the 2010 under-19 World Cup for India under-19s, which was the last time the USA went to the under-19 World Cup. And he's teammates with Stephen Taylor now, but he was on the opposite side of the field as Stephen Taylor in a warm-up match that India played against the USA, in which KL Rahul scored a century. I was there for that. Very memorable occasion. And Saurabh Netravalkar had a very brief first-class career in India with Mumbai, but he came to the USA to do a postgraduate degree at Cornell University in upstate New York. Had no intention of continuing his cricket, and it was only after arrival that he realized there's a lot of cricket going on. He never brought his kit bag. He left all of his cricket kit back in India. He was coming to the USA to do his studies, and then all of a sudden he realized where all this cricket was happening. As this one is steered to deep, third man for one. And the first time he went back to visit his parents in India, he brought his cricket kit back with him, did his one-year postgraduate degree at Cornell, and then got a job with Oracle in the San Francisco Bay Area and got back into the cricket scene there. Played in a Southern California 11, traveling back and forth. He would travel back and forth between San Francisco and Los Angeles and the club cricket scene. And when he was representing the Southern California 11 back in 2017, that's how he got on the USA radar with Pubudu Desanayake, because he was one of the best wicket takers on the day for the SCCA team. There's another single is taken here by Sheikh. And the Southern California team that Saurabh was playing for actually beat the USA national team, a full-strength USA national team, right before they went off to Uganda. This was in the spring of 2017. And so then when Saurabh Netravalkar became eligible on the ICC residency guidelines in January of 2018, boom! Fast-tracked straight into the squad.
And it just goes to show how infectious cricket is here in the States and how big it's been and how big it's getting. Getting a lot of these overseas guys not really knowing cricket there is cricket in the United States, and then, as you said, boom, straight to the national team.
And you get a mix. So you've got guys who've come here for different reasons. It's the melting pot of America. But then you've got guys like Yasser Muhammad at Maidan, Rahul Jarawala, Stephen Taylor, guys who are born and bred, learned all their cricket in America, getting great opportunities here. There's Netravalkar around the wicket, bangs it in back of the length, and it's hustling Bertel on. Can't get that away. 2 singles in the over at 37 for no loss after 8.
And that was a great over there from Saurabh Netravalkar in the sense of he was just finding the lengths. He came around, changed the angle, and Monik Patel keeping up to the stumps now forced Bertel to play everything in the crease. And again, Saurabh was banging it in. So on this wicket where you don't really like to go on the back foot, you just have to get, it just makes Bertel just touch uncomfortable. It was a great adjustment there from Saurabh and Mona coming together. Again, just containing this Nepal attack for a little bit.
Got a lot of fans here coming into the ground. Expected to be the biggest crowd of the week. They're still filing in here at Musa Stadium in Pearland, Texas. You're watching live coverage of the SkyExchange.net ICC Cricket World Cup League 2 ODI Tri-Series supported by Dream 11. As Rusty Tron charges in for his second over. And again, we've seen this USA getting their lines wrong consistently with these wides down the leg side. You can't afford to be as poorly disciplined as USA has been here in the early going when you've got such a flat wicket.
Yeah, and I thought that they came out on the first match against Oman with a really good game plan. Didn't really try to do too much, and we've seen teams for whatever reason fall in love with the short ball on this wicket. Again, it is there if you can dig it in, but it's just not a ball that's gonna pick up much success here. If you're lucky, you get a dot. If not,
Taylor, fantastic work at backward point to knock that one down.
if you get the short ball wrong, you're looking at wides, you're looking at an easy boundary. To me, the short ball on this wicket especially isn't really what you're looking for. Again, if you just keep it on the body line, you keep it on the length, it's less toll on you as a bowler. And it just creates so much more pressure on the opposing batting side.
Yasser Muhammad, there's the teenager from New Jersey. The young fox from Old Bridge. We'll see him with his leg spin later on. Number 88 on the back of the jersey, but number 1 in the heart of his dad, who's here watching in the family section. And there you see the broader fan section. Tremendous crowd here on this Super Saturday. Fans from all over Texas and traveling in from different parts of America and some even internationally to come watch this occasion. And Tehran making life uncomfortable there for Asif Sheikh, banging it in short, getting him on the gloves, but the 21-year-old still able to get it away for a single.
Again, that time, back of a length, right on the body, right on the gloves of the batters. You take a look at the fans here, and they got the 10 up, and here's the king stand with the misters blowing down. That's what you're seeing on your screen at the moment.
You see the man with the long lens there. That's Adil Khan. That's Yasser Muhammad's cousin. And the man with the hat and the kind of the pinkish shirt, salmon-colored shirt, that's Nadeem. That's Yasser Muhammad's father. They flew out from New Jersey to watch Yasser make his debut a couple days ago. His ODI debut. He made his T20I debut for USA in Florida against Ireland in December. Nadeem and Adil, part of the family, supporting USA. Monank Patel, his sister, and her husband, Monank's brother-in-law, drove down from Dallas to be here today. It's the first time Harsh, his brother-in-law, and Ashvi, Monank Patel's sister, getting a chance to watch the USA captain in person playing for USA for the first time in USA colors. Special moment for them today. This one is chopped tamely to Monank, USA captain, with the gloves on.
And I think Berto's going to feel he missed out on that one. It was wide enough where you had the opportunity to take it through that point region. But it's been a good recovery here from Rasya Tehran. Apart from that one wide delivery, you saw everything on a length, right on the body line.
Most of the jerseys that T10 Sports have been selling are just your standard USA cricket jerseys. As you see, Kuldeep Patel wearing the Krypton jersey there. It's Houston Indians, his local cricket club, former USA national team player and former USA selector. He's in the golf cart. He's been helping out as a volunteer at this event. As Taylor has a shot at the stumps. And we'll have a look at the replay on this. Dicey single, and Taylor's throw was just a bit high, but first crack left open for USA to try and capitalize on to get an early wicket. They can't convert it. 40 for none after 9, but as we look at the replay, if we can get a chance to see this one again, this is the closest opportunity USA had this morning for a wicket, Aman.
Yeah, and again, we've talked about how Nepal has been a little bit more aggressive with the running this time. One was the aggressor in Asif Sheikh. The other one elected not to go. Let's take a look at the throw here from Taylor. Had really 1.5 stumps to look at, and it was a touch high. Had he hit, looks to me as if Asif Sheikh would have been gone. But I'm thinking also, had he thrown to the far end, would have had a little bit more to aim at, I think it would have been out as well, because we saw Asif Sheikh take off from the very beginning. Berto had a little bit of hesitation. I think had he just looked to the bowler's end, maybe a little bit easier of a throw, I think it would have been a definite run out there.
Back to live action to start the 10th over. And the first power play here. Yeah, it just looks like Taylor airmailed that one. This one's from a different angle, straight down the pitch.
And again, you can see where he's throwing. If you look, Birdo's just stranded halfway down the wicket. If he had just turned over to the bowler's end, he'd had a little bit more to aim at, and clearly was nowhere near his crease.
Well, I might disagree on that angle. It looks like, again, it's from a distance, but you can kind of make out the line, the crease line, and it looks like a lot closer from that down the pitch angle, where at the point where the ball crossed the top of the stumps, Asif, so quick between the wickets, actually might have made his ground. It would have been a very interesting decision for Vijay and Malala to make from side on that end of the ground. And again, the fact that it was as tight as it was from the initial angle, it's like he was well out, but that second angle might cast him down on that. Just shows how quick Asif Sheikh is between the wickets. We've seen this back foot punch a number of times. One of the most productive shots throughout the morning.
And one of the most productive shots throughout the series, Peter. Again, if you're going to bowl on a length, you have to be able to play with the full face of the bat and just push it around the ground. Able to pick that gap at cover. Didn't quite get all of it to send it to the boundary for 4 as Gurjit Singh relays it back, but it ends up being 3 runs. So good running for the 2 Nepali openers.
Yasir Muhammad is waving his arms, rolling his arms to stretch out at mid-on. It's Taylor with another superb diving stop to save 4 runs in the ring. I wonder if the first spin bowler comes on today could be the leg spinner Yasir Muhammad on a fresh wicket. It'd be an interesting call. USA's got Nisarg Patel as the left arm spinner. Yasir Muhammad bowling his leg spin. Stephen Taylor is an off-spin option, but typically we've seen Stephen Taylor come on when there's been a left-hander at the crease. There's Yasir Muhammad, number 88. Made his debut a couple days ago. Took 2 wickets on debut. 2 big wickets, in fact. Got both set batters out for 59, Ayan Khan and Shoaib Khan, and that opened the floodgates for Ali Khan to rip through and get his 5 wickets.
Yeah, and again, maybe they're looking to bring in Yasir from the far end, because now if the batsmen try to go through the leg side, they'll be hitting into the wind. Again, we're coming to the end of the power play here. So if you were to bring in Yasir Muhammad, you bring him in from the far end. They had to hit into the wind on the leg side. The only negative part about that would be the wind is aiding them straight back down the ground, just a touch. So you'd be playing that risk reward.
It's a good shot, though, Aman, because we saw how eager Nepal was to hit into the wind against Kawar Ali. He took 3 wickets with his leg spin. So if you bring Yasir Muhammad on from the Pearland end and you force Nepal to hit against the turn into the wind, because the wind has shifted directions today, that could be a successful ploy for USA. We're not going to see it just yet, though. At the end of the power play, 44 for none after 10, as Rusty Turan goes back to his mark. He'll bowl a 3rd over.
Yeah, and it's been pretty even at this stage of the match. Nepal will be happy. Haven't lost a wicket. Got off to a little bit better start in this power play. I think maybe they're not the start they quite wanted. Stephen Taylor made sure they couldn't pick up a couple of extra runs, but again, they'll be happy not to have any wickets down. They're seeing good intent from their batters. And for the USA, you didn't give up 60, 70 runs in the power play. You're starting to find a little bit more rhythm with the ball now with Rusty and Saurabh.
And Nepal was 30 for 1 after 10 a couple days ago against Oman. And that chase is first ball after the initial power play is steered to Netravalkar. Deep 3rd man for 1. USA has pushed 1 more fielder outside the ring. Yasir Muhammad is now on the cover sweeper boundary. Got Nisarg Patel at deep fine leg. Netravalkar at deep 3rd man. Yasir Muhammad is sweeping on the cover boundary. USA can put 1 more fielder outside the ring if they want to, but for the moment, they are keeping 6 fielders inside the ring. They've got a mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, an extra cover and a backward point.
And I enjoyed that, Peter, having that extra fielder inside. They've only really scored through that cover area, so you put a sweeper out there to keep that one from 4, along with the 2 you already had outside. No need to bring that 4th one in. Stay aggressive.
And Stephen Taylor and Sushant Madani have just come a touch wider behind point prior to that delivery. Just getting their angles adjusted. USA Madani is now basically at point or cover point, and Taylor much wider at backward point on the offside ring.
And again, you can see Rusty, he's planning to go back of a length, and just in case he gives a little bit of width, I think he just wants that extra protection.
Coming down the track, big heave from Bertel. Didn't quite middle it, and it's going to trickle well short of the road. Again, he's hitting it into the wind on that side of the ground as well.
And that's a shot you'll live with if you're the United States. It was a good shot from Bertelli. He decided to come down early. But again, as you said, Peter, hitting it into the wind. Again, take a look at the split screen view. This is the ball. This is the run out. A little bit earlier ago.
So from the side on angle on the left, it looks like he's well short. But here,
the ball crosses well later. Yep.
At the straight down the pitch angle, it looks like Asif Sheikh might have actually made his ground.
And that's why I was saying maybe the bowler end would have been a better shot for Stephen Taylor. But going back to this previous delivery again, Bertel, he's coming down the track. He goes against the wind, tries to loft it over the top. So again, good intent from Nepal. No fielder out there, so it's a pretty safe shot. But you'll live with that if you're the U.S. He's trying to create something, and on this type of a wicket, you have to make the batsman create something to score.
This is going to look like 2. Asif Sheikh, how quick is he between the wickets? Even with a slight collision with Rusty Tehran, he just forges ahead to get that second run.
He's just flying around out there. Again, I think he saw what Nepal struggled with the other day. And they're running between the wickets, a little bit slow, late to get off the mark. He says, not me, I'm going full speed, 100%, and they're not running me out. Again, he's been running like a madman, which not always a bad thing in the cricketing world.
.50 comes up for Nepal, and that's why you could hear that Nepal chants coming from the West Grandstand. And again, they're pushing hard. They're going to have to settle for one this time as hit it a bit more directly to Ned Travalkar at deep third man.
And again, I think they can sense kind of that the spinners are going to come on and at some point. And we've seen the spinners really tighten the screws. We've talked about it extensively for the previous couple of days. They've really tightened things down. So you got to take advantage of the Pacers when you're not getting those boundaries. At least make it 1, at least make it 2. Just keep the runs flowing whilst the Pacers are out there, because the spinners have been rather difficult to go after.
And they're going to push hard for 2 here. Big gap. Gajanat Singh tracks it down, though, to keep it to just 1 to end the over. So 8 runs from this over. 52 for no loss after 11. And we'll have a look at this partnership in progress. Opening stand, half century. Moving along, Nepal didn't get a single half-century partnership in the loss to Oman. That's part of the reason why they struggled to get to that total and ultimately fell short. They just didn't get any significant partnership generated, and instead, it's a different story today. Right from the first ball, these two have put on a superb effort at the top of the order.
Yeah, again, and they've come up with a very different approach and a much-needed approach from the other day against Oman, where they were a little bit stagnant. They just kind of put the bat down. These two, they've been active early, and that's the important part. They've taken the attack to the USA bowlers rather than letting the bowlers come to them.
Nisarg Patel is going to be the first spinner on for USA today. His left arm finger spin. Sweep against the spin, but with the wind. That's the calculation they're taking, and they get 2 runs. Great effort out at deep backward square by Madani to hold that to just 2 runs.
And again, I'm okay with that if you're the USA because, again, they had to play that cross-bat shot. They had to play that sweep against the turn, as you mentioned, but again, on this ground, it's not been easy to sweep. Oftentimes, you'll see the bat come over the ball. The bounce has been consistent, but it's just touched lower than what some of these guys are used to. But for Nepal, I like the attitude, the aggressiveness. They're going to go and take the attack. Look at this replay here, and great work on the boundary from Sushant Madani.
Might be a good thing there's no third umpire in place,
Yeah, I was just
Aman.
about to say that one, Peter. I thought that foot had come down whilst he was touching the ball. Again, obviously, as a fielder, it's hard to know where your feet are whilst you have the ball in your hand, but maybe good there was no third umpire indeed.
So for everybody who's just joining us this week, despite the fantastic production that IMG and cricket clubs have set up for this series, all umpiring decisions are going to be made on field by the match officials in the middle. That's catches, that's line decisions, and that's boundary decisions. And the attempt to reverse sweep. Bullseye! Nisarg Patel. They were cruising along. And again, hitting into the wind. I don't like that option just because of the conditions at play, Aman. Yes, he's trying to hit with the turn, but into the wind, that's the risk he's taken when there is really no risk necessary there at that stage of the partnership.
They had plenty of runs to that over, and I told you when the first sweep was hit, I said, if you're the USA, you're living with that shot because the wicket is always open, especially on this ground when they start to play those sweeps. Look at it right here. He tried to play with the turn of Nisarg Patel. He'd been expensive early, but he's come back, again, committed to the sweep early. It was on stumps, and Nisarg elated with that. Again, just take a look. It's right on stumps. He's going very early to the reverse, and what do we say again? The bat over the top of the ball. Take another look. The bat will come over the ball. The bounce is not low. It's very consistent. But it's consistently there. The USA will take that when the first wicket goes. And a pretty soft dismissal, if you want to say that for Patel.
I'm a fan of the shot when it's in the right conditions. If you're hitting into the wind, both things have really got to be going in your favor. You got to be hitting with the turn and with the wind. He's hitting with the turn there, but he's hitting into the wind. And again, when you've been cruising along and you haven't needed to force the issue there, it's a peculiar decision when you're not under pressure. If you're under pressure and you need a release shot, I can understand maybe going for a risk there, but the risk just did not match the situation on that occasion, and it means Dev Connell comes to the crease as we've had the first drinks break taken here in Texas. Again, we're going to have 3 scheduled drinks breaks because of the increased heat today.
Yeah, and to your point about not needing to play that run, there's exactly right. You saw them have the 2 runs when then they got to 4. And again, if you wanted to go get your run, you could just push it to long off as you did just a little bit earlier. He was the one who pushed it to long off for a quick single. That option was very much available. There's no need to try to force the issue here. You had a lot of success, and now you got to start from 0. We saw Dave Connell play well, but now he's got to start to build a partnership with Asif Sheikh.
So Dev Khanna, who got a very good start but didn't convert it a couple days ago against Oman. The teenager comes to the crease, playing just his 4th ODI.
And he played well yesterday. Again, we talked about it extensively. He played really well yesterday. Understood what he wanted to do. He just kind of played it around, and you could see PJ Goodall's. He's excited. Love the wicket. He's trying to get the U.S. faithful going and try to rival the Nepal faithful in terms of noise. They got him beaten maybe with the signage.
Love the Hawaiian style. PJ never lets the American fans down. He's got the good old Hawaiian floral shirt mixed in with the stars and stripes on his shorts, on his hat, and in his hand, waving it very, very proudly. PJ Goodalls, who's now based in the Houston area, just on the north side of Houston. And there you see some of the Nepal fans who've been quietened down a little bit by that wicket. 56 for 1 after 12 overs.
Again, Dave Khanna had a good innings yesterday, a good start yesterday, and just threw it away with a slog sweep. But again, you can see it's Super Saturday here at Musa Stadium, and that means the fans, they're packed out, they're excited. We had 500 tickets sold, and I'm sure there's more walk-ins as well.
Saw a fan there wearing a Yordan Alvarez jersey, one of the stars of the Houston Astros. As this one beats Taylor, and it's going to beat Yasser Muhammad at deep third man as well. Boundary gets the Nepal fans back into a frenzy to start this 13th over.
Yeah, just what the doctor ordered for Nepal. You lose a wicket. Rusty Theran this time, he just went away from the length. Just a touch fuller. And finally able to convert on one of these cut shots. Was Asif. Take a look at the angle. Again, not too much room. Wasn't a terrible delivery, just a great shot. Got on top of it. Able to evade Stephen Taylor at point and Yasser Muhammad at third man for 4 runs.
This one much more watchful back to Toronto. Yeah, we saw the Yordan Alvarez shirt, jersey out there in the Academy gazebo. Houston Astros star. And the USA squad last night were guests of the Houston Astros. Fan has wandered away now, but we'll find them again somewhere in there in the Academy gazebo. USA squad was welcomed onto the field at Minute Maid Park before the start of play between the... This one is going to be a top edge. Will it carry? It's going to fall short of Madani on the rope. It covers sweeper. It was in the air for a long time, and the wind was taking it towards him, but just didn't have enough to carry for... Fortunately, from the Nepal perspective, fell well short as they just settle for a single there, and Connell's going to take hard. But the Houston Astros took on the Miami Marlins last night. It's a bit interesting in the being around the USA squad because they're guests of the Astros. A lot of the guys were supporting the Astros, but Stephen Taylor, born and raised in South Florida, he was cheering hardcore for the Miami Marlins last night. He got his wish. 3 home runs in the first inning, 2 of them by the Marlins. Jazz Chisholm with a leadoff homer to start the game. Marlins second baseman. And Stephen Taylor was going wild for the Marlins. He was the happiest guy in the USA squad section. Everybody else was getting behind the Astros, but Stephen Taylor was very pleased with the result last night. The Marlins coming out on top of the hometown Astros here 7-4. The USA players had a great time at that game last night.
Yeah, and Stephen Taylor must have been very excited. One of the very few wins for the Marlins.
Yeah, the Astros are a first-place team for people who don't follow their baseball. Houston Astros, they're the defending American League champions. They lost in the World Series last year to the Atlanta Braves. Defending American League champions, first place in the American League West. Marlins in 4th place in the National League East, way behind my New York Mets. And Marlins on a 4-game win streak, though, after last night's game.
They're turning the tide around, and Nepal hoping to do the same. And Nepal faithful hoping they can do the same after coming out with a loss against Oman just 2 days back.
And this one nearly chopping it on. Asif Sheikh with a close shave. And it's going to bring about an end to a 6-run over, 62 for 1 after 13. As you can see now, the Oman squad has arrived into the ground. That's Kalimullah in the red shirt, the big tall fast bowler, and to his left, Bilal Khan with the hat on. In fact, they're actually just leaving. They got here early to get all their training out of the way because it is going to be so ridiculously hot as the day gets longer here in Pearland. Again, the temperature is supposed to climb above 100 degrees Fahrenheit once the cloud cover disappears. The players have been fortunate enough to get some respite from some cloud cover here this morning, but once the clouds move on, it's going to be extremely hot and sticky. By far the most uncomfortable day anticipated here, which is all the more reason why these fans should be applauded. Come out here, the biggest crowd of the Tri-Series that USA has hosted on a day that's going to be an arduous one for the fans. They have had some tents erected that were not here earlier in the week. Saki Muhammad and Musa Stadium staff doing their best to make sure the fans are looked after. There's some misters in the King's stand to keep the fans feeling refreshed. And then they've put up some extra tents for some shaded cover, make it a little bit more comfortable here. You've got the Academy gazebo on the northwest side of the ground. We saw earlier some fans in there, and then some other fans have brought some of their own tents to set up. There's the big tent that's been set up to give the fans a little bit of shelter here at Musa Stadium.
And as you said, Peter, the fans, they're loving it. Should be applauded for coming out on such a scorching day. And both fans' bases have had something to cheer for. We had the wicket for the USA, and for Nepal, you've had those boundaries coming through. We saw the one sweep, the one cut, a couple cover shots. And this is what we're more accustomed to from the spinners. Couple of dot balls, only giving up maybe 3 runs in the over.
Great work again, Stephen Taylor. He's been a magnet this morning for the ball. He's done some fantastic work, saving a number of runs for USA in that region at backward point. And he cuts off another scoring opportunity. Just 2 runs in the over, 64 for 1 after 14.
Well, we might need to get a metric of how many runs Stephen Taylor saved throughout the day, because, again, you can point to a couple of times already this morning, him at backward point. We talked about him not being. Look at signage, Peter.
So this is, again, a sign of the melting pot. That is America. So Amar Moturu, who brought the Ali Khan, hey, Hamari Shan sign. That's another one that Amar Moturu has brought in and put up there. Chak Day America, America's Zindabad. So usually you get the Chak Day India chant, and Ali Khan with the link with Calcutta Knight Riders and Trinbago Knight Riders, owned by Shah Rukh Khan, and Shah Rukh Khan had the movie Chak Day India. And then you've got the Pakistan Zindabad chants. Well, Amar Moturu, he's melded them together. You got Chak Day America and America Zindabad. Love it.
America's going for it. He's looking for the American team to long live and live long.
So Chak Day, what is the most accurate? Chak Day, let's go America.
Go for it, America kind of deal. That would be my best translation for it. And for Zindabad, it's long live, so long live America.
Those are the 2 most common chants you'll hear. Again, for the India fans, Chak Day India. You'll hear the song. You'll hear when I've been in Lauderhill, when India has toured in 2016 and 2019, when a wicket's taken or a boundary scored, to get the fans going even crazier than they would, they play the Chak Day India. As Yasser Muhammad is on for a spell of leg spin here. And teaming up with a teenager, Rahul Jarwal, his fellow teenager in the squad at mid-on. And there again is the melting pot. You got Yasir Muhammad, Pakistani heritage, born and raised in New Jersey. Rahul Jarwal, Indian heritage, born and raised in California. It's the melting pot of American cricket, embodied by that sign and embodied on the field of play. As sharp running is going to see them come back for 2, taking on Ali Khan's arm at wide, long off.
Yeah, and again, they bring him on from the Pearland end because the wind is blowing from the right to the left of your screen, blowing to the east. So now if they try to go through the leg, if we see a sweep, if we see a heave, they're hitting into the wind.
I hope I didn't make anybody turn off the broadcast by singing a few notes of Chak De, India.
That you might get some medical bills, Peter.
Three runs in the over as the single ends it 67 for 1 after 15. I'm Peter Del Penna here at Musa Stadium with Aman Patel, where we're bringing you live coverage of the SkyExchange.net ICC Cricket World Cup League 2 ODI Tri-Series, supported by Dream 11 on ICC TV around the world, Fan Code in Nepal and throughout the Asian subcontinent, and Willow TV in North America. I hope you're enjoying the coverage today. Let us know where you're watching from. Send us a tweet at Peter Del Penna, Peter DELLAPENNA. As this one is going to be 2 collected by Rusty Tron before being relayed in. You can also get my man AP, as the fans around the world have dubbed him, Aman Patel, at AP Sports News _. Don't forget the underscore, or else some other person is going to be wondering why on earth they're getting cricket tweets.
Again, for the Nepali batsmen, it's all about trying to milk those singles here with the spinners on. Don't try to do too much. Again, Dave Connell got caught yesterday trying to make a big heave to the leg side. Play with a straight bat, young man.
Taylor with another great effort. Another close shave, but it's going to be overthrows as Yasir Muhammad is not going to be able to cut this off with a backup. It's going to be 4 overthrows in addition to the singles, so 5 runs total. Muhammad was a little bit slow to react on the angle there from Taylor. Muhammad is at long on, and Taylor in the offside ring. He's got to get a better backup effort from Yasir Muhammad, who was really quite stationary until well after the throw was released.
Well, how about Gajnan Singh, who's in the circle, who was right behind him, put out a dive. He went out to his left and then came back right. Again, I know Yasir had to run a long way across. Gajnan Singh gets a hand to it.
Not often you get a 5 on the scorecard on your screen. Those are not penalty runs. Those are all runs credited off the bat, even though it was Stephen Taylor's throw that sailed the ball to the boundary. Everything, once the ball is in play, is credited to the batter. And Dev Connell is definitely not going to complain about that.
You see, using his feet there, something we've seen again proven very successful at Musa Stadium's use of the feet. Coming down the track to the spinners. Not much turn on offer, so you get to the pitch of the ball and you can kind of maneuver it wherever you want to.
This time, Sheikh will just prod it back to Nisarg. So a 10-run over is 77 for 1 after 16. Here's a look at that run-out chance from Taylor.
And when you feel for Gajnan Singh, he made all the work behind the stumps just for the throw to come well in front. And you can see see Yasir sprinting at the tail end of that one.
And this is something I talked about with Andrew Leonard on air in one of the earlier matches. The lack of rotational backup fielding practice and simulation in these things. You see it from the time you're 5 years old in baseball. That's all you do is practice fielding. And some of these rotational simulations, I feel like cricket teams could do a better job of practicing, because Gajranat Singh, he really ran too far there.
Yeah.
He should have been staying much more square on his backup, on the angle that he had. He overcompensated on his backup angle, going much more closer to where Yasir Muhammad was.
Absolutely.
And as a result of that, he was caught wrong-footed. He should have stayed a little bit more closer to the point side. Instead, he came far too more closely to the third man side on that angle, and that's where the chaos ensued.
Yeah, Yasir Muhammad getting lucky on this one. Gave Dev Khanal a full toss, and the 17-year-old hits it right back to the 19-year-old.
And a cool shape here. This might be buys. I'm not sure if it came off the bat. If it did, it's quite an extraordinary shot. No, it's going to be buys. So the signal from Leslie Reefer is indeed he didn't get bad on it. We saw it happen a couple days ago as well. Extra bounce, producing 4 buys.
Yeah, and again, just a little bit of overbounce on it. Beats the bat, beats the gloves of Monik Patel, and the googly creating a little bit more bounce than what the captain was ready for. Again, not the way you want it if you're Nepal, but you'll take it. 4 more.
Kano with a single.
And Yasir, you've seen him today. He started his lengths much fuller. He's made it a point of emphasis to really go fuller. I heard him talking to his team the other day, and they asked him to rate his performance. He came out with a 4 for his debut. That's 4 out of 10. And again, I think it's because of the short balls that he bowled. He dragged him down quite often today, preferring to be too full rather than be too short.
2 runs off the bat, 6 runs in the over, 83 for 1 after 17. We're just going to try and get a look at the replay on that overthrow opportunity. And again, this is what I was talking about. So you'll see Gajranat Singh come from the left side of the screen. Yasir Muhammad, you'll see later on from the right side of the screen. Gajranat Singh has protection on the right side of the screen in the form of Yasir. He comes way too far to the right, overcompensates. If he stays from mid-wicket, which is where he was, that doesn't happen. We're back to live action as a sweep comes off the top edge, and it goes well wide of Ali Khan in the ring at fine leg for a single.
Yeah, and again, I completely agree. I think Gajranat Singh just really overran it and caused the little miscue there. But we've seen Asif Sheikh been very, very eager to play the sweep shots. Go across the bat. It is with the wind, but it is against the turn. Again, on this ground, the sweeps haven't really proven to be effective, but it hasn't stopped him from playing his shots.
This one's going to be wide of Saurabh Netravalkar. Long off, but not wide enough for them to feel comfortable to take on a second run.
Again, these two doing a really good job with the spinners in play, keeping it running and keep the runs flowing.
This is going to be 2. Yasir Muhammad has got a lot of work to do to track this down. They got it wide of Gajranat Singh in the ring. And it takes Asif Sheikh now to 48.
Again, he's come up with the approach. He's come up with the mentality of, I'm getting it done here. I'm going to be aggressive. I'm taking the attack to the bowlers. He's not waiting for anything to come. He understands that this wicket is good to score on, and he's using it.
And this is going to be at least 2 more. And the Nepal crowd erupts on the west boundary. They're on their feet to applaud a half-century, second in ODI cricket for Asif Sheikh as he raises the bat to the roars on the west grandstand.
It's been a brilliant knock from Asif Sheikh, and you can hear how much the Nepal fans are loving it. Again, he's coming with the approach of taking it to the bowlers. He's not going to sit idly by. He's gone after it. He's been rewarded with a brilliant half-century, getting the Nepal fans really amped up here. You can hear it on the stump mic. You can hear it in the comm box without the stump mic, Peter.
They are, you said it, amped up. I'm on career best coming into today, 90. That was against Oman at Al Amarat last September. The Oman Cricket Academy. And the way he's batting right now, I'm on, wouldn't be surprised if he goes even better than that today, because this is a very, very flat wicket. 8 runs in the over, 91 for 1 after 18. Peter Delapennon, Aman Patel on the call here on SkyExchange.net. ICC Cricket World Cup League 2 ODI Tri-Series supported by Dream 11 at Mosa Stadium in Pearland, Texas. As we've got a slight delay here with Physio coming out to have a look at Asif Sheikh. We've got some tweets that have started to roll in as Arjunan Etiavira Singham, former board member during the Usaka era of American cricket in the mid-2000s and still follows the team around the world. The USA national team says he's watching from Colombo, Sri Lanka. Thanks for tuning in again, Arjunan, a very loyal fan of the USA national team. Jason Gaddies, who's been following along all series long, watching from a reservation in Michigan. I'm not even going to attempt to try and pronounce that because I know I'm not going to do it justice. Maybe you can give us a phonetic pronunciation, Jason Gaddies. As Yasser Muhammad gets ready to start his third over. And too full, too easy to punish through the offside, through the extra cover boundary.
Again, we've seen Yasser today elect to be too full rather than to be too short. And that time it cost him. It was full, it was wide, and just allowed Dave Connor just run his arms through it, throw his hands at it. And really a vacant extra cover region. It's too easy for Dave Connell. He's shown he's a quality bat. Yasser's got to find a way to pitch it in the right spots. That's where he struggled. Just finding the lengths.
Inside edge is a googly. Produces all that goes in between the legs. Here's that full toss. Just floats it up with a bit too much air. And Connell didn't need to do anything special with it. Just dumps it through the offside hole on the turf. Back to live action. And this one sits up too short now to be flicked out to long on for a single.
That time just overcorrected. On it again, just got too short. Again, we've seen Yasser had a lot of success. He has the googly, he has the regular leg spinner. If he hits the length, that's where he picked up his 2 wickets just a couple days earlier.
Jones picks that one off in the ring. Cheer on GV Subedi, watching from Cincinnati, Ohio, wondering what could be a winning total for Nepal on this wicket. What's your take, Aman?
Well, he said 250 plus at the end of the tweet. That's definitely where you want it. If you can get it above 300, that scoreboard pressure is something that has really played a factor. So looking anywhere at 300, you feel really good.
Well, I've introduced the set a number of times as Jarwal collects that and relays it in for one. USA has never chased a total more than 257 in their limited overs history. You feel like that might be within reach on this kind of wicket, though. Nepal is going to really need to get to 300 to feel extra safe. And even Oman, at the 30-over mark a couple days ago against USA, they were in the hunt. And it was a very dramatic collapse that happened that really made the scorecard look increasingly lopsided for USA, with the final margin being 114 runs. But that's not really reflective of how long Oman was competitive in that chase.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about it. They were in it the whole way through. They really came with a nice fight back. Yasir hit the right lengths, and he was able to get 2 wickets, and that kind of opened the floodgates and ended up making it a lopsided victory for the USA. But as you mentioned, it's a ground where you can chase. It feels you can chase 250. You could chase 300, but there's just a lot of pressure on it. So 300 is where you want to be if you're Nepal.
And just in associate cricket, you don't see an awful lot of 300 chases in general. It's because, as you said, scoreboard pressure, and just it's not often you do face a target in associate cricket that high to be able to be experienced in that situation. And the 100 comes up. Huge roars again from the West Grandstand. You can see the sun, red moon flag. Very unique Nepal flag. It's the only flag in the world that's not your traditional rectangle flag. The twin triangles, very distinct for Nepal, as Dev Khanal, with very delicate hands, teases Stephen Taylor all the way to the rope. And the Nepal fans are getting louder and louder. Aman.
I love the approach here from Nepal. And again, you saw that one. Delicate hands makes the Nepal fans erupt. But they've not, again, apart from a couple of times, they've tried 3 sweeps. But other than that, they've played with a straight bat. They've just pushed the ball around and not piling up dot balls. They're making it a point of emphasis to keep getting 1s and 2s.
Using his feet this time, chipping this, where it's cut off by Gajanan Singh in the ring, who is looking so much fitter than he was when he made his USA debut in Oman in September of last year. He's lost about 18 pounds. You see this delicate late cut again that went to the boundary. Gajanan Singh has worked so hard on his fitness in the last several months to make sure he's going to be around for the long haul for USA and be able to score more consistently. Felt like he cost himself a half century in his debut tour in Oman. Got out for 48 just because he was so tired and didn't have the stamina in those conditions. Whereas in contrast, as he picks up the ball again off the deflection from Nisarg on this tour, Aman, he's shown how much that fitness work has paid off with some of the performances he's put in with the bat.
Yeah, and again, I think that's a big part of it. The ability, the stamina, the ability to stay in for a period of time and not kind of lose what's going on. It's hot. It's going to be hot everywhere, whether you're going to Oman, you're going to Texas, wherever you are, there's going to be days where it's burning and you're out there for a while. And you don't have the luxury of what these fans of the King Stands have, of the misters.
In front of Nadeem Saeed, it's Yasir Mohammed Sad, who's got the water bottle in hand now with the pink shirt and the gray cap. In front of him, Rahman Dar, one of Yasir Mohammed, Rahul Jarwal, and Saimul Kamal's USA Under-19 teammates. He's got the grayish shirt in the row of blue chairs, the second row there that's in front of the long lens camera. It's Adil Khan with the long lens, Yasir's cousin, and with the gray shirt with his arms crossed just in front. That's Rahman Dar, fantastic player in Dallas, born in Connecticut, right around the corner from WWE headquarters. Tells a story of Triple H coming into a Subway sandwich shop that his family owned. He get these brushes with WWE superstars in that part of the world in Stamford, Connecticut. And what a superstar shot that is from Asif Sheikh, who keeps punishing USA when they get too full. Finds the extra cover boundary again.
Struggling to find lengths here, Yasir Muhammad is. He gets too full. Again, there's no one in the extra cover region. And Asif Sheikh says, thank you very much. Take a look at this. Just able to free up his arms. There's no footer out there that's hit with the wind, with the straight bat. It's a recipe for success here, Musa. He's brought new life into a Nepal batting attack. He's really given him new form.
Rehman Dar, born in Connecticut, but now a couple years ago his family relocated to Dallas. So he's made the drive down from Dallas to support his friends from the USA Under-19 squad, who are here in the senior team now. This one just off the hands of Stephen Taylor. Another close shave. Had some tight run-out chances. And this time Taylor, who's got such fantastic hands, one of the tallest players on the field for USA, he's down on his knees now in frustration. Because even though it went off his fingertips, he feels like it's one he should have had, and it's one USA needed to have if they're going to get momentum going back in their direction, Aman. You can see the frustration on his face right there.
You can see the hands on his head. Again, Asif Sheikh, he's a big wicket. And it's a big man, Stephen Taylor. Can nearly able to get both hands on it and bring it down. Again, tempting Asif Sheikh to play that shot. We saw him play it just a ball earlier from that one. We got it away for 4. He's trying to do the same thing. This time nearly picked out Stephen Taylor. Nearly the breakthrough the U.S. wanted.
We'll get a replay now on that missed chance by Taylor at extra cover.
Again, take a look at it. It's pretty similar delivery as well. He's flighted it up. It's come off the toe end of the bat. And if you just look, he's stretched all the way out. And it's just got the tips of his fingers.
Back to live action now as this one is whipped out to long on for one. And after that chance, and the camera was still on him, I've watched enough John Boy videos now, Aman, to increase my lip reading skills. You could see Stephen Taylor just mouth, damn it. He knew he was so close. And that's the frustration again. As despite that missed chance, you're not going to get PJ Goodalls to dampen his spirits. He's still rallying behind USA with the American flag behind the Pearland end boundary. PJ Goodall is making the drive down from the Woodlands, one of the suburbs on the north side of Houston. Cheering on Stephen Taylor in spite of that missed chance. And Stephen Taylor is going to come on now. One of USA's finest all-rounders. Has an opportunity to try and break this partnership with the ball. He's got a golden arm. He's playing in front of his dad. Made the trip out from South Florida. Sylvan Taylor has been here for a few matches now. He's got his USA jersey on. Doesn't have his ICC umpiring hat on. He's here as a dad this week. Got the USA jersey kitted out. And he's going to be cheering hard for Steven to try and break this partnership for USA in the field.
Yeah, and again, they've gone to Steven, who's had the ball just... He's been a magnet to it today. And he always seems to be making an impact.
So Asif Sheikh, who was dropped on 57 by Taylor, now moves to 60 with that single.
Get to me dropped is a strong word there, Peter.
Well, you can see Stephen Taylor felt he should have had it. And in my book, you get a hand, you get two hands to the ball. You got to hold on. It was a tough chance, but Stephen Taylor, the look on his face says he feels he should have had it. As another single is taken. I'm always harsh, Aman.
Unless they're playing the sweep. Then...
Or the reverse sweep.
Then it's okay.
Then it's, I've got a little bit of leeway for these guys, depending on the situation that they play it in. There is, again, a great shot of the fans that have piled in here today. Musa Stadium, by far the strongest crowd of the week. Big numbers here in Pearland, Texas, just south of Houston. We're about 20 miles south of downtown Houston in Brazoria County. on the southeast side of Texas. And now the sun is coming out. The clouds are starting to disappear, and you can see it being much shinier on the field, and that means it's going to get even hotter and hotter. We're near the Gulf of Mexico. About a half hour to the coastline up towards Galveston on the east side, and you get the sea air coming in, creates the humidity. It's going to be 100 degrees Fahrenheit, maybe 101 by midday. In the middle of this match, we're past noon local time here now, and with the humidity coming in, the real feel is going to be more like maybe 115 degrees Fahrenheit, well over 40 degrees Celsius. It's going to be a major test for USA. Their stamina in the field to have to chase down and target whatever Nepal sets. Taylor just mixing up his pace there to keep Connell off balance.
And Peter, I just want to highlight this. How about Nepal's strategy against the spinners? We've seen through the first series and now here in the second series, the spinners really tightened the screws up. 3 to 4 run overs at most. We've seen a lot of 2 run overs, maybe 1, maybe you've had maidens. Here, consistently, we're seeing 5 or 6 runs come in the over, and it's because of the fact that they're just saying, we're just going to tip it around for 1 run, we're going to tip it around here for 2, not do anything special, and they're seeing a lot of success against the spinners.
It's one of the few times, as you said, that run scoring has been happening relatively freely against the slow bowlers. But again, that just shows how true this pitch is. First time it's being used. They've rotated around the other 2 strips throughout the first 8 matches, but this is the first time they're using this wicket. See, Yasser Muhammad continues with his 5th over. Bit too short. Chipped up. And it's a brilliant catch by Cam Stevenson at short mid-wicket on as a sub fielder. And Yasser Muhammad finds the breakthrough. That one just sat up, and it stopped on him a little bit. Just left the door ajar. Ahmad and Cam Stevenson, spectacular effort at short mid-wicket on as a sub fielder. Creates the breakthrough for USA.
Well, it's going to go as a wicket for Yasser Muhammad, but it was all Cam Stevenson on that go. There was a little bit of pop off of the wicket there, and Asif Sheikh is going to feel disappointed. I think he thought he had triple figures on the cards. Kind of a soft dismissal there, but Cam Stevenson giving some life to the U.S. when they desperately needed it. They needed to find a way to break this partnership. Again, just take another look at it. It's not a terrible delivery, but it's not great. We've seen him push it around, and look at that. Hands down on the ground, diving forward. All out attempts. Cam Stevenson, the sub fielder, making an impact right away.
I tell you what, he was great position there, great reaction. Gets his hands just underneath it, going full extension, and he knew he had it immediately. I tell you what, I think he enjoyed that Houston Astros game last night more than anybody. Cam Stevenson, he was soaking it all in, loving it. He had his Houston Astros hat on, taking in the entire atmosphere, and he might have taken some inspiration last night from some of the Astros and some of the Marlins players to pull off that superb effort.
Again, PJ Goodall's, you see him on your screen right now. He was standing behind Yasser Muhammad on the far side of the ground at the Pearland end right before the wicket. And as soon as he took it, he ran all the way down with the flag. Again, giving the U.S. fans something to cheer about and pumping them up.
So it brings Rohit Paudel, vice captain, out to the wicket. And we saw him not afraid to play the sweep shot. He was very aggressive with it, scoring quickly. Got out soon after as well. Couldn't convert his start, but he's off the mark immediately here with a single.
Yeah, and as you see the airplane going through the clouds, I like the approach of bringing. Oh God!
Drag down from Yasser Muhammad, way too short, and way too easy to pull that one behind square for a boundary. So just after the wicket, releasing the pressure and turning the momentum back towards Nepal.
The exact opposite thing the U.S. would have wanted. They would have wanted to start tightening the screws, making those dot balls appear. And a real easy one Yasser Muhammad just gave up.
Better delivery, but too straight. And it's going to be signaled as a leg by off the pads. Great atmosphere building up in the West Grandstand as we see more and more fans continuing to come in. Just one more look at that short ball that just sat way too easily for Dev Connell to pull behind square. And now Powell with an easy single to Jarawala at long on.
And again, we saw Rohit Badal the other day come in and just be aggressive in the sense of, yeah, he played the sweeps, but he also was looking to rotate the strike, and I like setting him here because he can kind of just replicate what Asif Sheikh did in the sense of be very quick between the wickets, just look to keep pushing the ones and not create a block in this batting innings for Nepal.
Full toss, too full again, but this time Yasser Muhammad gets away with it. So ends as a 7-run over, 6 off the bat, but the wicket of Asif Sheikh was looking so good. And it means Nepal 125 for 2 after 23. Easy single for Powell to start the 24th over against Taylor. Again, you usually see Taylor come on against lefties, but he does bowl 10 overs of quality spin regardless of the situation. If he's not threatening for wickets at the very least, he's keeping it very economical for USA. Just like that.
Yeah, and again, what is he doing? He's attacking the stumps. And he's just making the batsman think about it, slowing it down, keeping it quick, doing different things. And as you said, Peter, very economical, even when he's not amongst the wickets. And I think the U.S. brought him on because they were down for options. They're going to let him continue his spell.
And it looks like Stevenson is on as a subfielder at the moment for Saurabh Netravalkar, who is off the field. So we've slightly solved the mystery of who Cameron Stevenson was on the field for when he took that outstanding catch at short mid-wicket as a subfielder. Boundary riders at the moment. Deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, and a point sweeper for Taylor. And a superb over. Following up on the wicket taken by Muhammad, just 2 runs conceded, 127 for 2 after 24.
And Peter, I talked about it just a little bit ago. Hadn't seen a lot of these types of overs from the spinners where it's just giving up maybe 2 runs. We finally got one. And again, that wicket just created enough pressure, turned the tide just enough to get the U.S. back in the match. Again, it's very even at this stage. But a good way for the U.S. to really put their foot down.
We're going to see pace return now. So just 1 over after Yasser Muhammad takes a wicket. He's come out of the attack from the parallel end, and it's going to be Ali Khan. And Amar Motoru is back in the gazebo on the west side of the ground, just above the Ali Khan Hay Hamari Shan sign. Ali Khan is our pride. And on the money first up. Much better start than he had with the new ball.
Well, they're trying to replicate what happened against Oman. Pretty similar situation. Yasser Muhammad takes a wicket. They say, Ali Khan, come into the attack. Let's see if you can use the floodgates. And again, I think over the course of really the whole series, I think we've seen Ali Khan bowl better in his second spells anyway than the opening spell. I think the opening spell he tries to do too much, gets a little carried away with the new ball. Spells have been truly fantastic.
Here you can see how hot it is. Yasser Muhammad, he's got a Texas-sized moist towel brought to him by Saimo Kamal, the sub. He's been using that to rub down his entire body in between deliveries through this over. It's just so hot and humid here. This one whipped just short of Cam Stevenson. All of a sudden, he's in the thick of the action in the last 15 minutes of play here. Nearly another wicket to him.
Yeah, he's come in and he's been a breath of life. It's very hot out here, very humid, so to get a sub fielder on is huge. And again, he's been very, very good, very athletic fielder, big arm, but he's doing a lot of good work at short and mid wicket. But here we go, 3 dot balls piling up, some pressure now on the young Dave Connell. Can they take advantage here, the USA?
Tries to spear in the Yorker. This is a superb over. You can feel the momentum shifting slightly back towards USA as Ali Khan with the stare down, teasing not just Dave Connell but the Nepal fans.
Had a slight smile at the end too. So he's a very intense individual. But take a look at the replay here. Again, Dave Connell came down the track looking to just work it through the leg side. Cam Stevenson just falls short in front of him. Almost a duplicate of what we saw in the previous over.
And finally, Kano gets off strike. As Ali Khan bangs it in short, following up the attempted York with a short ball. And Kano, the teenager, is up to the task. Manish Gamire, Nepal fan, says he's watching from 3 a.m. in Melbourne, Australia. Love the dedication of the fans who are watching. ICC TV around the world. Fan code in the Indian subcontinent in Nepal. And if you're watching in America, North America, it's on Willow TV. Another bouncer, and Powell gets on top of it, rolls the wrist to keep it on the ground. Just a single to Rusty Tehran. So 2 runs in the over, 129 for 2 after 25.
Again, another over, just 2 runs coming from it. So the USA starting to slow things down now. So we got fans all over the world, all over the country. At YeshK_41 says he's watching from my hometown, Peter. Says watching from Morso, North Carolina. As you take a look at the match summary, again, it was Asif Sheikh at the beginning who really got things going, took the attack to the USA bowlers, 61 off of 70. Patel kind of threw his wicket away with a reverse sweep to Nisark Patel. Yasser Muhammad, a little fortunate that Cam Stevenson was that short mid-wicket to take a phenomenal catch. Was given a 3rd international wicket.
Single to start this over. Yeah, Rahul Joshi, who's one of the owners of minor league franchise down in Florida, the Orlando Galaxy. He's in charge there, and Rahul's got an interesting story. He's been involved in Central Florida for cricket for many years now. Originally from Kenya. As you see the lap sweep here, cut off by Ali Khan, saves 3 runs. Tremendous effort there on the ring by Ali Khan. Saves 3 runs. USA's been really sharp on the ground to cut off a lot of would-be boundaries, or else the scoreline could look even more devastating at the moment. Rahul Joshi Finally, someone from USA Cricket makes a play. Well done, Cam Stevenson. And that catch it short mid-wicket.
And you can see just some pressure starting to build now, maybe for the first time on Nepal. The balls are suddenly starting to find fielders instead of finding gaps. And they're just being held on the crease a little bit longer.
And this is going to be good running. Modani can't relay it in time, coming in off the rope. 2 runs.
Yeah, you can see the gesture there from Monang Patel, just saying, hurry up a little bit, just push them. They're going to take 2, try to get there a little quicker. But good running from Nepal. They've been very active between the wickets.
Dot ball to finish the over. 4 runs from it. 133 for 2 after 26. We'll have a look at the batting card at the moment as we're going to have a second drinks break. Again, if you're just joining us, extremely hot today. We have 3 scheduled drinks breaks here at Moosa Stadium in Pearland, Texas, because the temperature's over 100 degrees Fahrenheit today. Heat index with the humidity is going to make it feel like closer to 110, 115 degrees Fahrenheit, over 40 degrees Celsius. As Asif Sheikh half-century stand with Kushal Bertel at the start of the innings, and you heard Aman Patel talk about it. Reverse sweep against Nisark Patel right about the end of Kushal Bertel, and then Cam Stevenson was the subfielder who took that superb catch at short mid-wicket off Yasser Muhammad to take the 2 wickets, but Dev Khanna is still there. He's got to start for the second match in a row. Can he convert it? That's the question. And there's the bowling figures for USA. 2 half-century partnerships for Nepal generated so far, as Nisarg and Yasser Muhammad, the 2 wicket takers. Saurav Netravalkar economical with the new ball, but USA has had to work really hard to try and find some wickets on this very flat deck produced by Samuel Plummer. That's the state of play at the moment. We're going to take a short break. You're watching live coverage of the SkyExchange.net ICC Cricket World Cup League 2 ODI Tri-Series supported by Dream 11. We'll be back with live action shortly. Welcome back to Pearland, Texas, just south of downtown Houston. We're at Musa Stadium. This play is about to resume. Nepal winning the toss and choosing to bat first. He progressed to 133 for 2 after 26 overs. Ali Khan has got the ball in hand to start his 5th over. I'm Peter Del Pennant, alongside Aman Patel, watching this game here unfold in front of us. The SkyExchange.net ICC Cricket World Cup League 2 ODI Tri-Series supported by Dream 11 as Muhammad with the relay over the stumps. And Monank Patel, I don't think he realized how close that was to a near run out, Aman. If he was closer to the stumps, he could have taken the bails off because that was an awfully risky second by Dev Khanal.
That's what I was thinking exactly. He collected and immediately was looking to throw it to the bowler's end, and I think the call all along was to throw to the bowler's end. That's why he gave Yasser a little bit of a word. But to your point, he might have had Dave Connell. It would have definitely been close, made it tough for the umpire had he taken off one of the bails.
I'd like to get a look at that replay if we can. It'll be an interesting angle as we have another stare down between Ali Khan and the Nepali batter. But this throw was awfully sharp from Yasser Muhammad. And Monank Patel, as you said, turned to look to fire at the bowler's end, but I think he might have had a chance at the stump's just a few feet away. Here's Yasser Muhammad. Here's the relay. No, maybe not as close. Kind of looked like he was in, but yeah, you said it, Aman. He turns and has a look. It's 22 yards further away from Yasser Muhammad. That's a very long throw from the third man boundary to try and get it to the bowler's end. Big inside edge. Stifled appeal from Ali Khan. Leslie Reefer Jr. wasn't interested. It's actually going to be signaled as a leg by. So it's going to be going down the leg side regardless.
And to Monank Patel's credit, that was the bowler's end would probably be the better side to throw to because we saw the little hesitation from Baldwin early. Wasn't really convinced to take one. But again, if you take another look at this, had he, again, it would have been tight. I'm not saying that it would have been certain, but I think it's a lot closer than Monank Patel really realized.
He's collecting the ball a few yards away from the stumps, so he's either got to let that go direct if there's going to be any chance. There's a bouncer. Testing Rohit Paudel. Ali Khan having a friendly word with the teenager, the vice captain.
Well, he's done this a couple of times. You can see a big smile from Saurabh Netravalkar there. He's gone up a little bit more intimidatingly to Dave Connell's, looked him pretty dead in the eye and then leaves with a smile. This time Rohit Baldo came up with more of a smile, and they were just it looked like they were joking whilst those two were together.
Yeah, you said Saurabh Netravalkar. He's back on the field at short mid-wicket. Cameron Stevenson was on for several overs as a sub-fielding replacement. Netravalkar, left arm opening bowler for USA, back on the field now. As Khan charges in. And spears in a Yorker. It's dug out straight to Netravalkar. So he's gone for the bouncer Yorker combo. Couldn't get it past Paudo, who's enjoying the contest.
And again, Ali Khan having another conversation with Baldo, the little smiles at the end of it. Ali Khan, he's starting to feel in some rhythm. Can take a look at the replay here from the stump cam. Again, the Yorker King, he's dubbed. He went for it. Well dug out.
Great camera work there. Set up by Umair Khan, leading the IMG and Cricket Club's production team here at Musa Stadium in Pearland, Texas. Bringing you those wonderful visuals. Back to live action now. And Taylor has been so active at backward point. Cuts off yet another run. So 2 runs off the bat, 3 runs in the over. 136 for 2 after 27. Taylor beginning his 4th over. Got a message from Tamang Subash watching at 2:26 a.m. in Japan. This one is pulled out to Modani at a deep mid wicket for just 1. Amazing to see great numbers of Nepalese fans cheering out there in Pearland, Texas. Jai Nepal. Amazing, not necessarily surprising. Wherever Nepal goes, you can rest assured they're going to be supported in big numbers. And they're going to take a quick single picking on Ali Khan at short fine leg.
And again, I think they've identified the fielders they want to go after. Ali Khan has consistently been one of them from the very get-go.
Not going to get it by Aaron Jones on this occasion at mid-wicket in the ring. And again, Ali Khan, he's got a bullseye on his back. He's the guy they're looking to take on for those quick singles.
Yeah, and speaking of Ali Khan, Cameron B says an intense Ali Khan is the best Ali Khan.
Theatrical dive, tumbling over the ball by Netravalki, who was never going to get there. And it means a single ends a 4-run over. So Taylor, relatively economical in the circumstances. None for 15 in his 4 overs to try and bring back the scoring rate. 140 for 2 after 28 with Connell. Yet another player to get a good start for Nepal, looking to carry on to something much more significant.
Again, we've seen time and time again here at Musa Stadium, as you see the Nepali faithful on your screen. You need that one bat to carry on for the USA, the Monak Patel, Sushant Modani innings. For Scotland, Richie Barrington once. We saw Kyle Coetzer do it. Who's the best that's going to carry through against Nepal for Oman? Zishan Maksud. Who is the bat here? We saw a bunch of batters get off to a start early and not be able to convert and get to the next point of attack and get to the next figure. Can they do it today?
So we've seen Ali Khan come off now, and Aaron Jones, the streak continues for him. No wicket since 2018. Will this be the day? That changes. His part-time leg spin being brought on.
And again, Aaron Jones, he's been consistently accurate, just hasn't been able to get his wicket yet. Come close on numerous occasions throughout the series. But still, like you said, since 2018, in search of it.
Big heave across the line. As the part-timer brings about.
Well, Peter, that's your big no-no across against the spin and into the wind. That's not what Peter De La Pena likes, and for someone who doesn't like the sweep option that much on this ground anyway, I definitely don't like it, but I know Peter De La Pena that time was against that sweep.
I love it, but it's got to be it in the right context. You said it. We saw it be a recipe for disaster. 3 wickets fell to Khalwar Ali of Oman a couple days ago when they were hitting not just against the spin but into the wind, and that was the end you wanted Yasir Muhammad to come on from Oman, where you thought they could tease out some wickets where you're hitting a leg spinner against the turn into the wind. The wind is blowing to the east side of the ground, which is the leg side now where Stephen Taylor is bowling at. So Stephen Taylor is turning the ball into the body, and they're hitting with the wind to the leg side. If you're going to sweep, this is the end you're going to do it from to get maximum value and low risk factor. But this time they just play it off the back foot. or a single to get the scoring going in this over. 144 for 2.
Again, they've done a very good job just keeping the scoreboard ticking.
There it is, that paddle sweep. Tries to get it by Ali Khan with the lap, but unable to do it. And again, I don't think that's such a bad option with Fine Lake up in the ring. The ball turning into him and the wind going in that direction. It's a relatively safe shot.
It's not the worst shot in the world to hit. Again, as you said, fine leg in the circle, wind pushing in that direction. You just got to make sure you get all of it.
We saw them picking on Ali Khan throughout the last couple of overs, but that's how crucial that stop was. Denies the single, now pins him on strike. Dev Connell trying to play a release shot, chips it back to Taylor, didn't carry. His teammates were excited, but Taylor not appealing, and that gets some applause from the Nepal fans. And I know Andrew Leonard back in his hotel room is going to be dancing a jig over that one. The honesty from Taylor, and this time he speeds up the pace, beats the outside edge, and concludes a very sharp over that very nearly led to a wicket. Just one run from it, 145 for 2 after 30.
And there you go, pressure, 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 pressure here from Stephen Taylor. 5 dot balls to end the over. Dave Connell was on strike for a very long time, got stranded on there. And he was just, again, almost chipping one up to Stephen Taylor, almost getting an outside edge back to Monak Patel. This is what pressure does. Take a look at the replay. Again, came down the track, very nearly carried. You can see right there, just a bump right in front. Again, I think I get a great look at it here. Stephen Taylor reacted very, very early. Just right there, you can see the bump.
Just a short hop, yeah, just skidded, short hopped into his hands. And Vijay Malal, you could see him at the end there too, gesturing with his hands, signaling he saw it went off the ground. That was his immediate call as well. So not only did Taylor not appeal, but Malala rolled it not out immediately as Saurabh Netravalkar, after 1 over trialed from Aaron Jones, a part-time leg spin. They've gone back to the left arm pace of Saurabh Netravalkar for his 6th over, none for 17 in his new ball spell, which was bowled from the Massey Ranch end, the south end of the ground. He's coming back now from the Pearland end.
Gotta be careful, Rohit Bal, though, with that little guide down. That one was very close to the stumps, and they haven't connected on a lot of them. You get one wrong, it's always going to angle back on off stump.
This time a much more assertive stroke out to the cover sweep from Madani. As Netravalkar, we've seen him be so dangerous throughout these matches, with Monak Patel coming up to the stumps and Netravalkar coming around the wicket.
Again, it's a good adjustment. Not going to let the batsmen use their feet to come down and play. Not going to let them really sit on it. Going to make them have to play in the crease. And if they want to pull, they've got to pull from there if they want to do anything. Do it while you're attached to the crease.
This one skids just a touch low. The first sign of variable bounce we've seen from the pace bowlers. It's been an awfully true wicket. At times in the earlier matches, we've seen it start to show some inconsistent bounce in the second innings, and Monak Patel is going to have a sharper look at that ball. That's not a good sign for USA with this many runs already on the board for Nepal.
Yeah, again, as you said, stayed low. You can see Connell got on the back foot and just beat the off stump. Very nearly the end of Dave Connell, but as you mentioned, for the USA, will the ball continue to do this?
This one shipped uppishly, and again, we saw the catch it short mid-wicket by Stevenson. We saw a near return catch to Stephen Taylor just moments ago, and now this one, the ball just stopping a touch. Netravalkar mixing up his pace, and almost just hard-handed push. It nearly carried to Ali Khan at mid-off. And we've seen that kind of short mid-off, short extra cover position take an awful lot of wickets throughout these ODIs. I'm wondering if we'll see USA try to employ that at some stage here in in the middle overs. Perhaps Nepal in the second innings as well.
A lot of pressure building, as you said, and that could lead to them bringing a short cover into the picture. Again, just the one run coming from the over. There's been 4 dots. Can you make it 4 consecutive dots to end the over, Saurabh?
And this is absolutely tremendous from USA to rally back here in the field. Nepal was cruising at the second drinks break, 133 for 2 after 26. But in the last 5 overs, Nepal has added just 12 runs, USA being really disciplined in the field. And it's 145 for 2 after 31. I'm Peter Della Penna here at Musa Stadium alongside Aman Patel here in the very nice and air-conditioned broadcast booth put up by Saki Muhammad, the founder of Musa Cricket Stadium here in Pearland, Texas. We're comfortable. It's not as comfortable outside in the middle for the players. Hot, sticky, incredibly sunny now. There was some cloud cover earlier as they're going to pinch 2 off Modani's arm to start off this 31st over. Again, temperatures today climbing above 100 degrees Fahrenheit, well above 35 degrees Celsius, well over 40 degrees Celsius if you take the heat index into account. Because of the humidity today, it's about 55% humidity was in the forecast. And I've said it a couple times as Khan cuts off a single here, and the run-out chance hits. Dev Connell trying to make his ground. Honak Patel throws up his arms in frustration.
Again, we've seen the pressure building on Nepal. Dev Connell's on the ground. Again, he got hit with the ball, and we're hoping he's okay. See them run out some water for him. He's played a brilliant knock so far. But again, the pressure building from the USA has caused Nepal to really be unsure with some of their running. Trying to force the issue now, Nepal. See the spray being dealt out. Hit him on the lower leg.
Take a look here now at the bowling card for USA while we're going to have this delay. Just kidding. We'll get that fixed. Here we go. There's the bowling card for USA. Is Taylor now into his 6th over.
And he's bowled quite well. Hasn't gotten that wicket yet, nearly. But he's created a lot of pressure. And as you said, has been a big part of that rally back in the last 5 overs to keep Nepal from really adding anything to the total.
And currently, a partnership in progress. 29 off 55 balls between these two. Rohit Paudel, who's on strike. And there it is again. The ball just stopping a touch. When you mix up your pace, throw off the rhythm of these batters from Nepal. If you get a short extra cover, short mid-wicket in place, they're always going to be in play. And he goes for the slide sweep. It's one of his favorite shots. One bounce over the rope for 4. And he's going again with the turn and with the wind. I really like that shot. It's a safe shot with the conditions at play. I'm on.
With the turn, with the wind, and again outside the line of stumps. Take a look at it. It was well outside off stumps, so you have the freedom. If you miss, it doesn't matter. And the long on fielder in Yasir Mohammed, he's very straight. So it was there to be played.
Back to live action now. And this time punches it wide of extra cover. You can hear the roars now getting a touch louder from the West Grandstand. Here's the Nepal faithful. This isn't Texas. This is not in Kathmandu. But wherever you go, you do run the risk of it. Nepal fans turning it into a Nepal home game atmosphere, and it's happening again here in Texas today. PJ Goodall's, Amar Matsuru doing their best to show their support for USA, but they're heavily outnumbered at the moment. by those Nepal jerseys, the Paris Kotka jersey, the famous number 77. And the umpires just making sure they've counted to 6 properly here on this occasion. And they will call over. So 9 runs from it, 154 for 2 after 32.
$80 to $100 door sales today.
Nechavalkar now into his 7th over as we're running close to 1,000 fans here. Biggest crowd by far, by some distance. We had just short of 500 fans for the USA-Scotland match that kicked off these back-to-back ODI Tri-Series, and we're getting close to 1,000 here today. And the fans are still coming in here at Moosa Stadium in Pearland, Texas.
And it's created just an amazing atmosphere again. Anytime Nepal does anything, you can hear a tremendous outcry. And then anytime the U.S. has a moment when you've seen a wicket fall, you've heard an outcry as well. It's been truly fantastic. You can see the King stand. You see the 2 tents over there providing some brilliant shade. The fans, they're loving it. They're enjoying it. They're out here in the heat. But everything for cricket.
And we've had so much on our plate on before the broadcast begins, and once it's underway, it literally has just clicked for me how organized the Moosa Stadium crew has been along with the USA cricket officials. They didn't just get any tents to set up on the West Grandstand. They got red, white, and blue striped tents to keep it in the theme of the occasion. The red, white, and blue. You've got red, white, and blue on the USA. You've got red, white, and blue in the Nepal as well.
And you can see the fans, they're loving it. Loving every moment of it. Doesn't matter they're in the heat. You can see them all packed around the fence right there. One umbrella. They see themselves on the big board. And they're loving it. Again, it's very, very hot outside. But they don't care. They don't care. It don't matter. They're just having a ball.
And just behind them, you can see that red tent and the Academy gazebo. There's a nursery ground here. It's called the Balkis Field. And that's where the teams have been training when they've not been playing. That's where Oman was training this morning on the Balkis Field. And the Academy gazebo, PJ Goodall's, he's up out of the tent, just a little bit beyond the Academy gazebo. He's waving that USA red, white, and blue, the Stars and Stripes flag. PJ's been here for a number of the matches. He's doing his best to let the USA players know on the field they've got some home team support too, in amongst all those Nepalese jerseys. A sharp single tip and run from Rohit Paudel. This is really good to just break that dot ball streak. Deny Saurabh Nechavalkar maiden. So 1 run from the over. But again, USA, after conceding 9 in the previous over, Saurabh ties it down again at the opposite end from the Pearland end. There's PJ. There's the Stars and Stripes here in Space City, Houston, Texas. I took a trip over to NASA headquarters, the Johnson Space Center, yesterday, Aman, and if you haven't been, highly recommend it. We saw PJ with the sign last week. How many countries have played cricket, have been to the moon? And Houston, it's one of the nicknames for Houston, Space City, because this is where NASA headquarters is. And Have you had a chance to go over to NASA at all, Aman?
I haven't. I need to get over there, Peter. I saw your pictures the other day, or yesterday, and I just became extremely jealous. It looked like a great time.
It's really an incredible place. They've got so much interactive stuff over there, so much history. As Ali Khan denies a single here. All the lunar missions, the Apollo program, the Mercury, the Gemini programs prior to the Apollo program, which put man on the moon. The Apollo 11 mission, I saw last night at the Astros game. The Astros do a lot to pay tribute to that. The name the Houston Astros comes from the astronauts and the space program itself. And they've got some hats the Astros fans wear that they've got the H logo for the Houston Astros on one side with the Apollo 11 there. As this one is just wide. There's the man at backward point. They're going to come back for two. You got an eagle logo on the Apollo 11 mission. That was the one where they landed on the moon. Stifled appeal down the leg side. Ali Khan giving chase. Will he get there? Yes. He's going to save one run, so it'll be three. Given his runs off the bat by umpire Vijay Malala. So much history there. NASA. I'm not by any means a space nerd or a space nut, but it's quite remarkable seeing firsthand up close. You get an incredible appreciation for the amazing things that mankind has done going to the moon, and now they're going to try and go back to Mars. They're trying to relaunch the shuttle program with Artemis. That's the new name for the new space program that's going to get underway next year or in 2024. This one is down the leg side. So the Discovery program, you had the Challenger program after Apollo, Columbia, and then Discovery. That ended in 2011, but in 2023-24, they're going to relaunch the space shuttle program with Artemis, try and take people to Mars. There was a big festival going on there yesterday, the Moon to Mars Festival. Not only do they want to get astronauts back on the moon, they want to take them to Mars as well, as the score is now 165 for two after 34, as Nissard concedes a double-digit over. It's just so much there, and I encourage anybody who's here in Houston or coming to Houston for this series, in between games, we got another match tomorrow, USA taking on Oman. But Saki Muhammad is the owner of this ground, founder of this ground. He's a big fan of encouraging anybody. You get to Musa Stadium, and on the off day, Monday, get down to NASA. It's just about a 25-minute drive here from Musa Stadium, and it's a great place. Whether you're into all that space and science stuff or not, there's just so much American history, so much world history there over at the Johnson Space Center.
Yeah, Peter, you made a great sell. I got to get down there at some point. Feel like I'm missing out on all this rich history, and again, don't have many memories of space missions. Born in 2003, so you said the last manned one was 2011. So can't wait to get some more manned space missions in 2024 and have men and women up on the moon and on Mars.
Rusty Tehran now replacing Netravalka from the Pearland end as they're cycling through fast bowlers in short spells on this blisteringly hot day here in Pearland.
And something of interest, the pace bowlers, at least in the second spells, have been a lot less expensive than some of the spinners. We've seen them take a liking to some of the spinners. Stephen Taylor in his last over, and Nisarg Patel in the previous. Saurabh Netravalkar, however, has been very economical. Ali Khan's been very economical. So how long can they last in this blistering heat is going to be the question for the American Pacers.
So big cheers, not so much for the single taken by Paddle, but more so the fact that it's put Dev Connell on strike on 49. The fans are waiting anxiously on the fence. They've got the Paras Kotka jerseys. Going forward, we could see some more Dev Connell jerseys being worn to the ground. Here comes Tehran with Connell on 49. He steers this wide of Taylor, and you hear the roars to acknowledge a second ODI half century for Dev Connell in just his fourth ODI. Casual raise of the bat to the fans on the West Grandstand. And it's the second half century of the day for Nepal as they continue to cruise on this flat wicket, Aman.
He's looked very, very good since coming in, replacing, of course, Asif Sheikh, and he's come in, hasn't missed a beat. Deserved one yesterday, played a rash shot. Today, he's just played everything to the merit. He's again rewarded for it. Again, just 17 years of age. Savridi Aravind for the UAE. Dave Connell playing exceptionally well.
Big appeal, more to throw off the wide. Didn't look like there was any bet on that, and they've succeeded in not getting an extra added to the total. It's going to be given as a dot ball by umpire Leslie Reefer Jr. Yeah, Dev Connell learned a very harsh lesson 2 days ago in the match against Oman. But he soaked up that lesson with that, frankly, terrible shot he played. He's been much more disciplined on this occasion, and he's reaped the rewards of that. 50 off 64 balls so far. Rusty digs it in short. And you can hear the chants. Nice one, Rusty. Coming from the American fans.
Giving them something to cheer about here. Again, we talked about them breaking that partnership with Asif Sheikh and Dave Connell. Well, they need to find a way to break up this partnership between Rohit Badal and Dave Connell before they take the match away.
Bit too full this time. Flicked easily, and they're going to get two. Again, such good running as Netravalkar is not going to be able to deny the second there. So, 4-run over. 169 for two after 35.
Good bowling there, Rusty. Good bowling there, mate.
Here's the King stand. You can see the fans growing in numbers there. They've tried to rope off that area for the family and friends of players from both sides for today's occasion, and the rest of the general admission tickets anywhere else at Musa Stadium. So you could see in there, I've mentioned it a couple times, Yasser Muhammad's dad and his cousin are in there along with his good friend Rahman Dar, USA Under-19 teammate Rahman, and Yasser Muhammad used to room a lot together in their junior cricket playing days. And they're still good friends to this day, even though Yasser is based in New Jersey and Rahman is based in Dallas, Texas. Sweep shot hammered behind square. And don't the Nepal fans love that? Again, going with the wind. He's taking a little bit of a risk against the turn, but Nisarg Patel not really getting much turn. It's just kind of skidding on flat. And Rohit Patel has calculated the risk, says it's worth it, and he cashes in with a boundary.
Take a look at the replay here. What's the key? That one a little bit closer to the stumps, but still away from it. He got to the ball. Again, it's not been a shot that's been very successful, but Rohit Patel, he's making it very successful today.
Well, he loves the sweep shot. He's a very good sweeper. The ball has, we've got a slight delay here. I'm not sure what the issue is, if it's something to do with the ball or something else, but we've got the umpires gathering together. As you can see, near the nearest street ground, the Balkis field, the Nepal fans are enjoying themselves. When are they not enjoying themselves, Aman, really?
Well, the Nepali team has given them a lot to cheer about today, too. We've seen a bunch of fours and some great shots, some great running, 2 half-centuries already, and we've still got 15 overs of play left, Peter. But as you said, when are they never not cheering? They'll cheer until the final ball is bowled. And you can see them getting more and more excited. And there's the tent. Red and white tent, as Peter said. We had a blue and white one right next to it. All the Nepal flags that are waving. It's making it feel like we are in Kathmandu, Peter.
But remarkably, this is Texas. This is Pearland, Texas, as it looks like we're going to get a replacement ball delivered to the umpires. That's how hard that sweep shot was from Rohit Patel. Banged into the fence, and he took a chunk out of the ball as well from the looks of it. Got a tweet that just came in from Nishal Tiwari, who is the founder of Crick Nepal, one of the biggest websites that covers the Nepal national team in cricket. Tweeting in some photos from when he visited NASA a little bit earlier this year. And he's got some pictures of Independence Plaza, which is where they've got one of the NASA space shuttles that's rigged on top of a Boeing 747. So when the space shuttles re-enter Earth, this is one of the amazing things. They land at one of 3 sites. They can land at Cape Canaveral or White Sands in New Mexico or Edwards Air Force Base in California. And then they get the space shuttle on top of a Boeing 747 to fly it back to either Houston or another launch site. And it's one of the things you can visit. You can go inside the space shuttle. You can go inside that Boeing 747 and see how they're outfitted specifically to transport a space shuttle. So many great things to see at NASA as Connell uses his feet to come down the track. You can go inside Skylab. You've got the Skylab replica, the old space station up in space, the American space station. You can go and see what that looks like inside. They've got the SpaceX, the Elon Musk SpaceX rocket. That's over there at the Johnson Space Center. So if you want to see what the SpaceX rocket looks like, that's there on display. The Saturn rockets, so many things over there. This dot ball ends the over at 7 runs from it. 176 for 2 after 36. But I tell you what, Nepal are rocketing away here after winning the toss. I'm on huge platform. What can they get from this stage of the match?
Again, we've talked about in the last 10 overs, we've seen time and time again teams able to put 100-plus runs on the board in just the last 10 overs alone. So 300 seems very, very reasonable. We saw the U.S. in their first innings the other day put up 323. That seems to be on the cards here for Nepal.
Well, as good as this wicket has been, though, you have to commend the efforts really since that second drinks break of USA to restrict the scoring rate. Nepal could have been running away, headed towards what USA posted a couple days ago, 323. And with mid-off up in the ring, Connell goes over the top. Just flat bats this wide of Ali Khan. And he collects 2 for that shot.
Yeah, again, didn't quite middle it. Found a little bit of an edge there, trying to get it really over a wide, long off region of the ground. With the wind, that shot was. So it was a pretty safe shot in the end with the fielder inside the circle. They would pick up 2.
The fielding lineman for USA at the moment is set to bowl short. They've got a cover sweeper, deep third man, deep fine leg, and a deep mid-wicket in place. Mid-off and mid-on are up in the ring. So, again, short ball. You can see Connell taking some risks here. Tehran is bowling a good length for this field, but I don't think USA will mind him trying to hit in the air over the top. Those are not drivable lengths, Aman, so you're taking a little bit of risk trying to play that shot over mid-on and mid-off.
Yeah, and again, the U.S. will definitely take that. We've seen time and time again try to get deep in the crease on the back foot. Doesn't tend to work out for you. And if you're Dave Connell, might want to reassess. You've had a lot of success kind of running it down to third man, just picking up 1 every single delivery.
And again, pips this up in the air. It's going to float to Gajanat Singh. And what a catch that is by number 46 in red, white, and blue. We talked about it. That was not the length to be trying that shot. Rusty Tehran hustles him and teasing Kana with that field with mid-off and mid-on up in the ring. USA, big credit to Rusty Tehran, to the captain Monak Patel for setting that field for that shot, and for Gajanat Singh with a stupendous catch at mid-wicket.
Well, I just talked about it. I thought running it down would have been safer. Dave Connell just tossed his bat up in the air out of frustration. Again, he knows he just kind of threw that wicket away. Gajanat Singh, for a moment, it looked like he misjudged that one. Took 2 steps forward before taking his steps back. Able to reach up. We saw the big hug from Rusty Tehran there. And again, just dug it in short, daring Dave Connell to try it. Dared Dave Connell to try that one. Again, look at it. Digs it in short. Hurried him. And again, Gajanat Singh took 2 steps forward. Able to lean back and make the catch. You saw him get up with a little bit of a smile. Knew he made it harder than it needed to be. But it's a wicket nonetheless.
He's got a big smile on his face. You can imagine big smiles for his wife and daughter. That's why he wears 46. His wife's birthday is on the 4th. And his daughter's birthday is on the 6th. The month of their births, and that's why he's got 46 on the back. So everything he does on the field is a tribute to the 2 most important women in his life. Watching back home in the Bronx, Gajanat Singh as the debutant. Adil Alam comes to the middle.
Nearly departed first delivery with him trying to run it down.
Muhammad his full name, so that's why you see M. Alam. He goes by Adil Alam, making his ODI debut today for Nepal. And Adil Alam, he's already made a T20I debut for Nepal. Made that in March against Papua New Guinea. Had the Tribhuvan University International Stadium ground in Kirtipur, just outside of Kathmandu. So not his national team debut, but his ODI debut today. And he's got to wait for his opportunity because somehow, I don't know how this happened, the ball didn't seem like it was in the air for a long time, Alan, but somehow long enough for the lightning quick Rohit Paudel to cross to get on strike. So Adil is going to wait to face his first delivery, but you see him there. Adil Alam off strike, 18-year-old, number 55. As Podol takes 2 there.
And again, for Alam, just got to delegate to his vice captain, who's with him, who's looked in very good nick.
No run there, so it means Adil Alam will start the next over on strike on his ODI debut. 4 runs from it, but a incredible catch by Gajanat Singh to get that 3rd wicket. And Rusty Tehran has struck in every game he's played. Here's another look at that wicket.
And you can see it. Diving back, able to get his hands on it. We saw him take a similar catch with a Yasser Mohammed when the United States took on Oman. That one was at mid-on. Didn't have to truly dive back, just had to jump as high as he could and outstretch his arms. And speaking of Yasser Muhammad, looks like they're going to bring him back on to the debutant.
So teenager versus teenager. Yasser Muhammad, the young fox from Old Bridge, New Jersey. Just 19 years old. He's got 1 for 26. You mentioned it, Aman. He's teamed up with Gajanan Singh a few days ago for that catch at mid-on against Oman. He took 2 wickets on his ODI debut. He's got a 1 wicket here. Caught it short mid-wicket by the subfielder Cam Stevenson. Took an Asif shakeout. Too short, though, for the first delivery. And it's too easy for Adil Alam to get his first run in ODI cricket.
And I thought the whole ploy of bringing him in was to try to test Alam early with some googlies, with some spin. And just made it really easy, Yasser Muhammad. Again, I think he knows it. When he gets the ball wrong, when he gets it short, it's just disappointing. It just makes it any batsman in the world, they'll breathe a sigh of relief any time a leg spinner goes short.
And an audacious shot. There's no fine leg in place. The danger is he's playing against the turn unless he's expecting the googly. And Yasser does bowl a lot of googlies, but there's no fine leg there. And immediately after just 1 attempt, Monak Patel adjusts the field. You can see Rusty Tehran in the background running behind. He's going to try and cut off this shot. And somehow it missed off stump.
Yeah, and again, if that one turned more, you're done if you're Rohit Badal.
Big slog sweep, and it's going to go all the way for 6 with the wind. He's anticipating the googly, hitting with the turn, and the wind blowing strongly in that direction. First 6 of the match goes to Rohit Paudel.
Well, there's only the one fielder out in the deep, and he's at really a cow corner, pretty wide, more of a mid-wicket, and that's Sushant Wadani, so anything straight back down the leg side is going to be pretty safe shot. Again, use the straight bat, no fielder in sight. Wouldn't have mattered if there was a fielder there anyway.
This time he powers a drive to long off along the turf for a single.
And Peter, I don't understand why there isn't, as we see more poor backup from the United States costing another run. Why there isn't a long on or a cow corner type fielder? Why is that fielder inside the circle for Rohit Patel, especially with the wind blowing in this direction?
Yeah, at the moment, there's just one fielder in front of square on the boundary. You said it. Sushant Madani is out there kind of at a straight mid-wicket. And you can see again, Monak Patel's got a towel around his neck, showing how hot it is here in Texas, in Pearland at Musa Stadium. Monak Patel, we've seen some of the umpires have the towels around their necks, moist towels to try and keep them comfortable. And you can see behind the stumps, there's a very visible white towel around the neck of Monak Patel. Moist towel, that's just to kind of keep him refreshed because it is so insanely hot here. Too short, and that one is pulled fiercely but straight to Madani. Deep mid-wicket, so they're only going to get 1. And another misfield collection by Honang. We saw 4 overthrows earlier. Bad throwing back up on that delivery 2 overs ago, and almost another one.
Again, he's been the pick of the bowlers for the state so far. Need to get it in the wickets, though.
So after drinks, Yasser Muhammad replacing the attack after that 16-run over he conceded from this Massey Ranch end. As Paladol and Adil Alam both trying to swing big with the wind, clearing the ropes for 6 twice in that over. And then that was followed by a 15-run over conceded by Rusty Tron that included a wide that went to the boundary for 5. And just tip and run singles here. Netravolker at the moment is trying to just bring back the scoring rate a little bit. And after the last 2 overs that USA gave up in the field, I think they'd be content with 6 singles at this stage. Aman.
Yeah, they got to find a way to stop the bleeding here. And again, Saurabh has looked very, very good since his second spell. Not giving the batsman a lot of room to work with. And this is a matchup I really like to see Adil Alam against Saurabh Netravolker, because if he continues to swing across the line, the stumps are going to open up.
And a very risky flick out to deep mid-wicket for just another single. Field at the moment, this is the final over before USA can add a 5th boundary rider. They've got a deep square leg, a deep mid-wicket, point sweeper in place. Mid-off and mid-on are up in the ring. And they've also got, looks like, a deep third man in place as well as the other boundary rider. Final leg is up in the ring. And again, just back of the length. Netravolker fielding this off his own bowling. So they haven't been able to try and go over the top. We saw what happened when Dev Connell tried that shot to Rusty Tron when bowling's been back of the length with mid-off and mid-on up in the ring. And Saurabh Netravolker not giving either player anything to drive so far in this over.
Yeah, and again, I think Nepal has also been very smart, just tickling it to that short mid-wicket region where there's no one in place and just taking one. They know Saurabh is not the bowler to go and attack. Take what you can and get out of the over.
Heave across the line. More of an inside edge. Goes out to Madani. And a deep square leg for 1.
And I'm telling you, Peter, that's the matchup I'm looking for from the United States. Get Adil Alam on strike and bring on Saurabh Netravolker, because he's the one that can really get him gone because of his angle back on the stumps. We've seen Alam, anytime he's faced Netravolker, anytime he's faced anybody since he's come in, he's looked to go with the crossbat.
And the wind conditions have just changed since the last drinks break. It was blowing very strongly out to the east when Yasser Muhammad bowled the previous over from this end at the Massey Ranch end. That aided those 2 6s. Now the wind has started to swirl around a bit, starting to blow back towards the west. And this time, middled too well to try and take on Aaron Jones for a second run. So he charges in from deep mid-wicket. So USA will be content with 6 singles at this stage after back-to-back overs that went for 29 combined. 31 combined, excuse me. As it's now 2-17 for 3 after 40. So USA in the last 10 overs will be able to put a 5th boundary rider out if they choose. 6 and over from here, obviously. If they just gave up a run of ball from here, it would still take Nepal to 277 for 3, which would be, you think, within reach maybe, but still, based on the history of USA, it's going to be a tall order. But based on how things have gone, I don't think Nepal is going to be settling for a run of ball from this stage, Aman.
No, they're not. They're going to go after it. And again, Nepal's really put themselves in a perfect position based just on the way that they're here with 7 wickets in hand, 217 runs on the board. And again, we've seen teams consistently put up 100 from the 40th over. The 317 is really what you're looking at if you're Nepal. That's your goal.
So Ali Khan has got 5 overs left. He's USA's best death bowler. He's probably going to bowl out from here. Back for the 41st. He chips this one to mid-off for a single.
Again, the U.S. will take singles from here. Again, the wicket is going to be the one. Another interesting matchup for me, though, with Ali Khan and Adil Alam, because we know Adil Alam is going to try to take you across through the leg side. Ali Khan, of course, known for his Yorkers. As you try a couple straight up and just get him to really have to play straight, kind of expose the defenses of Adil Alam.
There's that option. There's also the slower ball. We've seen him cause problems with that slower ball, just back of the length. And if Adil Alam is just trying to time Ali Khan, I feel like if it's not the Yorker, then perhaps a slower ball.
And there is that mid-wicket fielder on the circle, like Cam Stevenson was when he took the 5th wicket catch just the other day. So that is an option that they can bring in.
And that's Rahul Jawal, who was at mid. Deep third man, deep fine leg, deep mid wicket, and a long on in place. Mid off is up in the ring. So those are the 5 boundary riders at the moment for USA. It's Yasir Muhammad out at deep mid wicket, Nisarg Patel at deep fine leg, Netravalkar at deep third man, Madani out at the cover sweeper boundary, and Stephen Taylor is the man at long on. Those are the 5 boundary riders. Jones in the ring at backward point. Gadjanan at extra cover, Rusty Tron at mid-off in the ring, and Jarwal is at square leg in the ring. That's the ringside fielding alignment for USA. And Adil Alam tries to go big. Finds the gap between Yasir Muhammad and Stephen Taylor on the leg side. And don't the Nepal fans love it?
And don't they love it indeed. Again, you can just see the electricity running through their veins at the moment. And Alam helps it out. Missed the Yorker that time. It was a slower ball. He picked it well. It just sends it all the way through. Yasir Muhammad never stood a chance. Again, just waited on the ball to get to him. And boom. But again, for the USA, he is swinging across the line. It's going to leave some areas open, but you got to hit it right. And the Nepal fans loving it at the moment.
Misfires on the Yorker, this time on the line as it trails down the leg side.
Really well kept from Monik Patel there, making sure there wasn't 5 freebies. They're saved. Definite 4 runs.
You can see Monik Patel adjusting the towel around his neck again. It's so hot here. We've seen him use that on a couple of occasions throughout these ODIs. The towel around the back of the neck, just moist towel to try and keep him refreshed. The conditions are sweltering here at Pearland, Texas at Moosa Stadium. USA starting to flag a bit in the field as a result. Here's the slower ball, but it's ruled a wide, outside off. Even when he gets that length right, the line is letting him down.
Yeah, again, try to go well outside the off stump there, and it was tight on the line, but I think he got the right call there. Again, just really struggling here, the USA. They're trying to search for this wicket. They're not having any luck. Again, they've really gone away from the lengths that they were bowling really well at early, and it's because of the aggressiveness from Alam. But I wouldn't mind firing one back of a length, daring him to pull Ali Khan with your square leg fielder out there.
Yeah, they're moving Saurabh Netravalkar a bit finer at deep third man. It's just a slight adjustment in the field before this delivery. Nisarg Patel comes up in the ring. Deep square leg is out, deep mid wicket, long on.
Steven Taylor for Alam for Badal. Again, I keep the length going.
I just wonder if he's bowling that length. Rohit Paddle, we've seen him play this sweep and try to paddle it earlier. If Ali Khan is bowling that length with a fine leg up at the ring, I just wonder if Rohit Paddle will try and just scoop this over fine leg.
Well, he'd have to get into position very, very early if he wanted to do so.
Bouncer that Paddle can't catch up to. And that's a very risky shot, or excuse me, a very risky delivery for Ali Khan. If you bowl it that short with fine leg up in the ring, you don't have to get much bat on it to clear the fielder, and it's going to go for an automatic 4. He's got the deep square leg in place. That's where the short ball trap is, but you got to get that ball exactly right. Otherwise, it doesn't take much to clear that fine leg fielder up in the ring to go for the boundary.
And even if you get it exactly right, sometimes you got to be lucky. And again, I don't love that delivery. Just at this moment of time, we're trying to consolidate. I don't really see it as a wicket-taking option either. Can't afford to just give up easy runs.
And just tapping around. They're going to look for 2. Yasser Mohammed has a long way to run from the boundary. And no way is he going to deny the second there. Sharp running, sharp recognition from Powdell, who moves to 49. So another double-digit over, 10 runs from it. 8 off the bat, 227 for 3 after 41.
The U.S. just can't find a way to stop the bleeding. Double-digit over after double-digit over. And outside of Saurabh Netravalkar, haven't had a lot of success tightening the screws as of late. And who's going to be the one to break this partnership? You got to break it. They're getting a little too comfortable. Alam's making it easy. He's getting a boundary every over. So Badal's able just to keep it flowing with the ones. And again, if you're Saurabh Netravalkar, this is the matchup you want. Damn to play across the line. Keep it coming.
Netravalkar has been USA's most economical by some distance on the day. About to start his 9th. Big heave across the line. Big shot for LBW. Given not out by Vijay Mallela.
I think he made the right call. I felt high in my regards. So this is what I was talking about with this cross-bat shot. He's going to continue to try to force everything through the leg side. With this angle, you open up the stumps if you're Saurabh Netravalkar. This is brilliant. Again, take another look at it. Look down leg for sure with the angle.
And again, why is he trying that shot? The wind is again swirling around again. Moments ago in the previous over, Netravalkar bowled, it was blowing in from the leg side. Now it's blowing back out to the leg side, blowing east. So from the Massey Ranch end that Netravalkar's bowling from, he's at the south end. He's trying to hit with the wind. Adil Alam. There's another huge heave. He's trying to just get it up in the air. We saw it do it a few overs ago. All he's got to do is just get it not too high in the air, and the wind will help carry it out. He's got 1-6 to that side of the ground already. 2 big heaves can't connect yet in this over. As we see a big towel with some ice on it. It looks like an ice bag, not a towel. It's an ice bag that's been brought out by one of the subfielders to Ali Khan on the boundary on the leg side.
And again, Saurabh's done really well here. He's going to try to heave him across the leg again.
Going for that scoop shot. Final leg was up in the ring. It's going to land safely. Didn't quite middle it, but he'll get at least 2 for the shot. Some adventurous stroke play here from Adil Alam, and the Nepal fans are enjoying it. There's Ali Khan. Moments ago, that big bag of ice was on top of his head. Is Saimo Kamal on the right and Cameron Stevenson on the left. The subfielders just doing whatever they can to try and cool Ali Khan off in this unbearably hot day here in Pearland.
And that shot there from Alam, he tried to create something different. Again, like you said, didn't quite connect on it. Got well outside the line of off stump to do so. Again, a lot of risk being involved in everything Alam's doing at the moment. Can USA take advantage now?
Another big heave across the line. Another big appeal turned down by Vijay Malala. Well, Adil Alam, he's in T20 mode.
Look at it right here. The scoop shot there, well outside the line of off stump, so it's relatively safe with fine leg and third man inside the circle. But again, the previous delivery as well. Opened up all three stumps and is just evading it at the moment. Has just a bit of luck going in his direction.
Slower bouncer attempted, and Leslie Reefer Jr. says it was legal on height from the leg side standing position. So this is very clever from Netravalkar. This is why he's so cagey and so valuable. He's not going to be bowling anything above 80 miles an hour. But he's just got so many balls in his bag of tricks that he can go to keep batters off balance. Line delivery heaved towards Jones. Had it long on. It's going to be cut off by Gajanan Singh. Just one. So a very valuable over for USA. Only 3 runs from it. What a spell Netravalkar is having for USA today in the circumstances. None for 28 in 9 overs. Nepal 230 for 3 after 42.
And again, Saurabh did really well there. Angled everything in the stumps. A 3-run over here in the midst of a series of events where every single over has really just been a double-digit run over. For the United States, he's the one that's been your pick of the bowlers, but can you find someone to take this wicket, break this partnership down?
The other thing it's doing, it's getting Rohit Paudel out of rhythm at the non-strikers end. He's sitting on 49 now for a number of minutes, having spent well over an hour at the crease. Khan, he's got a big task here to try and bowl out 5 overs at the death in these conditions. You already saw him with the nice bag on his head after the previous over. Goes length. And another crossbet heave from Adil Alam. Gets a single, and he'll finally put Rohit Paudel back on strike on 49 as the Nepal fans again getting louder, sensing the moment.
Vice captain's played really, really well today. He's understood the assignment, and as soon as he's come to the crease, he's done everything right. Now it's time for him to claim his reward. You can see they're sensing it, jumping up and down. The flags are waving out of their seats already.
Giving the row hit chance as well. Everybody's got their phones out to capture the moment. And it's not going to happen on that delivery.
They try to come well outside the off stump to pull the ball. Just unable to do so. And again, the pull shot there could be successful. There is a deep square leg and a fine leg inside the circle. If you're Ali Khan, I'm not sure the short ball is exactly the delivery you want. Again, just on the length. You have plenty of pace to rush him. In a ball short, I'd rather have a mid-wicket inside the circle.
He's just trying to chip it, and a misfield by Khan, but can't get it past Rusty Tehran. You could see he was just trying to play that flick into that vacant leg side ring that you talked about, Aman. There's nobody there in front of square. The only leg side fielder in the ring is that short fine leg, Nisarg Patel. And you can feel like he's just trying to tickle that single to get to the 50. He's got that fine leg fielder up in the ring. You might see him play that ramp shot later on if he gets past 50, but you can just sense he's looking for a single rather than a glory shot to get to the landmark. Here comes Khan again with Paudel on 49. And he steers it safely. Netravalkar, a deep third man. They're going to come back for 2. And that'll get even bigger cheers as Rohit Paudel, the Nepal vice captain, brings up his 5th ODI half-century, acknowledging the fans in the West Grandstand all throughout the ground, the King's Stand, and towards the Academy gazebo. The 3rd half-century in this innings for Nepal.
The vice captains played a lovely knock, 2 4s and a 6, and again came in and right away understood his role was to keep the scoreboard ticking. Took 1s, took 2s, and again you've seen him be very active, running between the wickets, making sure they're converting. Cheeky doubles. He's played brilliantly. Again, a couple of big shots. We saw the one to Yasir Mohammed, and he gets a 50. Well deserved.
Full on the legs, flicked out to Yasir Mohammed too firmly, though, for there to be a possibility of a second. He settles for 1.
Again, here's the matchup. Alam has really picked up the scoring rate for Nepal. He's really attempted some big shots. And they do have Yasir Mohammed more of a straight mid-wicket. So if Ali Khan wants to go fuller and you can slow it down, the fielder is this time in place for that shot. As you see all the Nepal fans, they don't care how hot it is, how bad the sun is beating down on them. A couple of umbrellas out, but it doesn't matter. They're going to stand out there in the burning heat to watch the Nepali side.
Slower ball attempted, and just a gentle flat bat to tailor it long on for 1. So Adil Alam will keep the strike. 5 runs in that over, 235 for 3 after 43. So USA is going to hold back 1 over from Saurabh Netravalkar. They're going to bring in Rusty Tehran, who has 3 overs left. Ali Khan is going to bowl out, it looks like, from the Pearland end, but they can split up some overs between Rusty Tehran and Netravalkar from the Massey Ranch end, as Rusty begins to charge in for the start of his 8th. And a slash towards Yasir Mohammed. Over his head on the cover sweeper rope, and it's going to go for 6. What a shot that is, through the wind and over the rope.
It was an unbelievable shot there. It was short, it was wide, it was there to be punished. But again, you're hitting into the wind. There was a fielder there, Yasir Mohammed. But Alam showing off the power, showing off the strength and the bat speed. Whips it over the way and over the boundary for 6.
I just wonder on the replay, because the wind was blowing in, was Yasir cheating in? If he stayed on the rope, could this have been a catch?
He definitely was cheating in, Peter. And I'm not sure it would have been a catch, maybe given a little bit more opportunity to get a hand on it, but I'm not sure either way.
Oh, that landed well over the rope, and this time he's going to field it on 2 bounces. And that replay just shows what an impressive shot it was, how much muscle Adil Alam has to get behind that, and just flat bat that flat over the rope for 6. It landed a good 7 yards beyond the rope. What a shot.
And didn't even get the middle of the bat, Peter. It was more of a top half of it. And it still went all the way. Didn't even give Yasir a chance.
He's got zap on his back. He definitely zapped that one. And you can hear some helicopters flying overhead. We talked about it earlier in the week. We're near a hospital, Memorial Hermann Hospital, so you do hear some medical helicopters fly past the ground from time to time. That's the sound in the background. And a slower ball from Tehran, negotiated very comfortably by Poto to get Alam on strike. That's all he wants. The big shots are going to come from Adil Alam at this stage. Poto very content to turn over the strike and let the very adventurous 18-year-old take another few hacks across the line. Two teenagers with an impressive partnership in progress for Nepal.
Well, Badal's saying, well, I'm not going to hit through the wind. You do it. You clearly can. So he's just delegating the roll off to the youngster.
Full and straight. Big appeal, and the finger goes up. So Tehran fires it in as full as possible, and Alam was looking much more comfortable with the ball sitting up at about thigh height. And on this occasion, can't get bad on ball to this full delivery, and it brings to an end yet another half-century partnership for Nepal.
And we talked about it when Ali Khan had the ball. The Yorker is something that he is going to be susceptible to just because of the way he goes across the line. Take a look from Rusty Theran. Learns from the mistake of going too short. This time goes full, goes straight. A helicopter shot attempted. No bat on it. Dead in front. Easy decision for the umpire. And the States able to break the partnership. Might be a touch late, but now you got to get something else going.
Dipendra Singh Irie comes out to the middle. We'll have a quick look at the bowling card for USA. Get that corrected, and here is the bowling card for USA. And you can see the partnerships, 56, and then a 62-run stand, a 60-run stand, and then a 65-run stand. It's been hard work for USA in the field. Rusty Theran, at a time when USA was flagging badly, the previous sequence gets the breakthrough.
A much needed breakthrough again. Say would take the big wicket of Dave Connell, break that partnership this time. Breaks a partnership between Adil Alam and Rohit Badal.
And you can see there with the overs remaining, Rusty's got 2 left after this, Netravalkar 1. So they can split 46, 48, and 50 from this end. And Ali Khan can bowl out his final 3 in the 45th, 47th, and 49th from the Pearland end, as Irie now on strike. That's Kuldeep Patel in the red and black jersey, former USA National Team player, former USA National Team selector. He's got a Houston Indians jersey on. That's his local club team. And Saki Muhammad is sitting there with Kuldeep. Saki, you can't see him in the picture right now at the moment. Kuldeep is in the way. As Irie just slices that one out to Yasser Muhammad. And nearly another overthrow. USA has been so sloppy with these relays. 9 runs in the over. 244 for 4 after 44.
And nearly costing them more runs, but good backup that time by Gajanan Singh, making amends for the mistake he made earlier. But the big part is, Irie is going to be on strike to start out this next over. And that's exactly what you want if you're the United States. You get the new bat on strike, you're able to break a partnership, and you let Ali Khan have a look at the fresh bat who just walked into the middle. That's exactly the outcome you could have hoped for the USA.
That perch that Kuldeep Patel and Saki Muhammad are watching from wasn't there last week. They get things done quickly here at Musa Stadium, Aman.
They do definitely get the
There's
great stuff done.
There's Saki Muhammad sitting. You can see him sitting with the striped collar. It's Saki Muhammad, the founder and the owner of the ground, Musa Stadium, and Kuldeep Patel standing to his left. Saki's poured his heart and soul into getting this facility up to a standard to get it accredited as the 213th ODI cricket ground in the history of ODI cricket, as Khan charges in. Goes for Yorker. Bullseye. The Yorker machine cleans up Dipender Singh Irie, and he's having some fun with the Nepal fans out on the west side, giving the old Hulk Hogan. Let's hear it from Ali Khan. And you can't hear any noise from the Nepal fans now. He's made them silent, and he puts in a little Bhangra to go with it. Punjabi roots from that part of Pakistan where he's originally from. Ali Khan, a big breakthrough for USA.
Well, Ali Khan's been hearing the Nepali fans for about an hour. This time says, let me hear you now. And what do we talk about? The new batsman on strike to Ali Khan, and now he gets to unleash. It's not a man who was able to settle in. He's fresh to the crease, and Ali Khan gets first taste of it, first pick at him. And he's reinvigorated the crowd. USA chants now pouring out. And there it is, the sign. Ali Khan, he's our pride. And look at the replay. Just a perfect Yorker from the Yorker King. Straight through. We talked about the reverse swing back in. And Irie said, what am I supposed to do?
How great is that camera shot provided by the IMG Cricket Club's team? And doesn't Ali Khan love it as well? Back to live action. As Arif Sheikh is the new batter in, and Ali Khan gets a bit greedy. Going for the Yorker again. Doesn't land it. Winds up as a low full toss. Flicked too easily by Arif Sheikh to get off the mark through final leg for a 4. We saw Asif Sheikh, his brother, open the batting, and now Arif Sheikh coming in to try and land some late blows for Nepal.
Yeah, Ali Khan puts his hand up, says, that's on me. Just missed the Yorker completely. It was full. It was down the leg side. Not many better greetings in international cricket than that for Arif Sheikh. A full toss down the legs. Just had to put a little bit of bat on it. Again, he had to know what was coming. Just lets it run down for 4.
Foolish length, just punched easily. And a long on for 1. Arif is 3 years older than his brother, Asif. Arif, medium paced all-rounder, whereas Asif is 3 years younger, keeps wicket. The two of them, you might see them field next to each other, with Arif standing at slip, next to Asif behind the stumps, and then you'll see them possibly form a tag team in another way. And Arif comes into the bowling attack. Howell back on strike on 53. And that final leg fielder comes back into the ring. Nisark Patel. Haven't seen him play that or attempt to play that ramp scoop shot over fine leg. And a short ball, and that's the other problem with the final leg fielder coming into the ring. We saw Ali Khan get away with it earlier. And you get the line wrong. At that length, you're asking to be punished. It doesn't take much to get it over that fielder, and it goes to the rope for 4.
I've said it all game long, Peter. I'm just not understanding the fascination with bowling short. Again, especially with the fielder just coming in. Why is it now? I know you're trying to double bluff, but you're giving life back to the Nepal fans here. And the Nepali batting lineup just made it really easy on Paul. He got very low and just needs to get any bit of bat on it, and there's going to be a certain boundary. Again, look at it. Dug it in very short, and he climbed it very, very well and just lifted it over the top. Again, fine leg inside the circle.
This one steered to Jarwal at backward point. No run on that occasion. Jarwal has switched out with Aaron Jones. Jarwal had been on the fence at deep square leg for a long time. And Yasser Muhammad was out there as well. Now Yasser Muhammad is in the ring at extra cover. Jarwal is in the ring at backward point. Aaron Jones is swapped out to go out to deep square leg. And it's Cam Stevenson, who's on the field as a sub fielder, who's out at deep mid wicket. Stephen Taylor is out at long on. Those are the 3 boundary riders on the leg side. And now we're going to see a fourth as Nisarg Patel does finally go back to deep final leg. So 4 boundary riders on the leg side. Only Sushant Madani is on the offside boundary as a cover sweeper. Inside the ring, it's Rusty Tron at mid-off, Yasser Muhammad at extra cover, Jarwal at backward point, and Netravalkar now in the ring at short third man. Goes full, vacant gap on the leg side. They're going to push hard for 2. Stevenson is charging hard, but he's not going to be able to deny the second. Good running and good recognition of the scoring options there by Powdle as he completes an 11-run over. But a wicket falls at the opposite end. And it's 255 for 5 with 5 overs left.
And again, we've seen time and time again for Nepal, they've just understood where their options are to score. Bowder didn't try to do too much to just put any bit of bat on it, angling it towards mid-wicket on the leg side. There's nobody inside the circle on the leg side, so he knew if he just gets it there, it's a run. Cam Stevenson with a great throw. Had it hit, he was gone. I think we missed that one on the live talk, Peter, but taking a look at this, if Cam Stevenson had hit the wickets, he's barely in frame.
Oh, it would have been the end of our shake. We're at a deep third man angle for that delivery, so we're on the exact opposite side of the ground from where Stevenson threw that ball. And from our angle, it didn't look so threatening, but you can clearly see on the replay, if that had connected, Arif Sheikh would have been out for 5 off 2 balls. Instead, he's going to start this 46th over on strike. And he's just going to settle for 1, or is he? They're going to push back. They looked so casual on that first run. It didn't look like they had any intent to go for 2. Instead, it's so casual because they knew the 2 was going to be so easy, apparently, Aman.
Well, I think both these guys understand that they can turn on the burners at any point in time. And I think they also have really good communication. We saw it yesterday. These two ran between the wickets really well together. And so they're just carrying that over into the day. Not doing too much, not trying to be extra cute about it. Just gets the job done. Both very quick between the wickets. Again, they're going to bleed the USA out here in the last 5.
Single just run off the open face to Netravalkar at deep third man for 1. And we passed that magic number, 257. It's the highest total that USA has ever chased in their limited overs history, dating back to the 1979 ICC trophy. USA's first limited overs contest. That record chase came in 2011 at ICC World Cricket League Division 3 in Hong Kong. On the opening day against the host Hong Kong, Steve Messiah scored a magnificent unbeaten 97. USA captain of the time. And USA's leading scorer in their limited overs history. USA has not chased anything greater than that in the second innings before or since. Full on the legs, chipped easily to Madani, straight to him. That'll just be 1.
And the U.S. will take 1s from here. Again, I think the goal for them, no boundaries. You can limit the 2s because of just the fact that then you know you're going to have to chase upwards of 270 at the minimum is what it's looking like. Again, 300 on the cards. If you can just, every run that you can save, you'll be happy to give up singles. As long as boundaries don't fall, you'll feel pretty happy for the USA.
Only 1 man on the leg side boundary behind square. Stevenson is at long on as Duran fields this off his own point. So right now, there's a deep square leg. Sushant Madani. Stevenson is on as a subfielder at long on. And it looks like he's on the field for Gajanan Singh. There is cover sweeper in place. Deep fine leg, deep third man. Those are the 5 boundary riders. So mid-off is up in the ring. And there's no protection out at deep mid-wicket. There's a huge gap between deep square leg and Stevenson at long on. With the wind blowing out to that side of the ground. Tries to ramp this over. Big Nick. Big appeal. And he was going to walk anyway. Arif Sheikh. Rusty Tehran. How good has he been for USA in Texas? Aman,
Yeah, we saw it again, time and time again. When they needed something, it's been Rusty Duran to deliver. He's broken big partnerships, be it Dave Connell, be it Adil, and now be it Arif Sheikh. Doesn't matter. He's the guy. He's taking wickets. He's the guy breaking it when they need it.
It's a curious shot because there's a deep third man that was in place. Unless he got that ultra fine, it's going to be one. Just have a look at the replay. They had deep fine leg, deep square leg, long on, cover sweeper, and a deep third man in place. Cramped for room going for that shot. I'm not sure if the shot was on with the field sitting.
I think it definitely was not on, but I also think that he was just tough for options. He didn't really have any idea what to do because it was angling so close to his head. He just kind of got his arms up, and the bat face just kind of opened. I think that was his just kind of body self-defense mechanism rather than him necessarily wanting to place that shot.
Well, the only way he was going to score is just ramping it straight over Monang Patel, the wicketkeeper, but cramped room, as you said, and so just a thick edge, healthy edge going through to Monang. Brings about the end of Arif Sheikh, but it brings Karan KC, who can definitely clear the ropes, especially with the wind blowing out to the leg side. He was quite timid in his innings the other day against Oman, but I wouldn't be surprised to see him swing big from ball one here. Rusty, though, keeps him pinned down. Dot ball to finish the over, 2:59 for 6 after 46.
And how good and how big is this over? A 3-run over. You get a wicket as well here in the 46. That's exactly what you're looking for if you're the United States. You're just trying to keep them from climbing past 300. You don't want to let them get to the 300 teens. If you can settle in at 300, that's what you think in Nepal can cruise to at this point with 4 overs to go. If you're able to hold them under 300 here, it'd be a tremendous fight back.
I'm Peter Del Pennant, joined by Aman Patel. You're watching live coverage of this SkyExchange.net ICC Cricket World Cup League 2 ODI Tri-Series supported by Dream 11. Peter Del Pennant, that's Aman Patel to my right. And we're here at Moosa Stadium in Pearland, Texas, just south of Houston, about 20 miles south of downtown Houston, where USA is hosting Nepal today in match 9. ODI number 9 here at Moosa Stadium in Brazoria County, just over the county line, outside the Houston city limits. And we've got just a shade under 1,000 fans. Strong walk-up sales today. Aman, by far the best crowd that has been packed into here. The previous best was the very first match between USA and Scotland, and you can see the strong numbers. They put up some extra tents today to accommodate the fans here on what has been by far the hottest day, and a testament to those fans. Consider
And again, it's Saturday. Hot.
Stevenson fumbles, trying to deny the second. I don't think he was going to deny it anyway, but the slight bobble guarantees a second run, and Rohit Paldo keeping the strike.
And again, that's the big thing for Nepal. They're gonna go for 2.
And how about this? You got a cowboy hat with a Nepal jersey on. A perfect blend of the atmosphere in Texas. That's my kind of hat, Aman.
I know you're going to go out there to see where he got it from and head over to that shop.
This one driven straight to mid-off. So he tried to clear the ring. The tease was on. Rusty Tron in the ring, and Podol tried to clear him. Ali Khan gets it very full to deny him the opportunity to get underneath that delivery, and Ali Khan with a second wicket brings an end to Rohit Powell, the vice captain. So 3 times we've seen a player cross 50 and unable to kick on to 100. And Ali Khan, what a death spell he's producing here for USA. Over from Ali Khan, 3 runs and a wicket, and USA, who about a half hour ago was staring at a chase in excess of 300, and in the last 4 overs, 4 wickets in the last 4 overs. Aman Patel, 262 for 7, and we'll just have a look at the worm to highlight those speed bumps on the extreme right-hand side. That has stunted momentum for Nepal. They were going straight up just around the 40th over mark. But those 4 bumps, that has flattened out that worm. That's a big plus for USA. Trying to restrict this to something far more manageable than it looked like about a half hour ago.
In the last 2 overs specifically, 6 runs, 2 wickets, taking out both set batsmen. So USA, they're striking back here at the right time. And here we go, Saurabh Netravalkar. He's not going to let up at all either for Rusty Tron. He's got his last over in place. Again, he's going to angle and aim at the stumps all day long.
So Tehran will have 1 over held back. They're going to bring Netravalkar in for the 48th. And we'll see Tehran most likely bowl the 50th from this Massey Ranch end. Monak Patel standing back. And they're going to take the single as Tehran elects to hold on to the ball rather than fire at the stumps for a possible run out.
And I like that decision. Again, singles are all right. You're going to live with the singles. These two haven't seen a lot from them with the bat on this tour. We know what Karan KC can do. And always, you know, someone can latch on to something. But you'll live with just singles. Don't try to force anything and have the overthrows like you did earlier on where you gave up before just off overthrows. Don't do that. A little more conservative approach is okay.
Nepal fans trying to bring some chance to bring this scoring back to life that's gone quiet. The big heave. Stevenson is in position, and Karan KC out for a 3rd ball duck. Tried to go with the wind. clearing the leg side rope, and Cam Stevenson, how valuable has he been as a sub fielder today? I'm on his second catch.
And great stuff there. Cam Stevenson, he's been good all day. Soren Nethervalker has been equally as good all day. Deserved the wicket. Finally got it here in his 10th over. And again, he's just angled it on the stumps all day long. Dared the batsman to go across the line and pick it up out of the air and take it over the rope. Gunnar KC falling into the trap again. Take a look. He comes wide of the crease. Angled in. Gunnar KC just sends it straight to the hands of Cam Stevenson, who's taken one brilliant catch. You can see Kami, he backed away from it to push it up. Just fell short of Rusty Thran.
This is actually, it's going to be Amichani who was on strike. So the captain, they crossed in the air. He was on strike. Here comes the throw. Nowhere close to being in the frame. Amichani had given up. So the captain survives a run-out chance on 2 to move to 3, and it'll be now Kami who's on strike. USA has had a couple run-out opportunities that they haven't been able to capitalize on.
Again, great bowling here from Soren Nethervalker, not giving the batsman any room to do anything. Just making them block it out and take singles. And again, the US will kindly oblige to let them play the next 2.2 overs with just singles.
How remarkable has this sequence been? 5 overs now, 5 wickets, 1 in each over. Nepal went from looking like they could get to 300 to at a stage now where if that run out had been converted, they might be bowled out before 50 overs. Aman, this is extraordinary.
Great fight back from Team USA.
Slower ball, just tapped gently into the offside. And now you can see the strategy change. They're just looking for singles. Nepal is the team now that's happy with singles. USA won't be complaining, but they've had to shelve those big heaves across the line. When they had wickets in hand, it seems like an eternity ago now. In reality, it's only about 20 minutes. Nepal had 7 wickets in hand with 7 overs to go. Very rapidly, USA has fought back in the field. And an attempt to steer. Appeal for caught behind. And it's going to be Kami who gives himself out here. He walks off. Vijay Malella doesn't have to raise the finger. The USA players were a bit confused about that, but Sampal Kami walks off. Andrew Leonard's going to love that back in his hotel room. Spirit of cricket on display there. Sampal Kami knew he edged it. And forget 5 wickets in 5 overs. You've got 6 wickets in 5 overs now. As what an over. Soren Nethervalker caps his spell. Started this final sequence with none for 28. Ends with 2 for 32. 2 wickets in its final over. USA's all-time leading wicket taker in limited overs cricket, showing once again why he's been a rock for the national team over the last 4 years.
And again, he's been the pick of the bowlers all day long. He's kept the right lengths, the right line. He's understood every time he's come out, and that's why we've seen the Nepali bats just kind of try to play him out. Finally gets the 2 wickets he greatly deserved in his final over. And again, the recall here from the United States. They have an opportunity to finish Nepal off here before 50 overs. And again, you said it, Peter. This is a side that looked like they were going to get to 300. They were 200 with 10 overs to go. They had an opportunity to really accelerate. And now, with 1 wicket in hand, just 266 on the board. And we're 1 Ali Khan Yorker away from seeing Nepal bowled all out.
They had 4 consecutive half-century partnerships to open up this match, and then they've gone from 243 for 3 to 266 for 9. An attempted Yorker scuffed out there by Lamachane. Sushan Bari, the last man in, is going to come on strike. But how about that? 6 wickets falling for 23 runs. What a collapse this has been by Nepal, but it's been sparked by some brilliant death bowling by a combination of the pace bowling trio of Ali Khan, Rusty Turan, and Saurabh Netravalkar.
And credit the U.S. here. In times previous, we've seen at times the U.S. kind of just let the game get away from them and just keep coming through, and they just don't really find a way to bounce back. Today, they've bounced back in every phase. Whenever they needed to, they were able to get a wicket. They were able to break partnerships after the initial 50. And this game has ebbed and flowed, and give the USA credit for putting enough fight to get back into it and give themselves a puncher's chance chasing in the second innings.
Yeah, this is flicked gently out to Modani. So Sushan Bari is off the mark. And the Nepal fans who were roaring just a half hour ago when Rohit Pauno got to his half century, and at the other end, Adil Alam was bringing the fireworks with the 4s and 6s in his knock, 3 4s and 2 6s. All that noise, nowhere to be found now.
Nowhere to be found, in the U.S. faithful are much happier. Again, you can see it. Not many times you'll see this. Feels like pin drop silence compared to what it was just moments ago.
4 boundary riders on the leg side. Only have a sweeper on the offside protecting the boundary. As he goes straight down the ground, Stevenson at long on puts in a tremendous effort, but it's only going to amount to a collection of rug burns on the grass out here at Musa Stadium. Boundary straight down the ground. Valuable runs late by Lamachane.
Valuable, and more valuable. Finally gets a boundary off there. Excites that Nepal crowd that was stunned in silence. Great effort from Cam Stevenson. Again, take a look at this. Went for the Yorker, missed it. Good work from Lamachane, putting it straight back down the ground. Mid-off inside the circle. Cam Stevenson puts a great effort in, but not enough to keep the ball from going over the rope.
It's just what happens if you misfire the length. You're exposed to that kind of shot. Goes for Yorker again. This time scuffs it straight to Rusty Turan on the ring.
Again, I think Ali Khan, he's coming with the intention. I said it before we started. We're one Ali Khan Yorker away. And that's what he's said to the Nepalese batsman. He's going to go Yorker, 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 Yorker. Can you dig out 6 Yorkers? If not, I'll have your wicket. If you do, well played. You deserve to keep batting.
Slight delay here as they look at the field setting, make sure they've got it right before Khan runs in again. Goes for Yorker. Lamachane chips this out towards Taylor, deep mid-wicket. And the former USA captain charges in to keep that to 1.
Peter, you think it's going to be a Yorker next up?
Here comes Khan charging in to end his final delivery. And a slower ball, Yorker strays down the leg side. So we'll have to re-bowl it to Sushan Bari. Change of angle coming around the stumps. Results in a stray delivery and a valuable extra added to the Nepal total. And Leslie Reefer Jr. is having a look. Make sure Ali Khan does not run through the protected area, which at this stage is not going to help USA one bit. Ali, remember your pals had to bat on that wicket in another hour. There's only 7 deliveries left in the innings. Ali Khan charges in to try and cap off his spell with a 3rd wicket and bring it into this Nepal innings. 6 balls early.
Changes the angle. Here comes over. So again, maybe a blessing in disguise that wide. If Ali Khan's able to pick up the last wicket.
Full and straight, big appeal. And Ali Khan does not get Leslie Reefer Jr. to raise the finger. May have just pitched outside leg stump. We'll have a look at the replay. But it's a frustrating dot ball for Ali Khan to end his spell. Coming over the stumps, here's the replay.
Again, it looked very, very close in live view. Yeah, pitching outside leg for sure. Impact was probably outside leg as well. Good no call from Leslie Reefer.
So it brings it in to Ali Khan's spell. 2 for 62 and 10. Superb death bowling to help rally USA back into this game. 274 for 9 with 6 balls to go, and it's going to be Rusty Tehran who will bowl the final over from the Massey Ranch end.
Again, he's picked up wickets when you need it. He's bowled really well. And he's varied it up. Sometimes he's gone back of a length and chosen to bowl more along there. And other times he's gone fuller, he's gone straighter. So we'll see where he elects to go. But again, the United States would not be concerned if they were to take 6 singles and get to 280. I think they'd be pretty content letting him have 6 singles.
So at the moment, there is a deep fine leg, deep square leg, long on, a cover sweeper, and a deep third man. Those are the 5 boundary riders for Rusty Tehran as mid-off is up in the ring. Stephen Taylor's in at mid-wicket. There's an extra cover and a backward point. Those are the 4 ring fielders. As Tehran charges in, the bowl to Lamachane. Short and athletic work from Tehran.
Yeah, well fielded, good one-handed stop. He went short, he went right at Lamachane. It would have got a little bit of bat on it. Thought maybe he could sneak a single through. But a dot ball to start the over, so good start for the U.S. Again, this is a Nepali innings that we thought at one point could eclipse the 323 mark set by the United States just a couple of days prior. They've been stifled. Looks like they're going to be held to under 280.
Bullseye! Rusty Tehran, what a spell. 4 for 56. And he brings an early close to this Nepal innings, all out for 274. What a collapse by Nepal from 243 for 3. They lose their last 7 wickets for 31 runs and don't even bat out the full 50 overs. And it's been a collective effort from the pace bowling trio of USA. Ali Khan with 2 wickets, Saurabh Netravalkar with 2 wickets, but Rusty Tehran top of the heap.
Lovely delivery there. Again, he went short. is really what changed the game for Nepal. Again, they were looking at a total of maybe 323, settled for 274, and like we said, it's the pace bowling trio. Sorab Netravalkar, for me, the pick of the bowlers. 10 overs, 32 runs, and 2 wickets. Rasi Tharan gets 4 wickets of his own in his 9.2 overs with 56 runs given up. And then, of course, Ali Khan, the electrifying Ali Khan. 10 overs, 62 runs, 2 wickets to keep Nepal to just 274.
That's the state of play. Nepal winning the toss, choosing to bat first. And waste a very good start by the top order to end with what feels like a below par total. USA has never chased more than a target of 257, but this could be a day where history is made by the host side. We'll see what happens at the start of the USA reply in about a half hour's time. I'm Peter Della Penna, joined by Alan Patel. You're watching live coverage of this SkyExchange.net ICC Cricket World Cup League 2 ODI Tri-Series, supported by Dream 11 on Willow TV in North America, Fan Code in Nepal and the Asian subcontinent, and ICC TV around the rest of the world. We're going to take a break before coming back for the start of the USA reply in about a half hour time. Of 275. Welcome back to the coverage of the chase. USA set a target of 275. It's Karen KC with the new ball. Stephen Taylor on strike. Sushan Madani off strike. And we're underway as USA gets off in pursuit of what would be a record USA national team chase.
Well, they're going to need all the help they can get from their opening pair. We saw for Nepal, they got a good start with the openers. They're very, very positive, look to continue to rotate. So for Stephen Taylor and Sushant Madani, I think they know it as good as anybody. The power play really dictates where your innings goes. You got to get a good start here. Take advantage of the Pacers. But Karan KC creates a lot of pressure on the batters. Again, you can see right there the angle back into Stephen Taylor.
A reminder, USA has never chased a target bigger than 257, so if they can chase down Nepal's 274 today, it would create history for USA. Big appeal. Coming around the wicket. It's always going to be difficult unless you get it very, very full and very, very straight.
But you can see Karan KC picking up where he left off. Remember, had a fifer against Oman. And it's because of bowling like this. He angled it back on the stumps, hit the length, understood exactly where he needed to bowl. Very similar to the Sorbnetter Volker length. Again, he's just targeting the stumps, targeting the pad and the body of Stephen Taylor. It's not going to be easy to score of a Karan KC.
And we've seen a number of 300-plus totals here in Pearland at Musa Stadium, but not in a chase. You're joined today on this broadcast brought to you by SkyExchange.net, ICC Cricket World Cup League 2, ODI Tri-Series, supported by Dream 11. On Willow TV in North America, Fan Code in Nepal and the rest of the Asian subcontinent, and ICC TV around the world. And a hopeful appeal on that occasion. I'm Peter Delpennant, joined by Aman Patel here at Musa, as we'll try and get those graphics updated for the start of this chase. USA here in the first over yet to score. Taylor on strike, Sushant Madani off strike. Taylor can't get bat on ball. And so it'll be a maiden for Karan KC to start this chase. USA no run on the board after one.
And again, he makes his life so difficult. Angles into the stumps. We saw the swing away, the swing back in. And then a movement to move it both ways. Makes it very, very difficult for Stephen Taylor. And again, the power play has oftentimes indicated how the innings goes. So if you're the USA, you don't want to get off to the wrong foot here on the power play and end up just with 40, just with 30. You want to go and push 50. Can you get to 60? That's put USA, Scotland, UAE on success to score big totals.
Sampokami has the new ball from the parent end. Arif Sheikh in it, slip, standing next to his brother Asif Sheikh, who's got the gloves on. And here comes Sampokami.
Now, if there is going to be a bowler I think USA could take advantage of, at least with this opening spell, Sumpul Kami could be that guy. Didn't bowl bad against Oman the other day, but sometimes just wavers, sometimes just swinging it too far, straying on either side of the wicket, giving some room for the batsman. So if you're Sushant Madani facing him, again, look to be positive. Look to take advantage of the looseners.
Just some signs there that we saw just on maybe a handful of occasions of inconsistent bounces. That one just skids a touch low from Kami to Sushant Madani, who, if you talk to some people, they might say Madani is USA's form batter on this tour. A century and 2 half-centuries in the 5 matches USA has played so.
Again, for Stephen Taylor, I think he might find a liking. He might find a liking to Sumpul Kami. Again, he jumps up a little bit off of the length, but he has times to drift on either side, and I think Stephen Taylor is going to be aggressive, play that natural game, and just maybe find a way to put some more boundaries on the board.
And a thick edge. Taylor finds the gap, though. And it'll be a boundary for USA.
Yeah, not the way you're going to want it if you're Stephen Taylor, but the way you'll take it. And I told you, there's width on offer with Sumpul Kami, especially to the left-handers. Didn't bowl necessarily terrific with the left-handers. I thought struggled at times. But again, just gives a touch of width. Stephen Taylor's going to throw his bat at it. Just goes through that vacant third-man region. Again, edgy start, but finally a boundary on the board.
Firmer drive, but picks out Sushant Bari in the offside ring. 5 runs in the over. 5 for none after 2. Now, talked about USA never chasing a target of more than 257. That was against Hong Kong in 2011 at Kowloon Cricket Club, where they have the Hong Kong Sixes. USA has had a number of 300-plus scores in their limited overs history, but they've all come in the first innings. So USA has a total of 13 innings in their limited overs history where they've scored in excess of 300, but every single occasion it has come in the first innings. They've never scored anything close to 300 in a chase. They only need 275 here, but again, it's that magic number of 257 that they're trying to erase from the top of the record books in terms of the highest successful chases for USA. It's going to be a big task, in spite of the fact that scoring did look comfortable throughout the Nepal innings, as Karan KC starts off his second over, cramping Madani for room.
Yeah, and again, like you said, Peter, that's going to be the thought, I think, on every American's mind is we haven't chased a score this high. But at some point, history got to change. We saw a couple of days ago for the USA be a history-changing day as we're seeing maybe an issue with the ball already. It's something we've constantly seen, the players kind of holding the balls up to the umpire, and they happened quite early. But again, U.S. hasn't chased a total this high, but Moose has been a record-breaking stadium for the U.S. team. See if they can break some more records.
Sharp single there. The cheer you hear is not for the single, it's for the fielding done by Dipendra Singh Irie to keep that to just one. We've said it a number of times in this broadcast, but despite the sounds you might hear coming through the microphone with the on-field effects mics, this match is actually taking place in Texas. Overwhelming support for Nepal wherever they go in the world, and that is the case once again here in Pearland at Moose's Stadium. By far the biggest crowd that has been on hand through these back-to-back ODI Tri-Series, eclipsing the initial marks set by the first match between USA and Scotland. On that occasion, it was an overwhelming USA crowd supporting the home team. And mix up here. They're going to take the single, though, in the end and get there comfortably. But here we are into the third weekend of on, and the Nepal fans have descended down deep in the heart of Texas today.
They're all over the ground at the moment. Talking to PJ Goodall, as he said, it feels like it's 500 to 1 in terms of Nepal versus American cheers. And again, every time there's a great fielding change, there's a great fielding play, great shot, great delivery, you can hear it from the Nepal fans. And again, more questions about the ball here from Sandeep Lamachane.
In one of the earlier matches, it was either one of the Scotland games or the UAE games, I was actually on the boundary taking photos, and the ball came my way, and I picked it up, and I was actually stunned at how much it had deteriorated quite early in the course of play. There's been a number of issues with these balls throughout the series, and I'm not sure if it's the quality of the ball or if it's just an abrasive square and outfield, but I'm not entirely surprised that we've had a number of replacements brought out over the course of this series, because I was actually quite stunned at how much the ball was coming apart. And a big gap in the leg side. It's a 6-3 field. And Ev Connell has an awful long way to run to try and track this down. They'll get a comfortable 2.
Yeah, and finally the scoring starting to come through for the United States. Again, they're finding a way to just tickle it around and, again, do very similar to what Nepal did throughout the course of their innings, was just put it in the gap when the boundaries aren't flowing. And I think that's got to be the lesson here for Stephen Taylor and Sushant Madani. How can we just place the gap? How can we just get one and keep the scoreboard ticking and not let the bowling side get comfortable?
Overpitched, and another great effort by Dipendra Singh Irie to keep that to just 2, as Taylor has to hustle a little bit more to get back to the non-strikers and to complete the second run. But already Dipendra Singh Irie making his presence felt in the field.
A luscious on drive here from Sushant Madani. Didn't quite time it, but again, Dipendra Singh Irie made a great diving stop there. Doesn't get a hand to it there. He might be looking at another run there, maybe possibly another 2 runs. Great effort there.
This one punched uppishly, but short of the fielder. 6 runs in the over, 11 for none after 3. See Stephen Taylor making his guard what you would call two legs. Two legs. It's right in between middle and leg stump.
And again, I think he understands that the ball's going to angle a little bit, so you've seen his trigger movements kind of take him past the middle stump at times. But again, I think he's going to find a liking to Sampo Kami because he does have that tendency to go a little bit full and give a little bit of that room to Stephen Taylor.
Overpitched, but he picks out the man on the ring, Sushan Bari. This Nepal team, coached by Pubadu Desanayake, spent an awful lot of time leading the USA side from 2016 until 2019. 3 years in charge of USA, just short of 3 years. It's the coach that led USA to ODI status. And so he'll have very, very precise plans in terms of strategizing how to face somebody like Stephen Taylor in particular. As we got a delay here, it looks like Stephen Taylor might need a replacement bat.
Well, he hits the ball so hard, and sometimes he's just, again, these batsmen, they always like to have a couple of them and just switch them around at times. We saw in the first innings, Adil Alam, he changed the batter just after one ball.
That was something new, that's for sure.
So very particular
Just
about
so,
everything that goes on, especially with the bat in their hand.
So we got this break and play. Reminder of what happened in the first innings. As there were 3 half-centuries by Nepal in the top 4, but then a dramatic collapse sparked by the medium pacers. Nepal going from a total of 243 for 3 to 274 all out, so losing their last 7 wickets for just 31 runs. 4 wickets from Rusty Tehran, and then 2 apiece for Saurabh Netravalkar and Ali Khan. Back of the length, way too high, despite the cheers you hear, insisting on an LBW shout and appeal. As Lee Reefer Jr. not remotely interested.
Yeah, again, we've seen Kami time and time again learn from the mistakes. This time pulls the length back and angles it back into the paths of Stephen Taylor. And again, both these opening bowlers understanding not to give any room to Stephen.
Short again, Taylor just a little bit uncomfortable with that. And he's able to fight it off, though, off the gloves to get credit for a run.
Just a little bit jumpy off the wicket, Sampo Kami. You can see Stephen Taylor not expecting it to really rise that high. Just to glove it down. Again, a great start here from Nepal. They're not letting the U.S. off the hook, not letting them get any runs going. Again, 4 balls into the over, just 1 run. Peter, I'm going to keep saying it until we get past this power play. Power play is determined how the innings goes. U.S. got to find a way to get going here early on.
Just a firm front foot block into the covers on that occasion by Madani. Now, during the innings break, Aman, we were both outside, and I felt like my arms were about to melt if I spent more than 10 minutes out there. Forecast called for temperatures around 100, 101 degrees. Officially, 97 at the moment, but with the humidity 44%, the real feel is 107 degrees Fahrenheit, which is over 40 degrees Celsius. As Madani goes over the top, and he'll find the boundary. First one for Madani, ends a 5-run over, 16 for none, after 4.
And you can see Sampo Kami shaking his head. Again, might have slipped out. It's very sweaty. But we've talked about it. He has times to just get a little bit wide. He's allowed Sushat Madani to free up his arms, and that's just too easy here in the power play. So the U.S. will take the 4, but still another good over to Nepal.
I got a lot of sympathy for our ball tracking cameraman up at the top of the Massey Ranch and side screen, Mohsen Ahmed. I hope Mohsen is getting plenty of water and sports drinks brought up to him, because I was having trouble spending 15, 20 minutes out there. Mohsen's got to be out there for 8, 9 hours. And the players, they're dealing with the conditions as well today. It is by far the most uncomfortable day, but that was an awfully comfortable cut shot by Madani. Going over the top, behind point, as Karan KC gets ready to charge in for his third over. And intentionally played down to third man. They're going to come back for 2 and make it quite easily in the end as Kami lobs the ball back into play. Yeah, it's been in the low 90s throughout much of the first 8 ODIs, with some mild humidity at times. But today, nearing 100, 97 degrees officially, and gentle breeze. The real feel with the humidity coming off the Gulf of Mexico, 107 degrees Fahrenheit. It's around 40, 41 degrees Celsius. Taylor punches this firmly, but picks out. And at extra cover, Rohit Paudel, the vice captain. Does it get this hot in Morrisville, Aman?
Well, I would like to say yes, but no, it doesn't. It feels different down here because we've had 99-degree days. We've had humidity days where it's been super, super high. But for some reason, it doesn't feel like this. It's different down here in Texas. Everything's bigger in Texas, and it feels like the sun is bigger in Texas. Just the way the heat is beating down.
This time another firm punch. Diving stop by Dipendra Singh Irie, who's arguably saved 9 runs already, as he turns a would-be 4 into a single there for Stephen Taylor.
Yeah, and again, we've just seen, even against someone, Nepal have a really good time in the field, really put their body on the line, and commit to everything that's going on. And that's what you want to see out of your side. And they've really, it's how you put pressure on the USA. And again, they haven't chased a score this high, the USA. They've really got to get it started in fielding efforts like that. Just keep them on the back foot.
And an easy single now again. It's going to go into mid-wicket as Lamachani this time at mid-on. Cuts it off. And in case you're just joining us, the umpires have arranged for 3 drinks breaks in between innings. Typically, the standard is 2 drinks breaks, each taking place an hour and 10 minutes after the start of an innings, and then an hour and 10 minutes after the first drinks break. They've staggered 3 drinks breaks because of the extreme heat and humidity here at 55-minute intervals. And you've seen water run out regularly in between then as well. Slower ball attempted. Taylor middles it, but picks out. Backward point again. It's RF Sheikh who's left slip. They go into the offside ring. 2 boundary riders at the moment. Deep third man and deep fine leg. Mid-off and mid-on are up in the ring. There's a very square mid-wicket in the ring as well. 6-3 field. Taylor is just trying to place this but can't find the gap at the moment. Disciplined bowling here from Nepal early in the power play. 20 for none after 5 overs. And New Jersey, where I grew up, it does get this hot, but not until about August. Never in June do you experience this kind of heat and humidity.
No, not in June, Peter. Not in June. August, definitely we could get up there, but in June, Again, everything's bigger in Texas, and it feels like the sun is as well as you see on your screen. The 2 series. It's Super Saturday. Saturday, June 11th. The crowd just feather under 1,000 people at the ground at the moment.
Now, Aman, when I was at NASA, one of the things they have in their exhibits is all this space age technology and what makes astronauts comfortable going up in space, because whether it's going up in space with the rocket boosters coming off the launch pad or upon re-entry, the heat that's generated on going back into Earth from outer space, you get some very, very extreme temperatures. This one is punched wide of mid-off. Irie again is going to save at least 2 runs. And Indecisive coming back for the 3rd. So they'll settle for 2. Maybe some of the cricket officials here need to make a trip down the road, have a chat with the NASA officials so they can consult with how to keep these players cool in these conditions. You get a lot of space-age technology to keep everybody cool and dry. That's what's needed here on a day like this. So you see Irie again save another 2 runs.
Looked like he had rocket boosters on his feet there to get to that one. Chased it down, and again, you brought it up. Saves another 2 runs. Been so exceptional in the field. Again, you need that kind of effort from every single one of your players.
Flat bats this one on the up and just muscles it back down the pitch. An imperious boundary for Sushant Madani.
Got it done again, silencing some of the Nepal fans for just a little bit. Back of a length, just pulled it straight back down. Didn't try to go aerial on it. Kami unable to get a finger to it, and it just races away for 4. Again, take a look at the replay. Goes back of a length. Nordani very intentionally plays it straight back. That's 4 more.
That's a good old tennis racket swat in my book. It's a good old 2-handed backhand right up the middle of the court. The lowest part of the net. It's your safest shot. Instead of going up the lines where the net's a little bit higher, you just go straight down center court. That's what Sushant Madani did there.
And again, I think the Nepali bowlers are starting out like they did yesterday, very, very tight.
This is a great look from the stump cam. Tremendous athleticism on display from Sampal Kami. I know he's got a picture of himself batting for his social media photos. I think Kaushal Adhikari, the official photographer here, if he got a shot of that one, Sampal might be changing his social media profile pics to show his cat-like reflexes. I know Nepal named the rhinos, but that wasn't a rhino hoof. That was a feline paw clutching onto that one.
Well, we've seen the Odell Beckham Jr. catch be the profile picture of any. That's one to frame up too. Again, both feet off the ground, reaching back behind his head. It's a lovely catch. Not many better you'll see, and it brings out the USA captain.
Monank Patel comes to the wicket. After an early breakthrough, Madani, who, as I said, was arguably the form batter for USA. 250s in a century, including that epic 209-run partnership with Monak Patel in the last game against Oman. New Yorker first up. Monak sees it away. First run for him. He's underway. Wearing number 1. There's another fan in the stands wearing a USA jersey with number 1 on the back. That's his sister, Ashvi, who made the drive with her husband, Harsh, from Dallas, Texas. It's about a 3-hour drive, maybe 3.5 hours to get to the south side of past the Houston city limits, where we are here in Pearland. Some great family support throughout this several weeks long series of ODIs. Sylvan Taylor, Steven's father, is also sitting in the same section in the King's Stand today. We've seen Cameron Stevenson's mom and his aunt come out here. Rahul Jawala's dad. We've got Yasser Muhammad's dad out there as well today. And Taylor goes over the top. He's going to clear him in on easily. Lamachani giving chase, and he's not going to catch up to that one. Second boundary for Stephen Taylor to cap a 9-run over. USA 31 for 1 after 6.
Well, I said earlier, Sopogami feels like of the opening 2 that you're going to have to take advantage of. This time goes 2 full, 2 straight. And Stephen Taylor says thank you very much. Just helps it over the top of Sandeep Lamachani at long on, or excuse me, mid on. Again, beautiful work. Sees it over for 4 runs.
And again, a reminder to everybody, I did not do very well on my math SATs. You can see on screen there, it's an 11-run over, not a 9-run over. Simple math.
That's why we're here, Peter.
That's why we're here. We're not working for NASA.
We're not rocket scientists.
We're not rocket scientists. We mess up the mathematical calculations. That's not good. Leave the math to the smart guys. Just down the road on Route 1, NASA Parkway, east of here. We're here for the cricket. We can count to 6. We can count 6 balls in and over. We can do that much. As Monak will be on strike to start this over. The 4th from Karan KC. And Monak middles that one straight to cover. But he's looking in good touch yet again, coming off a career best score in a USA uniform, 130 off 101 balls, player of the match performance in that win against Oman on Wednesday. Shared that 209-run partnership with Sushant Madani. It's a record for USA in ODI cricket, but in their limited overs history spanning back to 1979, that includes non-ODI matches. It's the second highest of all time. It's an all-time second wicket record for USA. It's just 4 runs short of the partnership record for any wicket. And he steps forward, but middles this again to extra cover. Rohit Bowdle on the ring. They eclipse for the second wicket record a mark set by Xavier Marshall and Stephen Taylor against Hong Kong in Namibia in 2019 at WCL Division 2. That was the tournament, and that was the match where USA secured ODI status, with that victory guaranteeing a top 4 finish. And then they played their first ODI in 15 years just a few days later against Papua New Guinea. So you get some very interesting quirks. Same tournament, same ground, same venue. And the difference in 3 or 4 days determines what is an ODI and what is not an ODI. Aman?
Funny thing how regulations work, but hey. What we know is that this whole series is an ODI. All the matches count for ODI status. And what we know is that Karan KC, he's been on the mark since ball 1 just a couple of days ago, since his very first delivery in his very first spell. Again, 5 wickets against Oman, and he's backing up the performance pretty well here. Again, he's just been on the length, adding around off stuff, making life difficult for Monak Patel so far.
And 2 straight in the legs. This is going to go to the boundary. Monarch has been in supreme touch all tour long here in Texas. He's gotten a start every single time. And he's looking in sublime form here yet again. Haman.
Yeah, like you said, 2 straight and just allowed Monarch Patel to let it go off of his legs. Again, his angled.
And again, that's just a sign of how good touches that Monarch Patel has. He's just playing shots at will. It seems like when he can't pick the gap, but just fantastic touch. Doesn't really showcase a big flourish with the majority of his shots. It's all timing and technique, and the ball just flies off the bat.
And that's why when he's in such good form, it's just so pretty to watch.
Firm punch, but straight back to Karan KC. 4 runs in the over. 35 for 1 after 7.
So we'll talk about the USA. It feels like they're getting off to a quiet start here in the power play. But it's actually been a pretty decent showing. So far, you got 3 overs to go, I believe. And Peter Del Pena will correct me if I'm wrong. Nepal were 44. After he's got his mat. Oh, he's telling me I'm right. Guys, I did it. I did it.
Pen and paper. I'm on pencil and paper, pen and paper. Since the days of the Egyptians, never failed. Lights go down, the Wi-Fi goes down. Yellow pad with the pen and paper, pencil and paper. Thousands of years. It has never let down civilization.
Absolutely true. And again, like I was saying, U.S. power play quietly has gotten off to a decent start.
Taylor circumspect against Kami with this around the wicket angle.
They're right on par with where Nepal was, just ahead of it, just a touch at the moment. And if Stephen Taylor bats for the next, say, 5 overs, you can expect some big shots to take place. Monarch Patel, if he can stay in for a while. But again, Sampal Kami to me is the guy they're going to go after, early on at least. Just because he gives the most amount.
Oh, they're not going to be able to attack that ball. Taylor just seeing it off. Taylor beaten. Again, one that maybe looks like it may have kept a touch low.
And Kami's been probing outside that off stump of Stephen Taylor all day long, making life just touch difficult. And I think he's just awaiting that one that angles back in so he can help through the leg side.
Slight change in the field as Karan KC comes in at fine leg in the ring, and long on goes back to the rope. Taylor punches this firmly straight to mid-off, and he takes on a sharp single. He was always running on contact there and made it in the end despite some yelps from the West Grandstand, where we got close to 1,000 fans in here today at Musa Stadium. See, I'm on the yellow legal pad, pen and paper. Even if the laptop right here, just slightly off screen, even if that fails me, pen and paper, since the dawn of time. We keep line-by-line score. So you can see there, the full toss just shows maybe a little bit of a conservative mindset for USA. So I'll just angle this a little bit. You can see all the notations I'm making, keeping score ball by ball on the line score. If you tilt it too much this way, you're going to get too much this sun. Pen and paper. If my laptop runs out of battery, pen and paper will never let me down. I've got the binoculars. I got come prepared with the binoculars, pen and paper. I'm all set to go in case the Texas heat fries our commentary booth. I'm on, and everything short circuits because it's touching 100 degrees here. This is my backup, my fail-safe. And big appeal as this one beats Mononk. Draw some roars from the fans, but given not out. Single in the over. 36 for 1 after 8.
We had the gentleman on the left thinking it was definitely out. He was asking, did it not hit? It hit, didn't it? It hit. But again, Subukami making life a little bit difficult. I think the full toss looked to me like he rolled the fingers through and it dipped quite a little bit at the end. And I think he's kind of, I think Mona Patel is explaining that one to to Stephen Taylor at the moment. But yeah, that gentleman in the glasses, he thought it was out. And the Nepal fans, they're excited. They're ready for a second wicket to fall.
I'm loving this. The cowboy hat. It's got Houston on the top of the hat. Seen a number of fans with cowboy hats today. You get a good blend of Texas and Nepal jerseys. Somewhere in there, this is like Where's Waldo playing Where's the USA fan. You need to get out the magnifying glass. It's to see the live-action Where's Waldo book.
Let's get the binoculars out, Peter.
Get the binoculars. Yeah, get the binoculars. Get the magnifying glass. Where's Waldo? Where's the USA fan in there? He's in there somewhere. He or she. And over pitch, Taylor with a firm punch, and that's going to go all the way to the rope.
Luscious on drive there from Stephen Taylor again. Angle too far inside. It was well too straight. Stephen Taylor said it's too full as well. And has helped it along its way. Right back down the ground. Nothing that the fielder could do on that occasion. 4 more for the USA again. They're finding a way, even with the string of dot balls, to get that one boundary. Just look at this. Too full, too straight, too easy. Lovely drive there from Stephen Taylor.
This is quite impressive to see, regardless, from Karan KC. He pulled a 5-over new ball spell 2 days ago against Oman, and again in even hotter and more extreme conditions. He's staying on for a 5th over in the power play with a new ball. Just shows the stamina that he's got.
He wasn't missing a beat in any of the overs, Peter. Even the 5th over, it was just like he was bowling the first one, running in hard, hitting the right lengths, hitting the right lines. Been very impressive to watch him bowl these past couple of days. Again, makes it difficult, but for the USA, they started the over quite well. With that 4, takes a lot of the pressure off these next couple deliveries.
And 2 straight on the legs. Taylor picks off a tight single into mid-wicket. Athletic effort. Unable to create a run-out chance, though, as Mononk makes the ground at the striker's end. That was Adil Alam doing the field in the air, who had a fiery innings. 36 of 24 balls before he was trapped LBW by Rusty Tron, one of Rusty's 4 wickets, 4 for 56. Mononk with a back foot punch picks out Dipender Singh Irie on the ring. So the Where's Waldo search has been on in earnest. Oh, there they are. We found Waldo. We found the USA fans. We found the Stars and Stripes. Where's PJ? PJ's abandoned his post. Could have a stacked set of USA fans, but they're there hugging the boundary. They've got a tent set up. They came prepared. I'm on.
And they got some snacks in their hands, too. They got some drinks going. They're feeling good. They're very refreshed.
Very organized. I like this. That's how you know they're locals. They knew what to expect coming out to Pearland today. And again, you go around the ground, you ask them, where are you from? Pearland. Not Houston. We're from Pearland. Very prideful about the fact that they are a distinct municipality, their own city, Pearland, Texas, in Brazoria County, just south of the Houston city limits.
Just like I'm from Warsaw, Peter. I'm not from Raleigh, not from Chapel Hill, not from Durham. I'm from Warsaw.
And I know the former mayor of Lauderhill, Florida, Richard J. Kaplan, was equally precise about making sure everybody in Florida knows when international cricket comes to Florida, it's not Miami. It's not Fort Lauderdale. He has trademarked Lauderhill. I've seen him wear the T-shirt. He's got a trademarked Lauderhill, the cricket capital of the USA. Mayor Kaplan made those T-shirts. Very precise. First press conference I went to for a match in Florida, 2010. It's that over ends, 6 runs from it, 42 for 1 after 9. I went to the press conference. It was Sri Lanka taking on New Zealand. And Mayor Kaplan is at the press conference with the 2 captains. And I said to Mayor Kaplan, I raised my hand. As you see, Adil Alam is about to come on for his first spell in ODI cricket. I said, Mayor Kaplan, how does it feel to have international cricket coming to Fort Lauderdale? And he goes, I don't know. Why don't you ask the mayor of Fort Lauderdale? We're having international cricket in Lauderhill. I don't know what they're having in Fort Lauderdale. I know we're having international cricket in Lauderhill. He didn't hesitate to put me in my place. Very prideful about those things. Understandably so. Adil Alam comes on with medium pace first up. Big LBW shout, just straying down the pads though.
Going back to that point of pride. Not many places you can host international cricket in the United States. So when you have it, you say, yeah, no, it's this particular spot. It's not any of the big places. It's our spot. And look at this one. Definitely well down the legs. Hit the outside of his front pad, so definitely was straying down the leg side.
Get some interesting places, names in Texas. You got Pearland, you've got Sugarland, very popular cricket area, a lot of junior cricket in Sugarland, north of here. This one keeps low. Again, we see a touch of inconsistent bounce, and this one nails Asif Sheikh in the knee in an exposed area. He was flexing his pad to try and stop it, and immediately the physio comes out as he took it flush. It looked like on the kneecap as he was flexing his leg to try and stop that. And when he flexed his knee, that padding just exposes that area just around the knee or above the knee, and he is in a world of hurt right now.
Might have been a slower ball for the batsman, but it comes just as quick. A couple of bounces, again, flush right on the knee there. He was just trying to bend over, and we'll get another look at that if we can. He beat the inside edge of Monik Patel. I think he almost felt Alam did that. Might have caught some of the inside edge as well. But it's caught again, like you said, Peter, hit flush on the knee. They've taken out the pads. Always hurts when anything hits the knee, and he's going to get help coming off of the field here.
This is looking quite serious for Asif Sheikh, the first choice wicketkeeper. Again, he's coming into the 11 today in place of Binod Bandari. Kept wicket yesterday, and immediately he's coming off the field. So, some concern there. We'll have a look at the replays. This one skidded low. You can see what happened. He just tried to use his thigh, the side of his body, to block that one, and instead, as a result of trying to turn sideways, he's got the pads in front of his legs, not to the side of his legs. And by trying to turn sideways to get into that long barrier position, that's what you call it for outfielders who aren't wearing pads, he leaves his leg exposed. And that's why he's now being helped off by Shahid Keshvani, the Nepal fielding coach, as well as the physio who's here on tour. It's Bubadu Desanayaka showing a little bit of concern And Binod Bandari is on now as a sub fielder. This is something that's changed in recent years, just relaxing the regulations a bit. Now you can have a sub fielder keep wicket. So Binod Bandari, who is not in the starting 11, is going to replace Asif Sheikh behind the stumps, coming on as a sub fielder, and he's going to be allowed to keep wicket. Yeah, just going back to the point on a slightly lighter note. We've got Pearland, we got Sugarland in the Houston area. We've got the Woodlands up north. You get some other places. You got the Colony. That's in Dallas. Do you have any funky names in and around the Triangle area outside of Raleigh or Chapel Hill or Morrisville there, Amin?
Interestingly enough, there's a Mooresville, right? But there's also a Mooresville, spelled Moores-Ville. So, if you're not careful, you get caught saying both at the same time, meaning one and saying the other. But nothing like Sugarland over there in North Carolina.
No, Sugarland. There's now Bandari's behind the stumps. And this one is signaled wide. And they're able to swap the strike, so it'll be 2 extras to the total added. Now, there was a movie way back in the 1970s, Steven Spielberg film called The Sugarland Express. Had Goldie Hawn in it. And it was set in Texas. So if anybody remembers that movie, The Sugarland Express, with Goldie Hawn, way back almost 50 years ago now. Directed by Steven Spielberg. That was one of his earliest movies. It's all set in Texas. Slower ball here. Just pops up a bit with Adil Alam rolling his fingers over the ball.
Yeah, and you can see it just pops up on Steven Taylor. Also cut in a little bit on him, hitting him high on the glove. And last over a power play, and they're pretty even right now with Nepal. Both at 44, just for the moment.
Back of length and middled straight to extra cover. Now, we got the Sugarland Express with Goldie Hawn, directed by Spielberg. Is there any movie we don't know about? It's got Morrisville in the title, Aman?
Not yet. Not yet, Peter. That's going to be my answer. Not yet.
Still time.
There's still a lot of time to go. And again, with Church Street Park, you never know what's coming to Morrisville. We got Outer Banks, the TV show set in North Carolina.
That's right. That's on Netflix. Is that a popular one amongst the teenagers? It looks like, from what I read about it, it's a teenage kind of school drama a little bit. Do the junior cricketers in Morrisville, are they heavily into the Outer Banks?
The teenagers are, and the junior cricketer, they had been for a little bit. Again, everyone has their own preferences, but Outer Banks, you got to show love to a show representing your home state.
And this one's short and wide enough width for Taylor to find the Outer Banks of Musa Stadium's boundary. 4 runs to wrap up the power play. 6 runs in the over, 4 off the bat, 48 for 1 after 10.
And a great way to end the power play has been a bunch of dot balls, a couple of wides. But then Alam this time just got short, got a little bit wide, and Steven Taylor able to punish him just for the last delivery of the power play. And the cut shot just raced away through that point region. No fielder able to get a hand to it. They weren't going to stop it. And that got the Dole playing a little bit.
I'm loving this. Amar Motoru's got the stars and stripes wrapped around the Dole. Amar is the Dole. He's got the Ali Khanhe, Hamari, Shan. Explain again for the people who are not up to speed on their Hindi and Urdu. Aman, what is that translation?
Stephen Taylor puts this one away. Ali Khan, you are our pride. Ali Khan is our pride.
And then just kind of in the next gazebo over on the west side boundary, you've got Chakte America, America Zindabad.
Go for it, America, and long live America.
And again, those come from what you would say on the top there would be more a chant associated with India, Chakte India, and below it, it's usually Pakistan Zindabad. It's the chant you hear at cricket matches involving Pakistan, but Amar has melded both to reflect the melting pot of American cricket. The Stars and Stripes, the map of America there, imposed on that wonderful poster Amar Matsuru, super fan in the Houston area, has made. As Sandeep Lamachani brings himself on right at the end of the power play. We're in the 11th over now, so he can push back some extra protection on the boundary. He's done so. He's got deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, and a cover sweeper in place. So 4 boundary riders immediately for the Nepal captain, bringing himself on in the 11th over.
And again, we've seen spinners tighten things down. Not today, though. The spinners were rather expensive. Is that a trend we'll continue to see? The U.S. would hope so. Or will the Nepali spinners hold true what's happened all series long?
Taylor, a little bit nervy there on that shot.
It hasn't looked in complete flow today yet, Stephen Taylor. It did have the on drive, had the shot over the top of long on and the point cut. But never looked to really settle in yet.
Taylor and Monank, like most of the USA players, really struggled against Lamachani back in February 2020 in Nepal. Just being very watchful here. And it was in that February 2020 tour where USA was infamously bowled out for 35. And Lamachani took 6 for 16 on that occasion. And in that tour, Monank Patel scores of 19, 4, 0, and 4. This one in the air, dropped at backward point, straightforward chance, and it's shelled, incredibly so, by, looks like Kushal Bertil, number 14. That was a very straightforward chance. And again, Monank Patel is somebody who struggled historically against Lamachani, should have been out at backward point. Kushal Bertil can't hold on to a straightforward chance. That's right in that zone. We saw Aman where Bilal Khan didn't come forward to a chance, didn't quite carry, was indecisive a couple days ago in that USA Oman match. This one, no doubt about it, straight to Kushal Bertil, and he shells it.
Straight to him, and he put it down. And again, that's just, it wasn't a sharp catch that was needed. It was just more of a very simple catch, a little bit low to the ground, but he was already down on the ground anyway to take it. He just put it down. Again, Monank Patel, he's coming off 100. He's in incredible nick, and we know Sandeep has caused problems for him historically. But to put that one down, let's see how costly that is. Again, Monank Patel only on 7 at the moment. Again, would that prove to be a costly drop on what looked to be one of the simplest of chances?
Come on, get out. Come on, boys. Come on, lads. Come on, boys. No one is standing. Few more to come. Few more to come.
Monank was able to bounce back after that tour in February 2020. He scored the century against Nepal in Muscat last September, 100 off 114 balls. They were a lot more cautious against Lamachani, who only took 2 for 35 in that match. But when you balance out the complete record against Lamachani, It's been Sandy Lemachani who has won more battles than he lost against USN. He should have won another one here, if not for the drop by Kushal Bertel at backward point.
Just take a look at it. He slices it. And again, in his hands, it's there. It's simple. That's what you want if you're standing there at point. Again, you're not going to see many easier chances if you're Kushal Bertel there at backward point. Very disappointing drop, and Monang survives.
And a cutter there, bowled by Alam. And a shy at the striker's end. Pressure being applied by both teams here as they're looking for quick runs to keep the strike turning over, but the door is ajar for Nepal to convert one of these chances. They haven't been able to do it in the recent moments here, though. Aman.
Yeah, and this is the second time we've seen a throw clip Monang Patel. The first time hit off his bat, this time off his pad. But again, you can see from Stephen Taylor the way he's playing, he's just not completely comfortable yet. But he's smart. He's not trying to soak things up and force the issue, just trying to keep it rotating.
This one speared down the leg side, extra added to the total.
And these are just freebies for the U.S. right now. Again, there's pressure on the side of the United States. Everything right now in the favor of Nepal. Monang Patel coming off just getting dropped. Got to erase that from his mind pretty quickly. Just giving him a freebie, just a quick wide. Takes a lot of that pressure off. Again, build the dot balls. Alam has been full. If you can find the length, he's getting it to cut around.
I'm trying to run this to third man. Beaten on the outside edge. This is really sharp bowling from Adil Alam on his ODI debut.
Second time we've seen it in this over, right? Stephen Taylor, the first delivery, try to run it down again and just bounces over him and move just a touch away. This time from Monang Patel coming over the bat again. Again, when Alam's been on a length, he's been very hard to play because he just gets a little bit more bounce and he has the ability to cut it in either direction.
This one mistimed into the ground. Now Stephen Taylor, his record at tour of Nepal in February 2020 was so awful for him. His worst tour in a U.S. uniform. Scores a 4, out fifth ball for Duck, out second ball for Duck. That 35 all-out game, he didn't even play and he was dropped from the 11. But if you look either side of that, he's actually got a very good record historically against Nepal. As Monang flicks this wide, the ring for a single. Scored a 92 off 63 balls in a player of the match performance in Muscat last September to beat Nepal. That was USA's only win of the 4 matches they played in that series. And those matches split between Nepal and Oman, but in Pubudu Desanayaka's first stint as Nepal head coach, 2013, Stephen Taylor scored 162 off 101 balls. It's the second highest, third highest now score in USA history. At the time, it was the second highest score. Sushil Nadkarni has got the record, 197 against Suriname, 2008 in Florida. But Stephen Taylor had the second highest score for the longest time until Jaskar Malhotra's unbeaten 173 against Papua New Guinea eclipsed that. But that came in 2013, April of 2013 in Bermuda, that match against Nepal, where USA hammered Nepal on the opening day of ICC World Cricket League Division 3. Put up a total of 366 for 6. Stephen Taylor top scoring in that match with 162. That's his career best in a USA uniform. Player of the match on that occasion. Player of the match last September against Nepal in Oman. And USA will need a player of the match effort from Stephen Taylor again here if they're going to set what would be a USA record chase in limited overs cricket. Lemachani to continue as this one is punched back firmly to the Nepal captain off his own bowling.
And again, the Moose has been a historic stadium for the United States. Can it provide another piece of history? Can it be a part of it? And you just have a feeling these two have to going bat long. Monak Patel hasn't been in flow yet. Got a couple of nice flicks off of the hip, but Sandeep has put a pin in his innings so far.
Flighted more, and Monak with a confident stride forward to smother the turn.
Again, we saw Nepal take advantage of the USA spinners, just keep milking them for singles. So far, USA unable to do the same.
Too short. Monak tries to flick it off his hips, but short final leg fielder is in place to deny the run there.
3 dot balls, pressure building. Again, Monak 8 off of 23 now. Just gotta find a way to get it going. Does he try something rash now?
And again, too short. And he picks the gap behind square, the sweeper. There's a long way to go. Sushan Bari, as well as sliding along the turf. So cut it off for 2. There's been a lot of runs saved here in the early going. Dipender Singh Irie has saved at least 10. And now Sushan Bari, quick along the turf to keep that one inside the rope. Too full and easily tapped. Contest between Alam and Monak Patel continues.
Good morning, Patel just hasn't been in full flow quite yet. But a couple of nice shots. I mean, since he's starting to get it going.
Slower ball attempted, and Monak picks it easily and whacks that straight down the ground. And it goes all the way for 6. Leslie Reefer Jr. signaling a maximum. The first of the innings for USA.
Well, sorry about that one, Patel. You are getting it going. You look in full flow. Now again, pick the slower ball very, very early. A fuller length delivery here again from Adil. It just hits it straight back down the ground for 6. I retract my previous statement about Monak Patel not looking in flow. Got onto all of that one.
Back of length this time. Are you requesting to strike that from the record? Are you in court, Your Honor? Please strike that statement. Remove it from the jury evidence.
Well, maybe just a little bit. Because that strike was so elegant, so classy, and again, he just picked up the slower ball so quickly. Made it look really easy going straight back.
Not able to get a single on this occasion because Alam got close enough to the ball to let that run in doubt. Talai Machani at mid-on. Is that Monak Patel has hit throughout this tour I don't think a single one of them you could call a slog. Every one of them has just been a firmly timed orthodox cricket shot. And another off-pace delivery. Shy of the stumps from Kushal Bertel, trying to atone for the drop chance. But he goes high over the stumps with Taylor struggling for a single there. This will be an interesting replay, Aman.
Yeah, we got to take a look at this one. Props to the keeper, able to pack that one up. Really nicely done. Dives out low to his left. You won't be able to see that on screen. But again, it looked awfully close from our angle.
Another slower ball. As Alam continues to prefer the off-pace deliveries. 7-run over. 63 for 1 after 14. Here's a look at that possible run-out chance. Kushal Bertel in the covers.
Both were hot to get off the mark. Stephen Taylor looks like he... Oh, that looks very close from that angle. Again, bat was definitely all along the ground. Just where was it? This angle will definitely give us a better look. Again, Monang took off very quickly. Stephen was also rather quick to take off. But landing seemed to have been the issue. Looked like he would have been out to me, Peter.
Very, very tight.
Very, very tight.
Yeah, I think just on that side angle, it looks like the bat might have been just short of the line. Everything decided on field this week. There's no third umpire replays for line decisions, so it would have had to be decided by Vijay Malella on field. But from that replay, you said it, Aman, it looks like Taylor might have been just short, so might mark that down as a chance. Taylor with a life on 25. And Kushal Bertel again, the guilty party, if you want to call him that. Drop chance with Monang Patel on 7, and now missed run out chance with Stephen Taylor on 25.
Again, how many missed chances can you collect and still be okay? U.S. missed a couple of chances early just with the run-outs. Cost them a couple of big 50-run partnerships.
Taylor, it's one of his bread and butter shots, just rocking onto the back foot to the spinners and just powering it through the offside, picks out the sweeper for 1.
And if you're Lamashana, you can't give Stephen Taylor the luxury of just hanging back and cutting it away. You can make him reach, let it spin. The googly is your stock ball, make it move across it.
And again, just a fraction too short. It's too easy to play him off the pitch. Lamachani troubles matters most. It's when he gives it some more air, gets it a touch fuller.
And it seems to be a struggle from both sides today, just well too short with the leg spinners. Flat it up, make the batsman reach, let it turn.
Much better delivery. Punch straight back. Yeah, we saw him as the two captains have a stare down out in the middle. We saw that delivery that bowled Muhammad Nadeem 2 days ago. Googly that went through the gap between Pat and Pad prodding forward. See a Mariners jersey in there. The Mariners were in town earlier in the week against the Astros. It was the Marlins that the USA squad went to Minute Maid Park and saw last night. The Mariners were hosted by the Astros, division rivals, earlier in the week.
A tough series for the Astros, losing 6-3 in the final game and then coming back and losing 7-4 to the Marlins.
And Googly beats the outside edge. Taylor, that's where he's dangerous, Lamachani, when he gets it on that good to full length. And keeps it to just 3 runs in that over. 66 for 1 after 15.
And that's what I was talking about, Peter. That's the length if you're Lamachane. Let it turn across Stephen Taylor. He's got to pick. If he picks wrong, if there's a slight nick, you have your man. But when you go short, it's just way too easy for Stephen Taylor.
You're watching live coverage of this SkyExchange.net ICC Cricket World Cup League 2 ODI Tri-Series supported by Dream 11 on Willow TV in North America, Fan Code in the Asian subcontinent, and ICC TV around the rest of the world. I'm Peter Della Penna, joined in the commentary booth here at Musa Stadium by Aman Patel. I'm PDP, and I've got AP next to me as the folks online are now christening Aman. It's his new moniker, apparently. As Dipendra Singh Irie comes into the attack with his off spin. Slip in place. He darts this in very quick. It's Arif Sheikh alongside Vinod Bandari. In case you've also just joined us, Asif Sheikh, who's starting behind the stumps today, designated wicketkeeper in the starting 11. He's injured. He was trying to stop a delivery that skidded low off the bowling of Adil Alam. Flexed his leg sideways to try and block it with his thigh, and it wound up clanging straight into the top of the knee. And so he's had to leave the field, and Binod Bandari, who was replaced in the 11 today by Asif Sheikh, has had to come in anyway. And he's now keeping wicket as a substitute behind the stumps. But Asif's brother Arif still on the field in its slip, as we're quite a few miles away from Hobby Airport on the south side of Houston, Aman. But we've got an unidentified flying object hovering over the field now. A drone is approaching the square as Taylor late cuts this very delicately. It's going to tease the ball fielder all the way to the rope, and it hits the rope. 4 runs. As Taylor uses the pace offered by Irie's very quick darts and just rides that to the third man rope.
We've seen Dipendra Singh Irie fire him in for the past couple of days. And this is the run out angle. And that missed chance, how much will it cost him? Well, there's 4 there that it costs. And just runs it down to third man, Stephen Taylor. And now they bring in that slip.
This one full on the legs. Now this is not a drone camera that's part of Spider Cam or anything else you might see in a stadium. This is just a drone. It's now hovering directly over the pitch. And we saw a lot of misfields in the field by USA, and this time an overthrow results in a second run for Taylor. 7 runs in the over, 73 for 1 after 16, and apparently that unidentified flying object has now been identified by Umair Khan, our producer. It's part of the Cricket Club's IMG production. We don't have live camera connection for that, but they are collecting some footage that you might see later on over the course of the final ODIs.
They got all the tools. They got the stump cam, they got the aerial cam. They got all the cameras around the ground giving you this great view and all the great views you've seen. Great job done by the production team here between Cricket Clubs and IMG.
I knew it was not an Andrew Leonard drone because Andrew Leonard's drone crashed off the coast of Fort Lauderdale into the Atlantic Ocean when he was trying to capture some amazing stuff out of the USA Ireland series in December.
It's a great video to watch. Yeah, he somehow got the video back, and that was a terrific video to go and see.
The magic of the cloud. The footage was going straight to his phone, so even though the drone is lost forever in the Atlantic Ocean, he still got the footage. And this one, a googly spinning down the leg for a wide. And Andrew Leonard, I'm sure a lot of people out there in Nepal, elsewhere around the world, in the USA, wondering where is Andrew Leonard. Andrew's just a little bit under the weather. He's just taking a few days off. And we hope to have Andrew Leonard back before too long. But it's myself, Peter Della Penna, and Aman Patel holding down the fort until Lenny is healthy again. We know he's watching just a few miles away from his hotel room. As Mononk flicks this into the leg side for a single. And I know a lot of people have been sending their well wishes to Andrew Leonard, and he's been appreciating all of them. And you can continue to send Lenny your positive messages at Cricket Badge. That's Andrew Leonard on Twitter. He's a big deal in Nepal.
He's a big deal everywhere he goes.
This is true. As a thick edge from Taylor goes squirting through cover to Alam, who scuffs that one, rockets it in against the turf. They're trying to get that ball scuffed up to make it better for the spinners. And Lenny's on that Cricket Badge. I think everybody in Nepal knows that. I don't need to tell you what his Twitter handle is. Big appeal. Mononk prodding forward. Looks like he got outside the line, despite the aggressive yelps from Lamachane and echoed by the rest of the Nepal fans in the West stand.
Yeah, another close call, but he's doing much better with the length this over, Lamachane. Pitching it up, letting it spin, making the Americans guess which way it's going to go. That one very nearly being a wicket. And I think you're right, Peter. I think it just impacted outside the line.
It's too easy on the back foot. It's chipped away out towards Alam on the leg side rope. It'll be a single to end the over. 3 runs off the bat. 4 runs total in the over. 77 for 1 after 17. I'm Peter Della Penna. You can get me at Peter Della Penna. Peter DellaPenna. Alongside Aman Patel. His handle on Twitter is at AP Sports News _. Don't forget the underscore. AP Sports News _. You can tweet us. Tell us where you're watching the broadcast from, what you think of the state of play. We'll try and get some of those tweets read out on air as Irie starts his second over. And a firm punch by Mononk, who's batting with his cap on now and just jogs casually for 1. Got one from Steve Steinberg. Says he's watching, I'm assuming from his home in Massachusetts. Not a bad way to spend a Saturday. I hope yours is going well too. Well, I hope yours is going well, Steve, because if you're in Massachusetts, I'm assuming you're in an air-conditioned home instead of out here in the 100-degree heat. Taylor goes big, tries to clear long on, but he's not going to do it. And it's put down. Straightforward chance, and the fielder signals 6. Stephen Taylor, another life offered by Nepal in the field, who have been incredibly sloppy in this chase. Aman. That was a straightforward chance as far as boundary chances go. Picked out the man on the rope. Got there in plenty of time.
And it should have been a catch. Again, we got to see where he was landing, because it looked like he landed over the boundary rope anyway.
Sagar Dakal, who's on the field as a sub.
Nonetheless, again, this is the 6 from Mononk Patel. Very straight away from all the fielders. Stephen Taylor, not as well placed. Again, we got to get a look at that one. But that could possibly be the second life given to Stephen Taylor. And this one, a definite chance. Again, where did he land is going to be the big question. It looked like it just went straight in and out of his hands once again, Peter.
Yeah, I'm looking through my binoculars. It's definitely number 18, Sagar Dakel, who's on the field as a sub. He's at the extreme far end of the ground from us. We're at deep fine leg from where Stephen Taylor is batting, and Sagar Dakel is at long on, so it's about 150 yards away. And looking through the lens, it's Sagar Dakel who put that chance down. It should have been a 6, should have been Taylor, out for 33. Instead, it goes through his hands and over the rope for 6. Well, it was signaled as 6, I thought initially. It's being shown as 4 now. It looks like it has been changed. Regardless, the drop definitely came on 33. So it's a 7-run over. 84 for 1 after 18.
Again, if you're going to keep dropping them, keep giving them lives. It's going to be a very long day for Nepal.
Single by Monak to start the 19th. We'll try and get a look at the replay if we can. Taylor with a late cut. Picks out the man on the ring.
Again, you can see Stephen Taylor, he wants to hang on the back foot for some deep. Let it spin and just use the pace on the ball. And I think when Sandeep's got it right, you know he's a world-class bowler, but more often than not, just isn't in the right areas. Just makes it quite simple on the two Americans in the middle.
Crowd catch.
And the crowd is going to go crazy with every delivery Lamachane bowls. He's their hero. And the U.S. doing well enough to just keep it rotating whilst he's bowling. We saw Oman early on. Sandeep at one point had about 5 overs, just giving up 5 runs and taking 2 wickets.
Half tracker yanked through the leg side by Taylor, but he's just going to get 1 for it, as that's very sharp work out on the boundary. So 4 singles in the over, 88 for 1 after 19.
Again, this is the 6, or the 4 rather, and Ari's over. Again, it was high up in the air. The fielder's coming around, and he settled underneath it, and he's completely spilt it. But anyway, had he caught it and landed, his knee was over.
That's just poor body positioning, and you can see him signal for 6. If we can wind that back a bit, I want to see where that ball landed. It looked like it did go over the rope for 6, but it was scored as a 4. And it looked like his left leg, I think he just lost his balance at the end. It just clipped the ground. Here's the replay again. His left leg, he just kind of stumbles. He gets his feet clipped together, and you can see that left leg all of a sudden it turns sideways. He loses his balance, and that looks like it should have been scored as a 6. Instead, it's been scored as a 4. He initially signaled 6. The fielder, Sagar Dakel, look, you can see he put his hands up for 6. Not sure what happened, why it wound up being scored as a 4 in the end. It has been corrected as a 6. So the score does reflect now that it was indeed a 6. So it's 90 for 1. That is correctly credited as a 6.
Again, another chance given to Stephen Taylor. Peter, we know what he can do in a chase. One of my first experiences with USA Cricket was Steven chasing a Canadian total downer T20 match. 22 off a 6 needed. Steven Taylor gets it done with back-to-back sixes in 2018. So if he stays in, it's always going to be entertaining.
Monarch just short of Dev Connell. An extra cover, and they'll just get one off it. And you said 22 off 6. You only needed 5 balls in the end.
Only needed those 5 balls, and again, just absolutely laid out. Then that Canadian bowling lineup.
Junaid Siddiqui was the leg spinner who was on the receiving end of that Taylor onslaught. And from memory, it was 6, and then back-to-back 2s down the ground, and then 6, 6. To win that match with a ball to spare. And that was after USA had lost a super over match just a few days earlier to the same Canadian team. And again, you see how good check that Dipendra Singh Irie. There is a Pradeep Irie. He's not here. Pradeep Irie. There's a number of Iries who played for Nepal, but Dipendra Singh Irie is the one out with the ball in hand now. And Taylor goes big. No doubt about that one. That's going to thud into the sight screen. Big 6 by Steven Taylor to bring up a half century. His first of this tour of Texas. And it comes at a crucial time. USA facing what would be a record total chase down. And not even really any acknowledgement of any kind by Taylor. He's got bigger things in mind for USA. Big appeal, flicking.
It was all middle stump and Steven Taylor. That was all the invitation he needed to send a over for another 6.
8 runs in the over, 98 for 1. After 20, again, USA chasing a target of 275. Monarch batting with a hat on. If we can see, I'm not sure where he is on the field now, but before he had a towel inside of his hat. He had a towel on his head, and then the cap over the towel. Again, some creative solutions being made by a lot of the players and the umpires to try and keep themselves cool here in Texas. As Sushant Bari comes into the attack for left arm spin. He bowled with the new ball 2 days ago against Oman. And on this occasion, instead of taking the new ball, he waits until the 21st over to enter the attack with his left arm spin.
Yeah, they like to bring him on a little bit later. And again, the Pacers did bowl quite well early on. They clamped him down. I think just to have some more options here in the middle overs of play. Again, the 4th highest wicket taker in ODI cricket for Nepal since gained status in 2018.
Taylor with a late cut. It's going to backspin away. Sagar Dakal giving chase. He's the man who put down that chance on the rope of Taylor a short time ago. And he flags it down.
And Steven Taylor this innings has really fallen in love with this shot here of just running it down to third man time and time again. He's just been hanging back on the crease a little bit. And Nepal, they bowl quick through the air. And it's been quicker off the wicket. He's just using the pace to let it run down.
Easy single out to Karan KC, sweeping on the offside rope.
That time more conventional cut again. It was a little bit loopier. But Steven Taylor, he wants to play everything on the back foot here for the spinners. Unless he can free up his arms, it feels like he wants to kind of hang back That's where he's been getting the majority of his runs. Something to look at if you're Nepal.
And this one, more of a paddle shot. Picks out short fine leg on the ring.
And we've seen that fielder, that short fine leg fielder, in place for both Nepal and Oman whenever the spinners are bowling. Oman had one of their better fielders there.
This time, a much more confident punch by Mononk. Straight down the ground for one.
And it's been a good start for the United States. Going to target a 275. They're just a touch under the required run rate, but can always accelerate later. This partnership has been really good here.
Five runs in the over, 103 for one after 21. We'll take a look at the worm between these two sides. And you can see Nepal, who brought up their team 100 in the 20th over. USA just fractionally behind. You can see that kind of teal blue line, just a shade under what Nepal did in the first innings. And if you look at the end, Nepal was on course for what looked like a 300-plus score until those 7 speed bumps at the end.
Yeah, that's what really cost Nepal from having the States be chasing a total above 300 with all that scoreboard pressure. Just a total of 275. Again, 275 is not a terrible score to chase, but this partnership has been really huge for the States. 77 from 92 deliveries. And again, two of the more experienced players on the team. The captain, a former captain. Both of whom making big impacts.
Had a mini drinks break of sorts. That's the cause for the slight delay as Mononk continues with a single into the offside.
A free flow could get in trouble.
And it's a simple chip in the air. Mid-off is up in the ring. Save shot by Stephen Taylor. Finds the rope for 4.
Just like I said, Peter, he's been a touch full at times. Stephen Taylor didn't have to do much with that fielder inside the circle. Just had to get it over him. Failed to do that against Oman. This time, does it against Nepal. Just a little chip over the top again. Look at it. Got to be coming around. It's just a touch full. And it's just a slight touch over the top. That's 4 more for Stephen Taylor.
Back to live action. And this one again over pitched. It'll only be a single on this occasion, picking out the long on fielder.
And again, if you're going to bowl that full, I'm not sure why that fielder wouldn't be outside. Again, if that's the plan, at least for Stephen Taylor. For Mononk Patel, again, he's hit one of down the ground as well. You're going to have the fielder out, and you're going to bowl that length. I'd rather those fielders be out, if not change the length.
I think it's just a funny plan that Gubernur Desanayake might have, because historically Stephen Taylor, it's a place where he's been caught often in his career trying to go over the top, and we saw it happen a couple days ago against Oman, where Bilal Khan with mid-off up in the ring, Stephen Taylor in an uncontrolled drive, one hand flying off the bat, just chipped it straight up to mid-off. And I think he's just trying to tease him, but mid-off has gone back to the rope now. Lamichane So long off, long on are in place. Deep square leg and a sweeper on the offside. Those are the 4 boundary riders to Taylor.
Again, this is the length I really like from Sumpalkami. Again, he's just found a good length and it's been hard to go on the back foot and pull. So this is where I would like to see Kami continue to pull and continue to be for Stephen Taylor.
Taylor with just a firm prod. 7 runs in the over. 110 for 1. After 22, as we're getting another drinks delay, run onto the field. And here's the drone shot. Umair Khan and the Cricket Club's production team, along with IMG, bringing you these beautiful pictures of Pearland, Texas, the Mosa Cricket Stadium. There's the West Grandstand. You can see all that ranch land in Pearland. So it's in country Texas, well outside of the Houston city limits. And that's where we're giving you this broadcast. This SkyExchange.net ICC Cricket World Cup 2 ODI trophies, supported by Dream 11. If you're in North America, you're watching on Willow TV, either on the actual TV network itself or on YouTube. Stream on the Willow TV YouTube channel. And as USA going after a target of 275, which would be a record chase for USA in their limited overs history.
Again, they're going to need these 2 to bat deep if they want to do it.
This one, 2 straight on the legs and flicked delicately by Monank Patel. I'll collect 2 for that, and might get more sloppy from Nepal. You can't afford to be this loose in the field. And what should have been 2 turns into 3, as we've seen both sides commit some mental errors in the field, just relaxing their concentration on these relays in, which have produced a number of extra runs courtesy of overthrows. And we just see it again today, right there.
Again, just some sloppy work in the field from both sides, costing Nepal some runs.
Taylor going for the slide sweep. Clears the leg side easily. No protection out there. Bouncing away for 4, and that compounds the error. Stephen Taylor should not have been on strike. You've got a left arm spinner turning the ball into him, straying on the legs, and Taylor is only too happy to get on one knee and propose to launch that over the leg side behind square.
Too full, too far down the leg side. And Stephen Taylor very quick on it. Was pitching outside leg, so brought the LBW out of play. And he just, as you said, proposed to play it over the leg side for 4 more runs. Looking in really good nick now, Stephen Taylor.
And the umpire said, yes, that is a boundary. Taylor looking very good here on 63. Should have been run out on 25. And then was dropped on 33, right on the straight boundary at long on. And he's making Nepal pay for it now. 9 runs in this over. USA 119 for 1 after 23. And yet more drinks being hustled out. This time by Sai Mukamal, USA sub, to the 2 batters out in the middle.
And if we look at what the USA have done, they haven't let the spinners bog them down, taking the page of the Nepal playbook. Again, Nepal just 1-2, 1-2, 1-2. Didn't really have a lot of boundary strokes. Well, Stephen Taylor there, like I said, if he continues to bat, he's going to continue to put on a flurry of show and flurry of shots.
Got a message from Santosh, watching from Malaysia. It's 5:30 in the morning. This is the sleepless night for me, enjoying the match. Looks like it's 50-50. What do you guys say? Well, at this stage, USA is looking awfully comfortable because Nepal really stuttered quite badly in their last 10 overs, nearly 7 overs in particular. And they should have gotten past 300. And USA not really troubled since the spectacular catch by Sompo Kami to dismiss Sushant Madani. That's been the only blip in USA innings as Adil Alam comes back into the attack. And with fine leg up in the ring, that's an easy boundary. Straying on the pads, and Monarch makes him pay.
Too full, down the leg side, and too easy for a batsman who's in form. Monarch Patel not going to miss out. It's a very simple shot for him to play again. Fine leg inside the circle. Alam, we've seen it time and time again. He's straight down the leg side far too often. He's gone too full far too often. And you've seen the ball go past the rope far too often. Again, way too easy for a batsman. Monarch Patel's class who's in form.
Monarch just prods that into mid-wicket, and if you can believe that, it's only Monarch's second 4. He's got 1-6 straight down the ground. Stephen Taylor across from him, 7 4s and 2 6s in his innings so far.
Again, I think both have understood when is the time to take off, and they've played to the merit of the ball, played the shot when they had to, and then just ran the singles. We have some jokes on Twitter, Peter. PhD Monarch tags me, says, just checking I got it correct or not. Yes, you did, PhD Monarch. For the underscore in the right spot.
And leaping effort by Adil Alam to knock that one down off his own bowling. Looks this out to Karan KC on the sweeper boundary for 1.
And again, for Alam, the dangers of getting too full is making it too easy. On Stephen Taylor, keep hitting the length. Make Stephen Taylor work for it.
Slower ball here, goes off the pad, down the leg side, so it's not going to be called a wide. And it'll end a 5-run over. 124 for 1 after 24. And it's going to bring the second drinks break. You're watching live coverage of the SkyExchange.net ICC Cricket World Cup League 2 ODI Tri-Series, supported by Dream 11. There is state of play on your screen. We're going to take a short break and be right back. USA 124 for 1, chasing the target of 275. Back underway here. And we're back underway here now as two singles collected by USA to resume play after the second drinks break. Again, a reminder, we're having 3 drinks breaks today because it is so hot. It was agreed to by the match officials. 97 degrees here with humidity and a heat index making it closer to 107 degrees Fahrenheit, 41 degrees Celsius. It's hot, sticky, uncomfortable. I want to make sure everybody's hydrated and staying safe. Peter Delapena here in the commentary booth, joined by Aman Patel. Got my trusty yellow notepad. Got my binoculars. And I've got AP, my guy AP next to me. On the call here. Taylor, we've seen this a number of times today. It's been a productive scoring shot for him. That late cut. And he collects another 2 with it here.
Again, he's just been using the pace of the spinners. These spinners have been a little bit quicker than we saw out of the U.S. And anytime they go quicker and anytime they give him any width, Stephen Taylor has just elected to run it down. A third man knows there's at least one over there, as you see the drone that gave you that great aerial view on your screen. It's going into its landing orbit now.
And he goes big. Does he get all of it? Yes, he does. This one's going to go into the West grandstand fence over Sampokami. Another 6. Stephen Taylor.
And you could see from Bar, he just went a little bit too full, trying to overcorrect from that run down to third man. He wanted to change it, not allow him to do it again. This time went too full. Stephen Taylor says, thank you. Thank you very, very much. And I'll send this one over the top for another 6. And Stephen Taylor's starting to get it going. And he's starting to feel that Stephen Taylor rhythm. Look at this. Getting those quick goes well outside the off stump, so he had the freedom to play through the line. And bang over the top. And 6 more for Stephen Taylor.
Oh, it was 1 short. Oh, okay. So actually, in the 2 run by USA in that over off Taylor, one of the runs was signaled 1 short, if you can believe that. Just a slight mental lapse from USA there after the drinks break. So Taylor moves to 71. It's at 6 to end the over. It should have been an 11-run over. It's actually a 10-run over with 1 short run signaled. And Monank begins on strike.
And these two, I think, have been really good at not forcing the issue. Just trying to get singles and doubles here and there, and then when the ball appears, when you get the rare gift to take advantage. And if these two continue to bat through and bat deep, going to be in a good spot.
Change in the field here for Taylor as deep fine leg now comes into the ring. Just a firm punch to long on. Taylor is closing in today on the all-time record for USA in limited overs cricket. He needed 108 runs to pass Steve Messiah on the all-time list as USA's all-time leading scorer in limited overs cricket. It's ODIs, List A, and non-List A matches in events like the World Cricket League that didn't have List A status, but in which you had elite associate cricket teams like USA and Nepal, as no ball is signaled on an overstep. And he was going for the slower ball. We've seen him mix up his pace routinely here, but on that occasion, just disrupts his rhythm and causes an overstep and leads to a free hit coming up to Monang Patel.
And just take a look at the replay here. Yep, nothing behind the line again. That's the key.
And he goes for the wide Yorker, squirted out on the free hit to Sagar Dakal. Had it deep third man. Taylor already in this Texas tour became USA's most capped player, passing Steve Messiah. The most number of matches played for USA in limited overs cricket. The former USA men's captain who played from 2000 to 2014 for USA. Stephen Taylor's senior team career started in 2010. As I said, came into today needing 108 runs to pass Steve Messiah. And it means he's just 36 away. Aman has had a number of really sharp innings in ODI cricket, 3 half-centuries since USA got their ODI status back in 2019. 23 ODIs coming into today for Taylor. And they played those 2 ODIs in 2004. And then the resumption of ODIs for USA since 2019 when they got that status back at World Cricket League Division 2 in Namibia. Those 2 ODIs in 2004 came against Australia and New Zealand at the Champions Trophy in England. Some extremely lopsided matches. Nathan Astle scored a blistering century against USA in a New Zealand victory. Slower ball again, as Taylor is just keen to tap it back. Still plenty of time for USA to catch up if need be, but they're going along at a decent rate right now. Just 1 over past the halfway point of the chase, and USA is knocked off just more than half the runs required. 138 for 1 after 26.
And again, I think I've said it before and I'll say it again. These two have done a real good job of understanding when to go big and when to just play it through. I think that was a message that had to have been sent out from the dugout. This partnership, good for 112 runs from 122 deliveries. And I think the message had to have been just bat through, bat deep. The runs will come. They'll give you the balls to hit. Just bat through and bat on. You've done a really good job since the initial wicket of Sushant Modani to come and make a stand. And again, Stephen Taylor looks in some blind touch at the moment.
And we're seeing the change now as Sushan Bari taken out of the attack after 3 overs of ineffective left arm spin. Going back to Karan KC. 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 20. You can see the Nepal fans starting to make a bit more noise, trying to get behind Karan KC.
And they know they need a wicket. Nepal faithful. They can't let these two bat on.
Back of lane to Monang, taking on a tight single. And he gets it after a fumble at mid-off. Ensures the run is completed. And it's Dipendra Singh Irie.
Been very good angling him into the stumps, making life difficult, brings it away and back in to both the left and right-hander. So gotta be watchful for this over.
Getting strays on the legs, around the wicket. Dev Connell giving chase. He's not going to get there. 4-leg buys. Signaled by Vijay Malella.
Yeah, he's gonna be disappointed with that effort from himself there. And again, there's just straying down the leg side. He's been trying to angle it in. You can see the frustration on Karan Casey's face. He's been sent in to bring a wicket. Sent in to make something happen. Again, this time just straying down the legs, being more expensive than productive.
This time back of length and just tap back. With the exception of a few instances, where the ball skidded low early, including that delivery that KO'd Asif Sheikh, sent him off the field to be replaced behind the stumps by Binod Bandari. Balance has been true. We haven't seen that deterioration in this chase of the wicket like we've seen in a number of other occasions here at Musa. All indications are USA is on course for what would be their best chase ever in limited overs cricket.
Again, they're doing all the work they need to do. Just the good punches, not letting dot balls pile up. They're able to get that boundary every over or so. Keeping Nepal on their toes, the USA. And again, these two, they don't have to do anything special. Just got to bat deep and bat through. No need to force anything.
Six runs in the over, 2 off the bat, 144 for 1 after 27. Another change in the bowling attack is Arif Sheikh will come on for the first time today with Stephen Taylor on strike. And Vinod Bandari is going to come up to the stumps.
Again, you got to try something different here if you're Nepal. You can't just allow the USA to just play it out. Try to create something different. Try to create some confusion, some trying to break the partnership. And again, that time just angling down, and that change of angle can always create some problems first up.
It's just a worrying sign there. Taylor on his haunches and then just kind of rubbing at his back. And nearly a return chance again. Taylor just maybe slightly losing his concentration a bit. As you can see, the conditions starting to take their toll on Taylor. He's on his haunches again as the over ends 5 runs from it, 149 for 1 after 28. And there again, you can see the beautiful started his career as a wicketkeeper for USA, and now he's flat on the ground, just drinking some water. Again, it's so hot here, but you can see Moosa Stadium, some wonderful drone camera shots provided by Umair Khan and the Cricket Clubs and IMG production team. We're bringing you this coverage of this SkyExchange.net ICC Cricket World Cup League 2 ODI Tri-Series supported by Dream 11 here at Moosa Stadium in Pearland, Texas. And there again is a good look at Stephen Taylor, who is just experiencing a slowdown here in this Texas heat, and the umpires are being a little bit lenient. 3 scheduled drinks breaks, 1 more than usual. And in these conditions, 97 degrees Fahrenheit with the heat index and the humidity coming off the Gulf of Mexico. That moist sea air not too far away from here makes the real feel go past 107 degrees. That's 40 degrees, 41 degrees Celsius. And this image almost reminds me of George Foreman later in his career, boxing career. He wouldn't sit down in the corner because if he sat down, he was worried he wouldn't be able to get back up. And Taylor needs some help to get back on his feet. That's the physical toll that these conditions are taking on everybody, but in particular, the USA opener. You can see the drone shot here. That's Balky's Field. That's the nursery ground on the north side. You're looking north now. If you can look way out into the distance in the horizon, that's Houston. And again, we're not in Houston. This is Pearland, and that underscores it better than just about anything. We are well outside the city limits of Houston. It's a good 20 to 25 miles north of here to get into downtown Houston. So Pearland is, as we say where I grew up in New Jersey, it's out in the sticks. It's a little bit distant from city life. You got a lot of trees, a lot of greenery, a lot of ranch land, country land here in Texas, and that is why you're able to get a ground like this. Saki Muhammad, you get a lot of flat land, a lot of open land. If you're able to get some acreage that you can obtain and convert it into a beautiful facility like we have here at Moosa Stadium, that's what Saki Muhammad has done. He's the founder and the owner of this facility. And his efforts have helped make this the 213th ODI cricket ground in the world. That's where you're getting these live pictures from here in Texas. As
just in terms of raw heat, much hotter than it was just a couple days back. Well, they're supposed to surpass 100 without the humidity, without the heat index.
Came here ready to play, but these breaks in play just underscore how stifling the conditions are.
Well, when you saw it in the first innings, he was all over the field, running around, making incredible dives, incredible plays. And so to come right back out, open the innings, and he's been in the middle for almost 29 overs now.
This is a really good over, though, from Dipendra Singh Irie. He's trying to turn the momentum back towards Nepal. As, again, you can see Stephen Taylor kind of motioning towards his back here. And a maiden by Dipendra Singh Irie gets generous applause from the Nepal fans on the West Grandstand. 149 for 1 after 29. Here's the partnership in progress. 123 runs off 140 balls. Stephen Taylor scoring at basically a run a ball during the course of this partnership. Monank Patel closing in on what would be his second 50-plus score of this tour. He's coming off a century in his last match. He's gotten a start in every single game. So we're back to live action now.
And Peter, at some point, I feel like Monank Patel will have to take over this innings because Stephen Taylor just doesn't seem like he's going to be physically able to do so. Again, he's batted well for 29 overs, but I think you're going to see him try to do some different things now. Or if you're Monank Patel, you have a word to say, look, I'll come and try to do it from here.
When Stephen Taylor has been in this situation in the past, saw this happen in a couple of the innings in Oman and that tour in September. At back, when it starts to flare up, he's not able to run as easily between the wickets, and then he basically just starts to go into slog mode. He's just going to try and stand there and pump everything he can over the boundary so he doesn't have to run. And you wonder if he's going to revert back to that today.
Again, these just got to continue to bat in and bat deep. The runs are going to flow. Again, I think they understood where the gaps are, and they're not going to try to go for the big slogs. Again, Stephen Taylor's the wild card at the moment. How long can he last physically? And how does that affect the way he plays?
And there he is. He's going for the big shot. And running back from backward point. Now slamming his hat into the turf. Rohit Paudel. It was an awkward chance. Never got a hand to it because he looked like he lost it in the air trying to run back for it. Aman.
And we were just talking about it. It was only a matter of time until Stephen Taylor tried to do something. You could tell it was taking a toll on him. It was pitched up this time for Marif Sheikh. Tried to go big, just sliced at it, and it was an awkward chance. You had the man running in from cover, and one running back from point. Just swirling. No one got a hand to it. Stephen Taylor with the third life.
So Powell just looked like he got confused as to where the ball was when he was trying to gather his bearings. Here's that last chance. The ball, the hand flies off the bat. And Poto is the fielder who's running out from the ring. And you called it, Aman. I think he was just worried about a possible collision, and he pulled up. It wasn't so much that he lost the ball in the air. He saw that fielder coming in off the cover boundary, and that distracted him. And it's resulted in Stephen Taylor being allowed to continue his innings. And he moves to 80 now, 6 singles in the over. 155 for 1 after 30. USA on course, chasing a target of 275.
And I think you're going to see more and more opportunities like that happen for Nepal. Are they going to convert? Again, Stephen Taylor's going to start to swing a little bit more here. I think he can sense he's coming to the end of what he can physically do. Again, look at this. The helmet comes off. Every over it feels the helmets come off just to give him a chance to take it off and release some of the sweat. Again, he's not the way he was earlier on this innings. Sweltering heat out there. Not easy to bat through.
And again, this is coming after USA has already fielded for 3.5+ hours. Monarch at the non-strikers end on 49.
And to me, I think he's got to take a bigger responsibility in this innings now. I think it's him that's got to carry it and just let Steven whip it around for one.
And that single he's been milking to short third man. Does it again there. I wonder, though, on how many of those he's going to continue to try and play again. We saw him try and go for the slog when he gets to the end of his tether. That tends to be what Stephen Taylor does. He just tries to hit out or get out. And again, he takes that helmet off. He's really struggling out there at the moment.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to convert any twos, really, it feels, and the ones are going to get harder and harder to run inside the circle. As that brings up the 50 from Monarch Patel.
And it's his 4th half-century in ODI cricket. And again, just like Taylor when he crossed 50, doesn't really have the energy to raise his bat or tip his cap or anything. It's so hot out there. Again, he's playing today, Monarch Patel, in front of his sister, Ashvi, and her husband, Harsh, came down from Dallas, made the 3.5-hour drive. Stephen Taylor performing today in front of his dad, Sylvan, who flew out from Florida.
And they're going to be very happy with the performances these two have been putting out in the middle. But again, how much longer can it last? You can see Stephen Taylor, he's on the ground, he's taking the helmet off almost every other delivery. But these two, they've been smart. They've just been looking for the singles. But as Peter said, history is that he'll try to hit out.
Just a gentle tap down the ground to keep the strike. He'll move to 83. 5 runs in the over. 160 for 1 after 31. There is Monarch Patel again. 2nd consecutive 50-plus score on this tour. Made a career best 130 in his last knock. And Taylor again on his haunches. Just 2 4s and 1 6, but he's been doing what's required in terms of the required run rate for this target of 275. Which again would be a record for USA in their limited overs history, going back to 1979 when they made their debut in the ICC Trophy in England. Taylor with a firm punch now as Arif Sheikh begins his 3rd over.
Again, Arif Sheikh, he's been all right. I think he's found the lengths at times, and The U.S. is more than happy just to let him push him for 1s and 2s. Can nearly had the wicket of Stephen Taylor just a little bit earlier.
Monang with an expansive drive, thick outside edge. Third man is up in the ring, and it's going to go to the rope for 4. Third boundary from Monang Patel. And you called it, Aman. Looks like the more that Stephen Taylor is flagging here, it's going to be the captain who is putting this responsibility on his shoulders to keep the scoring rate in check. When he gets a boundary there.
And there it is, the intent from Monang Patel. That's what we've been talking about. Can we see this intent from Monang Patel now that Stephen Taylor is out of gas? Just a thick outside edge, runs away for 4.
And again, that's a delivery there that on a different day you might see them push for 2, but Stephen Taylor just slow jogging that one. When you got a back injury, back flare-up issue, doesn't make running easy. He's trying to battle through this. And again, going for that shot that has been one of his most productive today, but can't find the gap.
And whenever things seem to get going tough for Stephen Taylor, that's the shot he's turned to, no matter what the length is. And again, we're going to see a lot more of those in the innings as he gets further and further through.
And there it is, that release shot from Taylor. Nothing but air on this occasion, though.
And like you said, Peter, has a tendency to hit out or get out. And right there, just went to go for the big swipe. Things weren't flowing. Just a little bit tired, just wanted to get something.
This time pitched up, and he'll just milk the single. 7 runs in the over. 167 for 1 after 32. Eerily quiet in the ground now. We've got close to 1,000 people here at Musa Stadium. You wouldn't know it from the lack of noise at the moment. Number of people here overwhelmingly in favor of Nepal. As tends to be the case wherever they go around the world. There are some USA supporters here, not nearly as many as there were when they opened up these back-to-back tri-series against Scotland, but there are some American flags waving out different parts of the ground, hanging from the different gallery view and gazebos and balconies as Taylor jams this one out back to Irie.
Like you said, Peter, it's just definitely quiet at the moment. As there just hasn't been anything to cheer for.
And again,
Nepal side.
This is another ball that would be 2 on a different occasion, but Taylor struggling with that back issue, just content to slow jog 1, where Karen KC yielded it wide, long off.
Surprised no Lamashane to come back in, just because Stephen Taylor, tired, gas, has to pay a little bit extra attention when Sandeep is bowling. Wouldn't be a bad idea to bring yourself back if you're the skipper.
We haven't seen him since the 19th over. He's got 5 overs left. And that change of pace, heave towards deep mid-wicket. There's a man out there. And it's going to clear him and go over the rope for a 6. And again, it's the sub, Sagar Dakel, who had issues trying to hold on to a Stephen Taylor chance earlier today. And again, struggling to position himself on the rope. But even if he had been on the line, this was going to clear him.
It was going to clear. A slight breeze blowing in that direction. It was short. Monang Patel latched onto it very, very quickly. Take a look. Just not a shot for him to really get there. The U.S. skipper gets himself a 6.
Out of the reach of his fingertips. And that concludes a 9-run over. 176 for 1 after 33.
Good job, boy. Let's go.
Just been informed that Kevin Cole, the mayor of Pearland, Texas, is in the house today. It's a great occasion, not just for the Nepal fans, but for the locals here in Pearland. We're supporting USA. That includes, I hope, Mayor Kevin Cole.
I don't know. There's a lot of Nepal fans. Might have swayed him a little bit. No, we know. The mayor here is excited to see cricket and is excited to see the start the USA has gotten off to.
Taylor with a full toss, and Monang has to hop out of the way.
But again, we've seen the change in approach from Monang Patel. He's looked to be a touch more aggressive. Again, still played the good balls out for just the singles. He's looked to be aggressive, and he's taken on the bad balls and just let Stephen Taylor sit at the non-striker's end. Good recognition of the way the game's turning out for the U.S. captain.
Monang going over the top of extra cover. It's a big gap out there for long off to try and track this down. And he does tap it back into play before it's cleaned up by Sunil Damala. So there's 2 subfielders on at the moment for Nepal. Asif Sheikh, who left the field towards the end of the power play with a leg injury, and has been replaced by Vinod Bandari behind the stumps. And a drop chance. We saw Sampakami take a superb return catch almost 2 hours ago. And Monang Patel with a blistering drive that Arif Sheikh got into a very good position to try and claim. He's got some excellent hands. He fields in the slips quite regularly, but unable to completely latch onto this one. I'm on Monang Patel with a life on 65.
Looked like that one came off the toe end of the bat, and it just followed Arif Sheikh through his follow-through. He got his hands on it, just unable to pull it in. Get another life given to an American batter.
Taylor can't squeeze this one through the gap on the offside. There's actually 3 subfielders on the field, if you include Bandari, with Sunil Damala and Sagar Dakel. Nepal coach Pubudu Desanayaka, who we saw when he was in charge of USA, did this regularly, cycle through his subfielders.
And look at this angle of it. Sees it all the way. It just went through the hands.
That was the return chance just moments ago with Monang Patel on 65. And Monang earlier was dropped on just 7 at backward point by Kushal Bertel in the 11th over off Sandeep Lemachane. He's making Nepal pay in a big way here today. And this time just shovels this on the up. Back down the ground for a single. 6 runs in the over. 182 for 1 after 34. Aman Patel has got his captain's hat on. He was the one who was calling for Lamachani to come back into the attack, and the captain has finally brought himself back in. He's got 5 overs left. We last saw him in the 19th over. He's had an extended break out of the attack. None for 16 in his 5 overs. But when Nepal needs a breakthrough, he's the man they call upon. And here he is coming back from the Massey Ranch end.
I like the matchup, him against Monak Patel. We know the history sides with Lamachane, and then against Stephen Taylor. Taylor gassed, could play some false shots. He's got to think a little bit more about what Lamachane is going to put out of his hands. And you can see Taylor with the helmet off, the heat getting to him. Again, just slowing things up, Lamachane is at the moment. Just keeping the USA batsmen in check. They were cruising at the moment.
It's Arif Sheikh who's in there at slip. As Monak looks like he's determined to just see him off. They'll take their risks elsewhere on what's been a very flat wicket. I know if they can prevent Sandeep Lamachane from getting a wicket and breaking this partnership, it's USA's match. That'll be the one that'll break this partnership.
That's where you got to keep it if you're Sandeep. Like Peter said, that is the wicket-taking delivery. One just squirts across a little bit more. You bring in for a slip.
Goes for the slog sweep, and he picks the gap behind square. No protection out there. Taylor moves into the 90s.
What looked like a very promising over for Nepal. Just 1 run before that final delivery. Ends up being a pretty decent over for the U.S. Lamachane on the final delivery, but just well outside the leg stump. Made it too easy for Stephen Taylor to decide. He's already outside the LBW chance. Look at this. Pitches outside leg. So he's free to do whatever he wants as long as his legs get in the way. He sat down for the sweep. It's a very easy shot for Stephen Taylor to play. Comes naturally. Backs up a great ball with a pretty poor one. Does Lamachane 4 more to the U.S.
It was the googly, but as you said, just too far outside leg stump. Free license for Taylor to give it a whack with the sweep shot. All on the ground. Arif will continue with his 5th over. Long on, long off. Deep mid-wicket and a cover sweeper in play for Arif Sheikh. As Monak collects a single to bring Taylor back on strike.
Again, Stephen Taylor, he's done a lot better job of not trying the big one, but we've seen him against Arif Sheikh struggle. Seen him once with the outside edge, one time missing it entirely. Does Arif finally get through the defenses here, Stephen Taylor?
The other thing to keep in mind here is we will have another drinks break coming up very soon. There's 3 scheduled drinks breaks today because of the heat and the humidity here. The last one we had was at 24 overs. So another one due very soon. Instead of having drinks breaks every hour and 10 minutes, they're every 55 minutes today. They're just keeping Taylor pinned down here. And with Binod Bandari up at the stumps, Taylor can't come down the wicket to disrupt the length.
Yeah, again, we've seen Arif throughout the whole time here in this second half of the series. We've seen him continuously be on a length and just on the body line, daring the batsman to do something. And you get a sense here Stephen Taylor is going to try something.
This time punched Dalamachane, the captain, supporting his bowler here to keep Taylor pinned on strike.
Last time we saw 3-dot balls from Arif to Stephen Taylor. Stephen Taylor elected for a big swipe across the line. Does he try it again here?
He's just going to go for the simple punch. Now Taylor is just 1 shot away from 3 figures. He's got 3 50s in ODI cricket. He's now moved on to his career best. Prior to today, in ODI cricket, it was 92. And that came against Nepal in Muscat last September. And 5 wides after so much discipline built up by Arif Sheikh. He just unscrews the cork and lets it all flow out to the boundary. 5 extras will make life so much easier for USA as they keep on in pursuit of this, what would be a record chase for USA in their limited overs history.
How many times have we seen Nepal shoot themselves in the foot, whether it's with the drop catches, the missed runouts, and now with the 5 wides?
And now just a simple punch down the ground. So 3 runs off the bat, 5 extras, 8 in the over, 195 for 1 after 36. And we will have that drinks break right now. So USA need 80 more runs off the last 14 overs. It should be a very, very straightforward equation for USA. So Taylor gets back down on the ground again. Here's a look at the scorecard. Stephen Taylor and Monank Patel currently in the midst of a 169-run partnership. Sampal Kami's one-handed return catch, the only wicket for Nepal that has dented any momentum USA has generated in the field. It's been one-way traffic ever since then. And that's the state of play right now. So we'll take a short break here at Drinks. You're watching live coverage of the SkyExchange.net ICC Cricket World Cup League 2 ODI Tri-Series supported by Dream 11 on Willow TV in North America, fan code in Nepal, ICC TV around the rest of the world. I'm Peter Dalpena alongside Aman Patel. We'll take a short break and be right back.
बरु त्यो जस्तो लाइभमा हेरेर नि जित्छ मैले
Sandy Lemachane has the ball in hand, ready to continue after the last drinks break. And we're back underway here at Musa Stadium in Pearland, Texas. I'm Peter Del Peno alongside Aman Patel. The USA is in pursuit of what would be a record successful chase in their limited overs cricket history. Nepal, on the other hand, this was their third highest one-day international total, and yet their two other highest totals before this as Taylor clears Devcano on the ring to move to 98 with the boundary. I was saying Nepal's two highest totals before this, 286 for 8 and 278 for 8. Earlier this year against Papua New Guinea on home soil. And on both occasions, Nepal could not win either match, and it looks like again today on a flat wicket. They're in danger of losing again as Taylor now just 2 runs away of it. Made an ODI century. And he punches this down the ground to move to 99. Again, his career best in his entire 50-over history for USA. 162 for 101 balls against Nepal in Bermuda in 2013. That was at World Cricket League Division III, which did not have ODI status. This occasion, different story. Would be a maiden one-day international century for Taylor. And if it happens, it's most likely going to come in the next over, as Monarch couldn't get off strike there.
Again, Stephen, he's played so well all day long, and he's been up to the challenge against Lamashane here.
And Monarch gets this by. Cover fielder down a long off for one. So it'll be 7-run over. Monarch will begin the 38th on strike. Taylor off strike on 99. Here's a look at the replay of that flick over fine leg.
It was a traditional leg spinner set up for Steven Taylor. Again, made quick work of it. That one more of on a length. Again, just sat up on him. And you can see the Nepal fans cheering for some of the pictures.
I think that may be Mayor Cole, who's a very popular man right now. Kevin Cole, the mayor of Pearland, who's made it down to Musa Stadium. And that's Kartik Datta with the cowboy hat on the right-hand side, who's just handing a phone over. Kartik Datta with the Old Navy American flag shirt. He's the founder. Owner of Musa Stadium, the 213th. This one punched down the ground to long off. There it is. Steven Taylor from South Florida to South Texas brings up a maiden ODI century, pointing to his dad, who's made the trip to watch his baby boy create a historic moment for USA. Sylvan watching in the King's Stand today. Steven Taylor's father. Steven has got enough energy to point the bat at his dad, Sylvan. Doesn't have the energy to take his helmet off, though. On a great moment in his career. Made an ODI century. And again, it just shows how much of a grind it's been. They're just almost running on fumes at this stage, Aman.
Well, it's a signature moment for one of the signature names of USA Cricket. Has been playing USA Cricket, playing for the national team for over a decade. And he's just been a household name. It's been unreal innings today. Came in a tough situation, trying to make some history for his team. Becomes the third American on American soil to score an ODI century.
And now he punishes this one wide of the cover sweeper. And he's been jogging singles for the last 10 overs. This is his first two since the 28th over. And now it takes him 6 runs away from what would be another historic landmark. Aman, he's 5 away from tying, 6 away from passing Steve Messiah. It's the highest score in USA's limited overs history.
Again, he's done all of this in the scorching heat. You can see him take a seat there. It's a hot day out here, Pearland, Texas. It might be some clouds overhead, but it doesn't matter. It's still scorching, and he's played all 38 overs of this match. He wants to see his team to the line now, sitting alongside his captain. And decision time for Nepal, and when things go tough, they go to Karan KC. It's been the pick of the bowlers for them. This is the time here in Musa, and they're going to need him to step up now.
1 for 22 with a maiden in 6 overs. Bowled 5 overs with the new ball and then just had a brief 1 over spell in the 27th. He comes back now after 2 overs from Lamachane.
And that one, Monik Patel's going to feel like he missed out on. It's back of a length. It was wide. It was there to be cut and punished through the point region of the ground. Just unable to get anything on it.
And Monank with that flat bat swipe. So Lamachane at long on.
Yeah, and he's reaching and trying to stretch out his legs now. And you saw him try to climb up with that short ball. Didn't quite get onto it like he's done in the previous days. But again, now let's see the approach from Stephen Taylor. Is he still content to just knock it around the ground for ones? Or now that he's hit triple figures, is he going to just take mad swipes at everything? Again, running on fumes. Just got to a century.
You can see him, yeah, there. Just, again, tugging at his back, his lower back. Which he's been doing now for the last 10 overs. And the New Yorker jammed out behind square for 1.
Again, Nepal needs something to go their way. There's a reason the fans haven't been making a lot of noise. The USA, they're just in cruise control at the moment. Finding the gaps, getting ones, getting twos, and keeping the game tight. They're keeping it deep. Just trying to last and outlast Nepal at the moment.
Karen's got to be careful with that short ball. His final egg is up in the ring. And on this occasion, Monik Patel picks him out. That's Sunil Damalat out as a subfielder.
Again, Oman thought they could get Monik Patel with a couple of short balls. Turned out Monik Patel got Oman with those short balls. The hook shots were terrific in that match. If he gets a hold on one, I think Gunnar KC is going to rethink the plan very quickly.
And it's the kind of delivery that KO'd Asif Sheikh. And this time Binod Bandari stands upright and puts both of his pads where he's got the protection and just block it with his knees. And in a different scenario, you can see the opposite end, Messi Ranch and, Aman, is where Asif Sheikh got injured, just tried to turn his body sideways where there is no protection and his side of his knee was exposed, and that's why he's off the field, left in the 9th over. And Binod Bandari's behind the stumps.
And you can see Monik Patel struggling at the moment just to make contact. He's a little frustrated with himself heading into this delivery.
Back of the lane, rides it square out to the sweeper for 1. So he'll keep the strike. 3 runs in the over. 2-10 for 1 after 39. Again, USA chasing a target of 275, so just 65 required off 11. Pretty straightforward equation. The run rate is never threatened to get out of control for USA. And you can see the fans, you can see they're a bit speechless at the moment, Aman.
A little bit speechless. You can see they just don't have an answer. A lot like Nepal on the field at the moment. Just don't have an answer for this U.S. team. And the captain is going back to himself again. Just trying to see if he can create something. A wicket is desperately needed. Can they create the string of wickets the U.S. did at the tail end of the Nepal innings?
Now he's switching ends. We haven't seen him operate from this end. This time, chip drive. Well fielded off his own bowling. And again, now you're seeing the exhaustion on the Nepal captain. We've seen it from the USA batters out in the middle. And Amachani now taking his sweet time to get back to his mark. Again, it's 97 degree Fahrenheit, 107 degree with the heat index and the humidity. Feels like 40 degrees, 41 degrees Celsius.
And Nepal choking down on the United States right now at the moment, just creating some dot ball pressure. But we've seen anytime they create pressure, they have a tendency of just throwing it away. Gotta convert on whatever comes out of these string of dot balls.
And that one nearly was the breakthrough that Nepal was looking for. Sushan Bari was there at mid-wicket. Ball just stopping a bit. A little bit of extra bounce, some grip. And almost goes to Bari in the ring on the leg side.
Yeah, almost. It just jumped on Monang Patel. Almost like the delivery that Yasser Muhammad got. That went for a beautiful catch to Cam Stevenson. A fourth consecutive dot, Peter. You have to imagine Monang Patel might try something.
And a lot of turn there. Going square. And come back for two. And there was an edge on it to get it wide of Bhandari, the keeper. No slip in place. We saw earlier in his previous spell, even though this partnership is closing in on 200 runs together, when Lamashani bowled from the opposite end in the 35th and 37th, he did have it RF in there at slip. Decided against putting a catching fielder in there now. And the chance goes through that vacant region. 3 runs in the over. 213 for 1 after 40. So the last 10 overs, Nepal can put a 5th fielder outside the ring if they choose. You're watching live coverage of the SkyExchange.net ICC Cricket World Cup League 2 ODI Tri-Series supported by Dream 11. From Moose's Stadium in Parowan, Texas. Here we are, match number 9 of the 12 that are scheduled to take place here. Started on May 28th. The last one will be coming up on Wednesday. We've got another match tomorrow. USA takes on Oman, starting at 10:30 local time. Everybody will have a day off on Monday before Nepal and Oman square off again on Tuesday, and then everything concludes on Wednesday the 15th when USA finishes up their home commitments in this League 2 competition against Nepal.
Garden Gacy, can he deliver the breakthrough? Some pressure built up in the previous over.
Goes for the short ball. Monang slices this well wide of the fielder on the offside boundary, and it's going to go to the rope. 4 runs for the USA captain.
And this delivery, I just will never understand it. I get that you have that third man fielder, you have a sweeper, but it's short, it's wide, it's asking for trouble. Monang Patel, he's in form, he's not going to miss out on that one. Smashes that one away. Look at this again. Again, short, wide. Just had to get any bit of bat on it and it was going to fly over the rope. And an easy way to ease the pressure. Again, straight to the Nepali fans. That's 4 more for the USA.
And now a delicate glance goes to deep third man for 1.
Stephen Taylor at the end of the last over was bent over. Was really struggling at the end of the last over. Again, how much longer can you last? We've said it for a while. Kudos to him for fighting through and going on fumes. But how much longer can the fumes take you?
He goes for another big shot. This is not going to carry to the cover sweeper, even though the wind is blowing out that way. We'll relay it back in. It's the second or third time we've seen Taylor play a shot like that, and each time somehow it's landed safely in the grass on this Moosa Stadium outfield.
Again, you just felt it at some point. Stephen Taylor was going to try to have to go big or go home, and that time tried to go big. Just fell safe at the 45. Stephen Taylor survives yet again.
Equations now at a run of ball, an even 6 per over for the first time today. And there's that boundary from Mononk, just slashing it high over backward point. No protection out there.
And again, to me, that delivery doesn't make sense. This one you got to tuck away, keep it in the back pocket.
Length ball, just punched firmly to the cover sweeper. The boundary riders at the moment for Nepal. Deep third man, cover sweeper, long on. Deep square leg. And a deep mid wicket. That's what it was for Mononk Patel. And for Stephen Taylor, deep third man, cover sweeper, long off. Long on. And a deep square leg. Four men in the ring. Only one on the offside at extra cover.
Can you have to imagine Stephen Taylor's going to try another big wipe?
And he goes over the leg side. 3 bounces, 4 runs, and there is the record. Stephen Taylor has now passed Steve Messiah as USA's all-time leading scorer in their limited overs history. Stephen Taylor now with 2,286 runs. One more than Steve Messiah. Congratulations to Stephen Taylor on creating yet more USA cricket history here in Texas.
And what a way to do it. Went deep in the crease. Ball came down to the leg side and just a little whip on his knee. Make it 4. Against Stephen Taylor fighting through the adversity at the moment. Just trying to find a way to keep himself in the match. It's hot, it's humid. And he's battling through all the conditions and making it look easy.
And Mononk plays around this one. What did that miss? Everything. Bye signaled by Leslie Reed for Jr.
Well, if you look at Mononk Patel there, he looked like he wanted to play it out, then put the bat up at the last second. I think the wicketkeeper was anticipating an inside edge or a bottom edge and just never really got the gloves down. Hits him off the pad and just runs over to fine leg. The scamper off for a single. But again, this is the stuff we know Lamachane can do. Creates intrigue, creates mystery, and creates doubt for the batsman.
Taylor tries to muscle this down the ground, and it's hanging up in the air. Can Longoff get there? No, he can't. Drops well short. So a single now brings up a double century partnership. Before Wednesday, we had 2 double century partnerships in the history of USA's limited overs history. And now we've had 2 in the space of 2 matches. And a big appeal. As finally the stand is broken, Lamachane gets Mononk Patel to try and flick that one through the leg side, and a thin edge held. Bandari will try and get to the replay. Apologies. And that one not being shown on the live action as this incredible partnership ends for an even 200, and Mononk falls just short of what would have been a second consecutive ODI century.
Yeah, he batted well, and it's going to feel like he missed out on what could have been his second ODI international century here at Musa Stadium. Again, just a feather edge, and the keeper, quick work, came in and out of the gloves. Let's take another look at it. Again, Mamashane put it outside the off stump. Looked to just, she saw some hesitation. He was just feathering it at times, and a couple ricochets off the glove, sticks in. Again, Monang just was hesitant in all the shots he was playing. That time it cost him.
So, Monang Patel, part of the double century partnership in 2 consecutive matches, as he and Taylor follow up the effort of Sushant Madani and Monang Patel. 209 runs against Oman, 200 runs even on the button. Here's another look at the replay. That juggle from Bhandari, who again is behind the stumps because Asif Sheikh injured himself in the 9th over in the field. Bhandari, on as a sub, holds on to a juggling effort, and it brings Aaron Jones out to the middle.
And Peter, I'm going to bring up the same point. Why not Gajanan Singh?
Well, at this stage, all they need is singles. Jones, this is tailor-made for him to just continue punching singles from this stage. Under a run of ball required. Jones' customary position is number 4. They don't need quick runs from Gajanan. And I think that's the strategic thinking behind putting Aaron Jones out to the middle in his customary number 4 position, where they just need to run a ball and he can get those singles. Nothing fancy from Aaron Jones will get USA across the line for what would be a historic chase for USA. They've never chased a target more than 257 in their limited overs history. That happened in 2011 in Hong Kong. Here in Texas, they're trying to chase down a target of 275, and they're well on course at the moment. And the other part of bringing Jones out, you maintain that left-hand, right-hand combination. If you bring Gajanan Singh out, you got 2 left-handers at the crease.
Yeah, and the way Steven Taylor is going about his innings at the moment, you do want someone who's just going to rotate. So again, I think you're right here, Peter. Aaron Jones is the right option to bring out.
Well, they're not getting that rotation just yet. Jones 3 dots to see off a 2-run over, 1 off the bat, and the wicket of Monang Patel for 85. USA 226 for 2 after 42, chasing a target of 275. Dipendra Singh Irie back into the attack now. He has got 4 overs left.
Yeah, he's bowled well. Again, Steven Taylor has liked it when he's given some flight on the ball. So if you're Irie, want to keep the pace going because Steven's going to try to play you every time.
Taylor tries to muscle this down the ground, splits long on and long off where it bounces for an easy single. Again, Taylor laboring for the last hour. He's just going to be content to run 1 there.
Again, you could see the intent from Steven Taylor. He's telling everybody at the moment, I'm swiping, I'm swinging at everything. I'm going to try to hit a 6. I'm going to go big, I'm going to go home. I'm not worried about conserving my wicket at this stage. I'll be more harm than good. I just try to rotate rather than me try to go and clear some boundary ropes.
Irie's going to come around the wicket to Jones, the right-hander. Just spears it in very full.
Aaron Jones struggling to rotate the strike. Just got to find a way to keep it moving. Don't let that run rate climb.
And now you can hear the voices growing in the West End where all the Nepal fans are. Jones chewing up dot balls here, threatening to give the momentum back to Nepal. Lemachani with a shot at the non-striker's end. And finally Jones off the mark on his 6th delivery.
Again, it's just that struggle to get off the strike. You gotta find a way to keep the singles moving, especially at this stage of the match. Keep the singles ticking. You don't let that run rate climb beyond 7. You take pressure off of Stephen Taylor, who you know is laboring through. You gotta support him.
Taylor gets it wide of Lemachani at extra cover, and this one's going to go to the rope. Another boundary for Stephen Taylor. 11 fours, 3 sixes.
This time in out from Stephen Taylor, and also made some room for himself. Again, just evades. Lemachani can take another look. Made some room for himself. Big slap. Just evades. Those aerial for a moment. Still got enough power in those hands to push it all the way for 4. Again, this would be a great look at it. Sliced it up in the air.
And there he goes for the reverse sweep. There's a backward point and a short third man in place. Nobody on the boundary on that side. And he's hitting it with the off spin and with the wind. So you can understand why he's going for that option. But he picks out the fielder on the ring. So it ends a 6th run over. 2:32 for 2. After 43, but that required run rate just peaking up above a run of ball. USA needing temporarily, that required run rate was up above a run of ball, but USA with 43 required off of 42 deliveries. Where's your money at this stage, Aman?
Well, I would have to imagine the USA for me, just because, again, in modern cricket, getting a run of ball is not the hardest thing in the world. We've seen Stephen Taylor's ability, even at this stage of his innings, able to find some boundaries, find some gaps. I think it all really comes down on the shoulders of Aaron Jones. Can you facilitate? Can you rotate? Because we know what Stephen Taylor's going to try to do. You just have to make sure you don't eat our dot balls to put all the pressure on Stephen Taylor.
And they're going to go back to Adil Alam, who has been mixing up his pace, constantly bowling slower balls, bowling cutters, Yorkers. He's got a lot of options in his arsenal, and he will replace Lemachani. So the captain will hold 1 over back instead of bowling himself out from the parent end. And Jones scratches out his guard to Adel Alam's medium pace. 43 off 42 required for USA to clinch what would be the highest chase in their limited overs history going back to the 1979 ICC trophy in England.
And we've seen Alam bowl some good deliveries, but we've also seen him just waver at times with the wides, getting it too full. So this might be exactly what Aaron Jones needs to get in some flow. Again, we've seen him pitch it up well too full at times, sometimes straying down leg. Could this be the wake-up call Aaron Jones is looking for?
Jones tries to shovel this over mid-off, just clears Lemachani on the ring, and it's going to go to the rope for 4.
And for Aaron Jones, it's a breath that you can take now. He's holding it for a moment while it was in the air. We've talked about it, Alam. He gets too full at times. This time, Aaron Jones was through the shot before it ever got to him. He just kind of half-heartedly checked it just enough. Take a look at this. Again,
here late in the day. The sun has kind of disappeared a little bit. There's a lot of cloud cover back again, but the wind is whipping up very, very strongly in the last 5 minutes or so, blowing to the north. So Adil Alam is bowling into the wind. He's bowling from the south. He's bowling from the north end, the Pearland end. Around the wicket now to Taylor. Slower ball, heaved in the air towards long on. This is going to be a chance. And finally, it's held on to, and it's the captain who's responsible for finally putting an end to Stephen Taylor's magnificent innings. He had a few lies, but he certainly made the most of it. And now, Lamachane takes the catch, and the door just slightly ajar here for Nepal. What a knock.
And we knew that Adil Alam was going to go with the off speed because, again, he's going to be hitting into the wind, take all the pace off of it, make him muscle it through. Perfectly picked out Lamachane, and finally a catch taken. So two new batsmen in the middle. Feels eerily similar to what we saw from Nepal in the first innings, where they had set batsmen going and then they started to lose wickets. And Skudgeon Singh that comes out to join Aaron Jones in the middle.
Taylor missed run out chance on 25. A clear drop at long on 33. And then a misjudged chance when he was on 78 over backward point. So arguably on the fourth attempt, Nepal finally claims him as Jones takes a single to end the over. 6 runs from it and a wicket. As USA needs 37 off 36. Skudgeon Singh will have to wait to face the ball as Jones will be on strike. 238 for 3 after 44. There's the state of play at the moment. 238 for 3 USA. They need 37 off 36 deliveries. Stephen Taylor just dismissed for 114. Shared in a 200-run partnership for the second wicket. The second 200-run stand for USA in the space of 2 matches. Mohan Patel a part of both of them. The first one came with Sushant Madani against Oman. And then alongside Stephen Taylor today, the captain and the former captain, taking USA deep into this chase. They've never chased more than a target of 257. Probably sound like a broken record for everybody who's been watching since the start, but for anybody who's just joining this here in the waning moments of the chase, it would be a historic moment for USA. They've never chased more than 257 in their limited overs history. That was in 2011 against Hong Kong. If they can get to 275 today, it would create history for USA in their limited overs history going back to 1979. I'm Peter Delapenna, joined by Aman Patel. You're watching live coverage here from Moosa Stadium in Pearland, Texas, as Aaron Jones takes a single to get to the non-strikers end. In today's match is part of the SkyExchange.net ICC Cricket World Cup League 2 ODI Tri-Series, supported by Dream 11. You're watching live on Willow TV in North America, Fan Code in Nepal and elsewhere in the Asian subcontinent, and ICC TV everywhere else in the world. We're here at Moosa Stadium in Pearland, Texas, about 20 miles south of downtown Houston. Gajanan Singh, who's been in tremendous form, picks off a single into the offside to get off the mark.
It's simple here for the United States. Get singles, get singles, get singles. And the good thing about Gajanan Singh is he is very keen to get them. Very positive player. For Aaron Jones, he's looked to be more and more comfortable now. So again, all you need are singles. You don't need any big shots. You take them, but you don't need them.
Big heave with the wind. Jones clears deep mid-wicket. Sunil Damala can only watch this go over his head for 6.
Well, that's the danger of coming around the wicket as the off-spinner. Just slided it up. We've seen Ari get punished for it a couple of times from Stephen Taylor. This time, it's Aaron Jones, who likes to play his shots. Again, it was flighted up. It was on middle stump. Some risk involved. Take a look. Again, flights it up. Aaron Jones gets on top quickly.
Back to live action, and now they're going to try and look for 2 here. This is what they couldn't do for the last 2 hours or so, with Taylor struggling in the heat. And another look at that slog sweep for 6.
Again, it was just lovely. Got all of it. Again, not a high percentage shot at Musa Stadium, but it worked when it needed to work for Aaron Jones. No chance for the fielder.
And Gajanan whips this off his legs. They're going to push hard for 2 before deciding against it.
Again, with that 6, they basically did their job for the entire over. And these runs are just bonus. The cherry else on top to keep them in the bank. And again, Gajanan Singh is very positive. He's going to look to rotate. And Aaron Jones found some rhythm in the previous over. And it's showing here against Ari.
Just that 1-6 takes the required run rate back under a run of ball. So from here, all they need is singles. 11 runs from the over. USA 249 for 3 after 45. And again, in case you're just joining us, Stephen Taylor and Manak Patel sharing in a 200-run partnership. And it took USA within striking distance of what would be their highest ever successful chase. And you can see Lamachani's got 1 over left. There's the rest of the look at the Nepal bowling options with 5 overs to go.
Yeah, and you look at the bowling options that are left. You're going to look at Karan KC to finish out. And who's the other guy you turn to? Do you turn to a spinner in the death? Do you try an Arif Sheikh, who did work, and I wouldn't mind that option. Looks like they're going to go with Adil Alam, though, for now.
And Alam, another significant moment took place on the field with that wicket of Stephen Taylor. That was his maiden ODI wicket. Adil Alam as Jones plays this out to the cover sweeper. So the teenager who had a very sharp burst with the bat when Nepal was batting, and now comes out in the field and takes his maiden ODI wicket, the teenager, here in Texas today.
I thought Alam, he's had moments where he's looked very, very good, but I think like any youngster, he's just been wavered at times. Again, that first delivery was short, it was wide, and very easy to get a single off of it. Got to be very tight here. Don't have much room for error if you're Nepal.
Gajanan just guiding this. They're going to push for 2, and the throw comes in over the stumps. Andari can only watch as they get an easy 2.
Like you said, Peter, haven't seen that for the past couple of hours. 2 fresh legs there, and they're going to milk it. They're going to try and push for everything.
And that 2 pinched off of what looks like it was Sampal Kami out there. Results in a change in the field. Rohit Paldo has now switched places with him. Rohit, fresher legs out on the boundary to try and cut off that 2. And Gajanan foxed by a slower ball. Bullseye from Adil Alam. And the second wicket now in the space of 2 overs for the teenager is keeping Nepal in this match.
And I'm just not sure about the shot selection from Gurjit Singh. What is the need? You saw him tell Aaron Jones, I was just trying to get it over the top. Why? You have the runs. Just look to push the 1s and 2s. Don't give life back to Nepal. He leaves with a smile, Gurjit Singh. But again, you had an opportunity to see your side over the line. It was a good slower ball from the youngster. But again, the shot selection very poor from Gurjit Singh. No need for that. Just continue to rotate.
What it means is we're going to get teenager versus teenager. Rahul Jarawala, the 18-year-old from Northern California, comes out to the middle under self-inflicted pressure as a result of this shot from Gurjit Singh.
I'm just not understanding. What was the purpose? Why? Why you played that shot? I can understand how you got beat because of the slower ball. But why play that shot? Of all the shots you could have played.
Oh, you hit the nail on the head, Aman. Less than a runner ball required. There's no need to try and smash 4s or 6s. Mid-on is up in the ring, Sandeep Lamachane. So that's why he thought he wanted to go over the ring. But all they need is singles from here. 23 required off of 27 deliveries for USA to win. And Jarawala, watchful. The 18-year-old from Fremont on the East Bay in the San Francisco Bay Area, playing in his 3rd ODI. Comes in today with scores of 14 and 4 against the UAE and Oman. In his 2 innings for USA in a very early ODI career. Slower ball, punched away easily to the sweeper. I think that's what you were looking for Gurjit Singh to do on that wicket.
Just something along the ground. There's gaps. It's not like everyone's inside the circle where you have to lift it. There's gaps on the offside he could have played to. And again, that shot would have gone against the wind as well. You're just testing a lot of different variables there. It just doesn't make sense in any regards. The situation just didn't call for it.
Cover sweeper, deep 3rd man, deep mid-wicket, long on in place. There was a deep fine leg who has now come into the ring as Lamachane goes back from mid-off to long-off. That's the boundary alignment, the 5 boundary riders for Nepal at the moment. Jones steps out of his crease, chips this through mid-wicket. They're going to take on long on, who fumbles it and open the door briefly for a second run, Dev Connell. And now an overthrow is going to create that second run. Make sure it happens. Just sloppy time and time again today. Puvidu Dasanayaka has got his hands over his head, wondering what on earth his team is doing out here. They've cost themselves so badly on so many occasions with sloppy fielding today. And if Nepal can't defend this, it's going to be a big talking point in the Nepal change room at the end of play.
Again, simple stuff. Just needs to be executed right. Why?
Dipendra Singh Irie right there. Jones is way inside the crease. What on earth is he thinking right there?
Again, that is what the whole point is. Why? There's no reason. We talk about Gurjit Singh. Why? Another brain fart, miscue. Again, the drop catches, the misfields, the overthrows. Ultimately, you convert on half of those opportunities or you play the smart route. You're well ahead of this match, but you've shot yourselves in the foot time and time and time again. And now the USA just need 20 more and 24 deliveries.
Lamachane, who had that 1 over left, is going to use it now to bowl at the teenager, Rahul Jarawala.
And I like the move here from Sandeep because, again, you got a youngster. And also, Rahul's going to be aggressive. If the ball is there where he thinks he can slog sweep it, he will throw his hands at it, and that can create that wicket-taking chance.
He's got a slip in place, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, long on, long off, and a cover sweeper, the boundary riders. Nobody in front of square on the leg side in the ring. And there is a short final leg in place in case of a top edge if he does go for any sort of sweep shot. But again, they just need singles. You're playing the sweep for a boundary. They don't need boundaries. They just need singles. And Jarwal with a straight bat onto the back foot. Gets off strike.
Lets him off the hook. It was a shorter ball. That's not what you want to bowl to the teenager. Make him reach. Coax him out of the crease. Do something different. Keep it up. Short balls aren't going to cut it at this stage of the match.
They took the slip out temporarily, and now they've put the slip back in place. So slip will stay there, hour shake. They've got an extra cover, backward point, and a short final leg in the ring, the 4 ring fielders. And that one too short again, and pulled out to deep mid-wicket. Will collect for just 1. That's Alam.
Again, if you're Sandeep Lamashane, pitch it up. Let the ball spin from there. You can create the chances. We saw the googly against Oman. When you pitch it up, you create those chances.
Quicker one again, too short. This is not a good finish from Lamachane. Consistently too short here in this over to challenge and threaten for wickets. And he's not being economical either.
He's just letting USA off the hook. Again, you had 1 over left. You're here to use it to try to create pressure and try to coax out another wicket. Instead, you've just been going short. You could see him say, calm down, relax, let's slow it down. Pitch it up. That's all it is, Lamashani. Pitch it up.
And he's just moved his short final leg fielder a bit finer. Too short for Jones, who loves going onto the back foot. Gets this wide of the cover sweeper. He wanted to. Jarwal turns him back. Again, there's no need to take an unnecessary risk for a run out when you only need singles. So they settle for 1.
And again, time and time again, we're seeing short ball after short ball here from Lamashane.
And an interesting fielding realignment. Irie was at long on for the previous delivery. Now he swaps places with Adil Alam at long on. And finally, a dot ball as Jarwal can't flick this away off the back foot.
But still not a good ball, really. Again, it's short. Got away with it this time. But I haven't seen one where he's inviting.
Too short again. This is a bad over by Lamachane. It's Jarwal just flicks this away for 1. Jones thought about 2, and another terrible throw! And I'm a bit surprised that they didn't take an overthrow on that one. It looked like it might be airmailed all the way to the rope. The nerves showing here for Nepal in a bad way. But Jarwal will keep the strike with just a single, a very dramatic single. 5 runs in the over, 260 for 4, USA out 47. Just 15 runs required off the last 18 balls for what would be a historic chase, the highest in USA's limited overs history.
And again, like you said, just not a good over from Lamashane. Just let the batsman off the hook, not pitching the ball up, letting it spin and letting it turn, making him face the turn. Instead, let him sit up on the back foot and just work it through for singles. That's not going to cut at this stage in the match. It's not boundaries they require, it's singles that they require. Gotta make it challenging. Lamashane just didn't do that.
So we're going to see Adel continue here. Goes for the Yorker, and Jarwal deftly flicks it out for 1.
Rahul Jejawala, he's done his job since coming to the crease. Understood the situation, didn't try to do too much. Just single, 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 single. And it's been smart batting from the youngster. Just 18 years of age. He's played a very mature 7 deliveries.
Slower ball. Jones nearly drags it on. And draws some cheers from the Nepal faithful out on the west grandstand. They're ringing the boundary, the entire side of the ground. Everybody out of their seats, hugging the fence. It's a great scene. They've been sitting for much of the day, but the clouds are out. There's a brief respite from the sun, and they're getting as close as they can to the action. Everybody hugging the fence for this dramatic finish. Full pace delivery, back of a length, easy single for Jones. And now 13 required off of the last 15 deliveries. Still USA's game to lose.
The USA in the driver's seat at the moment. Again, it's just the singles here, and Rahul Jariwala's done a really good job, but the slower ball has been tough to see out. Don't be surprised to see a lot more of those.
And now another valuable
It straight to the man at cover.
This change of pace here at the death is so valuable. This is why Alam is bowling at the death. Another slower ball. It's all about keeping batters off balance. Jariwala, though, clips a single into the leg side.
Again, Jariwala's just been smart about his innings. He's not trying to do too much. Just knock it around through the gaps, try to get just singles. Hasn't done anything too risky, and you can see everyone up, everyone out of their seats. They're all itching with anticipation, sensing something special on the cards.
Goes for the wide Yorker, and Jones can't get bad on this, so dot ball cheered loudly by the Nepal fans, and 1-over from Adil Alam. We'll see if he can get somebody at the other end to stretch this out to the 50th. USA needs 12 off the final 12 balls, but an incredibly gutsy 3-run over bowled right there by Adil Alam.
It was special from the youngster. Again, a lot of pressure on his shoulders, and he did exactly what he needed to do. 3 runs coming from that over. Again, just putting the pressure right back on USA. 12 from 12. Again, run a ball now, and you have to imagine Karan KC is going to come in here in the 49th.
And he is coming on. That was Nisarg Patel, who's padded up for USA just in case the wicket falls here. A longtime veteran. Is padded up and ready to come in just in case wicket falls here. Karan KC took 5 wickets just a few days ago against Oman. And so far today, none for 36 in 8 overs.
But he's bowled well. Let's not hold that against him. The wickets column hasn't hit quite, but he's been on the body. He's made it tough for batsmen to really play. And so for Rahul Jariwala has to come in, try to see a single out here. Again, not a lot of margin of error here for either side. And that's why everyone's lined up across the fence. They can sense it. There's pressure.
So it'll be Karan KC from the Massey Ranch end to bowl the 49th. Boundary riders in place. Deep square leg, deep mid wicket, long on. Cover sweeper. And a deep third man from the looks of it. And Jariwala flat bets this straight to mid-off, who's up in the ring, and that draws humongous cheers from the Nepal fans. So yeah, deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, long on, cover sweeper, deep third man, the boundary riders for Nepal at the moment. And in the ring, there's a short fine leg, a backward point, an extra cover, and a mid-off. And if the pressure builds, if they can't get a single through the leg side, there's a big gap through mid-wicket. That's where they got to get the single and try and push for two. And the boundary rider, Dipender Singh Irie, is cheating in a good 5 to 10 yards to try and deny that second. And this one's going to be called wide, out of reach. It's going to drown out the cheers when the fans realize that Vijay Mella signaled an extra.
Yeah, looked tight on that line, and again, I think it was a good call, out of reach. And as you said, Peter, there's a big mid-wicket gap. Also another option, I would say, maybe make some room for yourself and just guide it down to third man. There's always a single on offer down to third man. And if he follows you, now you can work it through the leg side. Might not be a terrible option, just to make a little bit of room.
Nobody in front of square in the ring on the leg side, but Irie is cheating in off the rope at mid-wicket to try and deny that second. And a length ball is whacked towards deep backward square. They're going to keep it to one. Sushan Bari with an efficient relay. Still a run a ball required from here. USA 10 off 10 needed to complete what would be the biggest chase in their limited overs history going back to 1979. Nepal was in this situation, a very similar one back in March on home soil. Could not defend 279 against Papua New Guinea. PNG with a 3-wicket win, clinched with 8 balls to spare. Can USA replicate that here in Texas?
Rahul Jadiwala came down and made some room for himself on the previous delivery. Expect Aaron Jones to do something similar to try to get Gunnar KC to keep it, angling it down the leg side and allowing them to push it to the leg side in front of square.
Bouncer, Jones heaves this out to deep backward square. It'll be just one. Bari with a clean collection.
And again, you saw it. He came down the track, forced Gunnar KC to do something different, and just helped it along to the leg side. 11 off 11 now. Excuse me, 9 off of 9.
Things.
Again, interesting decision. Still nothing to close up. That leg side is still wide open.
Wide Yorker, too wide for Jones to reach, and another free run. Such a fine line to try and get that wide Yorker within the wide guideline outside off stump. If it's not within reach for the batsman to play a reasonable shot, there's a line there. It's very hard to see right now this late in the day, but there is a line there. In addition to that white line, there should be a thin blue line. Is the outside off stump wide marker. It's got to be within that line for it to be legal. And on that occasion, it was inside that outside off stump guideline. So Jarawala can't get bad on it. And again, we're back to a run-a-ball equation. Aman.
No need for Jadiwala to play that shot. He went for the big, expansive drive over the top of covers. And you can see Aaron Jones just having a word with the youngster. It's okay, settle down. Just try to push it in the gap. Again, if you were just to guide it down to third man, there's always a single on offer.
And this time they're going to take on the single in the ring. The throw with the stumps is well backed up. So they do get that tight single. 7 off 7 now. Jones on strike. Long delay before this final delivery. The 49th from Karan KC. And no change in the field. Mid-off still up in the ring. Deep third man just going a bit finer on the rope. Jones flays this directly to the cover sweeper. So it'll be just one. 6 off the final. 6 balls required for USA to chase down this target of 275. In case you're just joining us, Nepal had a dramatic collapse in the first innings. They went from 243 for 3. They lost their last 7 wickets for 31 runs. And there's that group of speed bumps there at the end. 7 wickets for 31. Dramatic collapse for Nepal in the first innings. And as part of that collapse, they did not bat out their overs. Bowled out in 49.2 overs. And how crucial are those 4 unused deliveries right now, Aman Patel?
Again, you have 4 more singles. It makes it 10 from the final over. Again, everyone's lined up along the fence. USA, they got to be very happy with the way they finish it out. Rusty Theran getting it right. This is exactly what they needed now. Situation, everyone's in it. Who's going to convert? Is it going to be the U.S.? Or can the youngster for Nepal get it done?
So, Karan KC did his job stretching it out to get the ball in hand for Adil Alam. In this final over, he's been superb with his changes of pace here at the death. Here he comes for the final over. Goes for Yorker, flicked straight to short fine leg. 5 yards either side, and that's a boundary for USA. Gets away with it, though. Lucky break for Nepal, picking out Karan KC at short fine leg in the ring.
And had he left it, it would have been a wide as well, so definitely a lucky break. Aaron Jones just working that one to fine leg. Again, you know he's going to go slower ball, slower ball, slower ball. Maybe throw one regular pace, but I think all of these are going to be off speed. We haven't seen a lot of success coming off the off-speed deliveries. Rahul Jariwala, again, he's got to find a way to get the ball into the gap. There's one on the leg side.
Now just a change of positions. Arif Sheikh goes out to long off, switches with a ring fielder. They want their best catchers and their most speedy fielders on the boundary. Third man and fine legger up in the ring. A full toss, flicked over square leg. There's protection out there. Excellent relay to keep it to just 1.
Again, doing really well. These USA batters of converting 2 full tosses. Work through the leg side for 1 run apiece.
How nervy is it for USA out in the middle right now? 2 full tosses could have ended the match. Instead, they only get 2 singles off of it.
And that's the fortunate part for Nepal. They did not concede those boundaries. You're still in it. Alam hasn't found the length here today. He's going for the Yorkers. This over hasn't been his best yet. But again, if you're the USA batsman, keep expecting the slower ball. He's going to tickle 1 normal pace delivery in there, but the rest are going to be off seam.
Here is that slower ball again. Jones taps it gently. They're going to try to push for 2, but he just hit it a bit too firm to try and come back to Pendra Singh Ai. Irie, the fastest fielder, out at deep mid-wicket. No chance of getting 2 off him. And now we're down to 3 off 3.
And here we go, 3 off 3. The jersey on Rahul Jariwala's back. That's all the USA require. And again, we've seen slower after slower after slower. Do we see another one?
And a reminder, there is no super over in these Cricket World Cup League 2 ODIs. And length delivery called a no ball! Unbelievable! In the worst possible moment, the most critical mental error of all, Adil Alam oversteps what looked like a dot ball. Now it's a bonus run for USA, and 18-year-old Rahul Jariwala has a chance to end the match with 1 blow.
We've talked about it time and time again, Peter. The mistakes, the little mistakes from Nepal. Whether it's been the overthrows, the drop catches, the extras, this time it's the no ball. Rahul Jariwala went for the big, expansive cover drive, missed it. But the overstep cost Nepal. And again, the message from Aaron Jones has to be just look for the single. Don't try to do anything too expansive.
Goes for Yorker, jammed out. They're going to take 1 to level the scores. So USA cannot lose from here. It's just a matter of Can Aaron Jones get a single? And if not, USA's just got to bolt. This has got to be part of the discussion. You run for a bunt on anything here. If not on this delivery, then for certain on the final ball, USA. Cover is coming in. Deep mid wickets coming in. Mid off, mid on or in. There's only one fielder on the boundary. That's Rohit Patel. Had a deep mid wicket. Everybody else. The match has ended in a tie. USA thought they had victory assured. And somehow, in the most improbable of circumstances, they are denied what would have been the largest chase in their limited overs history. You can hear the cheers on the boundary. It may be a tie for Nepal, but it feels like a win based on the reaction of the players on field and the fans lining the boundary. Ahmad Patel. This is absolutely stunning.
And what an effort from Adil Alam. Again, he could have just given up. Bowled a no ball. Felt like the match was over from there. No. Instead, he gives everything he can and produces 3 terrific deliveries. And again, Rahul Jariwala went for the big slice at it. Found the fielders. A good gentle throw. Didn't try to do anything too fancy. They didn't make any mistakes. And Nepal, they come back. They're going to take this one out for them. The USA, they've got to be disappointed. You saw, and you can
Literally the only man on the boundary with everybody else in the ring. And the responsibility fell to Jariwala for the final ball. And I know he's crushed right now, but it really should not have come down to him. And USA was in control for basically the entire chase. And somehow
stepped up, and they got it done. The USA again, it's going to be a tie. They split the points, but you can see the reactions, the smiles from one side, and the faces of a team that feel as if they should have held this one out. Should have all of them on the other.
So Stephen Taylor's century almost in vain as USA can't win, and the Nepal fans showing their appreciation for an extraordinary effort. The Cardiac Kids, that's what they're known as. Never a dull moment with Nepal. Wherever they are in the world, everything is constantly full of drama for them. And no exception today. USA needed 1 off 2 balls with 7 wickets in hand, and they couldn't get victory. It goes down as a tie. And we'll take a look now at the USA batting card. There it is. So it was a relay from it was a relay from Dipender Singh Irie to Alam is how it's being credited for the moment. Clip to fine leg off the final ball. Results in a final ball run out. Jones caught it. Deep mid-wicket on the penultimate delivery. Stephen Taylor and Monak Patel have a 200-run partnership, but all anybody is going to remember after today, Monak Patel, one of the most extraordinary ties in ODI history here at Musa Stadium in Pearland, Texas.
And again, give Mohammad Adil Alam credit. What he did today, 9 overs, 45 runs, and 3 wickets to his name. The slower balls, at just 17 years of age, he had a flurry with the bat that got them just enough runs, and then with the ball came in at the very end when the pressure was the highest. And he performed and he executed. Give him credit for what he's done today to give Nepal this outcome.
And there it is, if you can believe it. We have a tie in ICC Cricket World Cup League 2. Nepal don't bet out their overs. May have cost themselves with 4 unused deliveries. And then USA with 1 needed off 2. Just can't get across the line. That's the match summary. And we'll be back shortly for the post-match presentation. You're watching live coverage of SkyExchange.net ICC Cricket World Cup League 2 ODI Tri-Series supported by Dream 11. I'm Peter Del Pena with Aman Patel. I'll turn it over to Aman Patel quick for some final words before the post-match presentation.
Again, one of the greatest matches that we've seen here, Musa Stadium, all series long. Stephen Taylor with his maiden ODI century. Becomes the first American-born player to do so. And again, it was that man, Adil Alam, who was able to get it done for Nepal, and it ends in a tie. One of the most extraordinary outcomes that you'll ever see here. And we'll come back to you shortly with the post-match presentation.
First, I'll call upon Sandeep Lemachane, the Nepal captain, the visiting captain. Usually we'd call up the losing captain and the winning captain, but one of the rare occasions in cricket history where we've got a tie. We've had a little bit of time to digest what happened. How do you put into words what we experienced out there off the final 2 deliveries, USA needing 1 off 2, and somehow you guys salvage a point?
It's hard to put on the words, how we are feeling right now, because there are two sides of the stories. We should have won the game, the kind of bowling attacking we have, plus the way USA were batting. I think it's credit goes both Monank and Steve, to both of them. The way they were playing, and it made it hard for us to find the areas where we can get a wicket for us and put them under pressure back again. So luckily we got that breakthrough at the later end, but should have defended this total, I guess.
Just put into words how it feels in terms of, did you feel you saved yourself from losing the game, or do you feel you could have won the game, just from the standpoint that there's a couple things that go into play? You didn't bat out the final 4 balls of your innings. The no ball with a free hit in the last over, it looked like it was USA all the way, and then somehow the pendulum swings wildly back in your direction. How do you feel? How would you characterize? Did you feel like you lost this match in a tie, or did you feel like you won this match in a tie?
I would still say we lost this game as a tie, but the way USA were batting in the later end, I think it's a win for us as well. Credit goes to Adil Alam for the way he put up the show, in his debut game, and never looked like it was his first game he's playing in the international arena. So a lot of credit to him, and it's a game of uncertainties, and you never know what's going to happen there.
Just take it through the thought process in that decision. You've got a teenager, as you said, making his ODI debut. He bowled really well with his cutters, changes of pace, kept everybody off balance, but to give the ball to him in the final over after Karen KC stretched out to get it to the 50th, what went into the thought process down the stretch that gave you the confidence that he would be able to perform in that situation?
I think the plan was clear, because he bowled 3 or 4 overs back to back before that as well, and when I was bowling from the other end as well, and he was bowling nicely, hitting the right lengths and areas and mixing up the pace as well. The slower back of the length is so beautiful to see a youngster coming into the side and making impact on everybody. So that made me easy to just give the ball to him, and I just had a lot of faith in him.
There you have it. Sandeep Lemachane, the Nepal captain. Sandeep, thank you for your words. And I'll call up now Monank Patel after Sandeep Lemachane. Monank, an extraordinary match from start to finish. How do you put into words what happened out there today?
I think we started really well in the second innings. The way me and Bob played, the game should have been finished in the 49th or 48th over, and really disappointed the way we ended up making it tie. For me, it's a lost game for us.
You had a 200-run partnership with Stephen Taylor in USA's history. Before the last couple of days, just 2 double-century stands. You're a part of 2 of them. Some historic moments here today in the context of a tie. I know it's hard to appreciate, maybe feeling like you had a loss, but in the grand scheme of things, do you have a sense of how special this match was and some of the records that tumbled again today for USA?
I mean, yeah, obviously for the fans who came here and watched this game, they would have enjoyed it. But for me personally, we could have win this easily, and it's a wake-up call for some of the players to take the responsibility and end up the game in a winning note.
What's the biggest lesson you're taking away from this contest going forward now into the next match against Oman?
I think playing on this level, you need to have a team effort. 1 or 2 players cannot make you win every day. So a learning process for us, that contribution is really important for the team.
There you have it from Monank Patel, the USA captain. Monank, thank you for your words. And next, I'll call up the presenter for today's player of the match, the ICC America's Regional Development Manager, Farah Gorsi, who is the chief ICC administrator in North America, is here in Texas today. So it's very special to have her along to present today's Player of the Match award. And we had a couple candidates, Adil Alam, who bowled a fantastic death spell to get the match to a tie with 2 wickets and also contributed 34 in the first innings. Monank Patel with a half century for USA. But today's Player of the Match with his maiden ODI century and his 3rd century in his USA limited overs career. It goes to Florida's own Stephen Taylor. Come on up, Stephen. He'll accept the award from Farrah Gorsi. 114 off 123 balls for Stephen Taylor. First, Stephen, before I go on to ask you about some of the accomplishments in this match, how do you put into words what happened over there at the finish?
I can't really talk about that, honestly. It's hard to swallow. I know we have a game tomorrow, so we just have to think about game tomorrow.
I'm not sure if you're aware of it, but over the course of your innings today, you needed 108 runs to become the all-time leading scorer in USA's history. You've passed Steve Messiah. You can see the look on your face clearly. You didn't know that. Congratulations, Stephen. You're now #1 in USA's history in terms of scoring. What does that achievement mean to you?
That's big. That's big because I have into myself. I have about 8 more years to playing for US, so I would like to keep that run trend going.
And also the double-century partnership, you and Monang Patel. You had the record alongside Xavier Marshall against Hong Kong and Namibia. He knocked you off the pedestal with Sushant Madani, but today a 200-run partnership with Monang Patel, historic in so many ways. The innings you played today, first American-born player to score an ODI century for USA. Again, your third century overall. Your second against Nepal. Your career best 162 against Nepal came in Bermuda. This is a team you like playing against, but some of these historical achievements, can you put into context in the moment what some of these things mean to you to be, again, the first American-born player to score an ODI century for USA?
It feels great. I know I'm one of the best players in the team, so I just try to back myself and lead the team in as good as we can.
Well, there you have it. Stephen Taylor, today's player of the match. Congratulations to Stephen Taylor, who's #1 now on the runs list in USA history. And as you heard him say, 8 years left in the tank. Plenty more runs in store for Stephen Taylor. Congratulations, Stephen, on today's player of the match award. Made an ODI century. That does it today from today's post-match presentation. Come back tomorrow for match number 10 at Moosa Stadium in Pearland, Texas, when USA will take on USA will take on Oman here at Moosa Stadium in the next match at the SkyExchange.net ICC Cricket World Cup League 2 ODI Tri-Series, supported by Dream 11.